Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Excruciating Pain. A tearing pain came from his chest, as if his internal organs had been violently churned into a pulpy mess. Where am I? Lin Dian suddenly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was not the familiar ceiling of his rented room, but a gray stone martial arts field. Below the martial arts field, there was a sea of people, countless young men and women dressed in Qingyun sect robes, looking at him with a mix of mockery, pity, and schadenfreude. That Lin Dian waste, he's not dead yet? Senior brother Xuantian held back. He wants to cripple him with one move right in front of all of us. Serves him right. A mere collateral relative, daring to compete with senior brother Xuantian for a foundation establishment pill spot. He's courting death. The clamor of discussions pierced his ears, and a torrent of memories that didn't belong to him violently rushed into his mind. Qingyun sect. Outer sect grand competition. He was the stepping stone, the cannon fodder used to make the son of luck, Xuantian, famous. A tragic character with decent talent but a weak personality, destined to die within 3 chapters. Transmigrated? Lin Dian's mind buzzed, and before he could fully process this fact, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice exploded in his head. Ding! Detected host soul fusion complete, strong will to survive. Abstract madman. System officially activated. Warning! Host life signs are extremely weak, remaining life countdown, 259. Before Lin Dian's eyes, a blood-red countdown, visible only to him, appeared, its seconds ticking away mercilessly. 258. 257. What the hell is this? This system's sole purpose, if you don't stir up trouble, you die. Please, host, begin stirring up trouble immediately to gain madman points by creating emotional fluctuations. 1 madman point can be exchanged for 10 seconds of life. Newbie gift pack has been issued. Open immediately? The cold system prompt was like a basin of ice water poured from Lin Dian's head to his heels. In 3 minutes, he would die. His only way to survive was to stir up trouble? He looked up, facing the other side of the martial arts field. A handsome young man with an arrogant gaze was suspended in mid-air, spiritual chi madly converging. Around him, forming a terrifying vortex visible to the naked eye. It was the son of luck of this world. Xuantian. Xuantian looked down at him from above, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Lin Dian, it's your honor to die by my signature technique, 3-stage collapse. Rest in peace. I will make good use of your share of the foundation establishment pill. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire arena was pushed to a climax. Here it comes. Senior brother Xuantian's 3-stage collapse. It is said that once this move is unleashed, no one in the same realm can withstand it. Lin Dian is finished. Feeling the spiritual chi pressure that almost crushed him, and seeing the constantly ticking death countdown before his eyes. 217. 216. Fear, like countless icy hands, gripped Lin Dian's heart tightly. He didn't want to die. Dying right after transmigration, what kind of situation was this? Stir up trouble, how do I stir up trouble? Lin Dian's mind was blank. His survival instinct making him roar madly at the system in his mind. Open that newbie gift pack for me, quickly. Ding. Newbie gift pack opening. A golden gift box with cheap special effects spun and exploded on Lin Dian's retina. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the item, Never-Ending Power Knockoff King Heavy Bass Square Dance Speaker X1 Musical Score, the most dazzling ethnic trend Spiritual Pollution Edition X1 Halo, Newbie Protection Halo, forces the first target to be Gua to be unable to deliver a killing blow, only to rage impotently. A jumble of messy information flooded his mind. Square Dance Speaker? The most dazzling ethnic trend? What was all this? But under the threat of death, Lin Dian could no longer afford to think. Extract! He roared. Buzz, there was no earth-shattering spiritual light, nor the flashing of Dao runes. A giant speaker, taller than a person and extremely tacky and rustic in appearance, appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Dian. It had a red and blue plastic casing, with 2 colorful disco ball-like lights on top. The front had 2 huge black speakers, and a knob in the middle was labeled volume in crooked red paint. The entire speaker exuded a strong industrial plastic smell, completely out of place in this immortal chi-filled Xuanhuan world. The entire arena instantly fell silent. On the martial arts field with tens of thousands of people, a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's gaze shifted from Xuantian, who was preparing to unleash his ultimate move in mid-air, to the huge, abruptly appearing iron lump in the center of the martial arts field. What is that? A disciple rubbed his eyes, his face blank. A magic treasure? Doesn't look like it, there's no spiritual chi fluctuation at all. Is it some kind of mechanical creation? Or, is it some ancient demonic artifact? It looks so ugly. The whispers of the crowd buzzed like mosquitoes. On the high platform, the elders responsible for presiding over the grand competition all stood up. The chief warden, Elder Xian, who was in charge, frowned deeply. What is that thing? He had lived for over 300 years and claimed to have seen countless rare treasures, yet he had never seen such an ugly and bizarre creation. Can't see through it. The skill transmission elder next to him shook his head, his expression solemn. There is no spiritual chi on this object, it seems like ordinary iron. But to appear out of thin air, it is definitely not an ordinary item. Could it be Lin Dian's hidden trump card? Above the martial arts field, the most bewildered was Xuantian. He had gathered all his spiritual chi, brewed his emotions for a long time, and was preparing to use the most handsome and shocking move to establish his reputation as the outer sect's #1 genius. But in the end, he had already taken off his pants, and this is what he got to see? The moment that ugly iron lump appeared out of thin air, he was startled, his mind thrown into disarray, and the spiritual chi gathered at his fist instantly went out of control. A violent surge of spiritual chi rushed backward through his meridians. Xuantian's face turned pale, his throat sweetened, and a mouthful of fresh blood suddenly sprayed out, splattering on the bluestone slab. Spiritual chi backlash. Failed attempt to show off. The entire arena was in an uproar. What happened? Senior brother Xuantian spat blood? His spiritual chi dispersed. Oh my, he was so startled by that iron lump that he suffered a spiritual chi backlash? This was more unbearable than killing them. Ding. Shock from outer sect disciple Zhang San, madman points +10. Ding. Speechlessness from outer sect disciple Li Si, madman points +20. Ding. Confusion from outer sect disciple Wang Wu, madman points +15. Ding. Anger and humiliation from son of Luck Xuantian, madman points +500. Ding. Suspicion from Chief Warden Elder Xian, madman points +800. In an instant, Lin Dian's eyes were flooded with dense system prompts. The blood-red life countdown suddenly began to increase rapidly. Remaining life, 28 minutes 35 seconds. Remaining life, 59 minutes 12 seconds. Remaining life, 2 hours 15 minutes 40 seconds. He lived. A surge of ecstatic relief after surviving a disaster welled up in Lin Dian's heart. He looked at the rustic speaker before him, his gaze instantly becoming incredibly affectionate. This wasn't just a speaker. This was his life-saving father. Lin. Dlen. A roar filled with endless anger and humiliation came from the opposite side. Xuantian clutched his chest, his face flushed, his eyes glaring fiercely at Lin Dian, as if they were about to spew fire. You! How dare you use such an evil object to disturb my mind? He felt like he was going crazy. He could accept being defeated head-on. But being startled to the point of spitting blood by an ugly iron lump, this was simply the biggest stain on his life. Utter humiliation. I'm going to kill you. Xuantian roared, ignoring his injuries, and forcibly condensed spiritual chi again. However, Lin Dian just quietly watched him. Then, under the suspicious gazes of Xuantian and the tens of thousands of people in the arena, he slowly extended a finger. That finger trembled slightly. Not out of fear, but because of extreme excitement and reckless madness. He gently placed his finger on a very conspicuous, red circular button on the giant speaker. Above the button, in the same crooked handwriting, were two large characters that modern people were extremely familiar with. Play Lin Dian raised his head, met Xuantian's murderous gaze, and a brilliant, yet utterly insane smile spread across his lips. Come on, grandson. Let me show you what a dimension-reducing attack from another world is. What true, demonic arts are. Lin Dian's eyes gleamed with the madness and excitement of escaping death. He had 2 hours of life remaining. But he could feel that the spiritual chi Xuantian had recondensed was even more violent than before, filled with an unyielding killing intent. He could also feel the mountain-like pressure from the elders on the high platform, which had already locked onto him. Everyone wanted him dead. But now, he didn't want to die. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Lin Dian chuckled softly, his laughter growing louder and louder, finally turning into an unbridled roar. On this silent arena, it sounded incredibly harsh and bizarre. Is he crazy? Scared crazy by senior brother Xuantian? The disciples below the stage looked surprised and doubtful. Xuantian's movements also paused, his brow furrowed. On the verge of death, and still playing tricks. He no longer hesitated. On his fist, 3 brilliant spiritual chi halos layered one upon another, emitting an ear-piercing hum. 3-stage collapse. Die for me. However, just as he was about to throw his punch, Lin Dian's laughter abruptly stopped. The expression on his face changed from madness to a serene sense of relief. His finger, resting on the red button, carried a pious, almost ritualistic sense of ushering in a new era. Suddenly, he pressed it. Beep. A soft click. The world seemed to stand still for a second. The next second. Boom. A deep bass sound, powerful enough to tear eardrums and shatter hearts, roared out from the 2 giant black speakers, like an awakening ancient vicious beast. Thump, thump, thump. This was not music at all. This was a warhammer directly striking the soul. The disciples below the arena, those with weaker cultivation, felt as if their hearts had been violently struck by a sledgehammer, their vision went black, and they almost fainted on the spot. Immediately after, a high-pitched, clear, and devilishly penetrating female voice, like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens, exploded in everyone's mind. The vast horizon is my love, beneath the rolling green mountains, flowers are blooming. The moment the song began, the entire martial arts field seemed to have a mental bomb dropped into it. What was that sound? Sharp, piercing, without rhythm. No, it had rhythm. A bizarre rhythm they had never heard before, yet incredibly catchy and brainwashing. What kind of rhythm is the most swaying? What kind of song is the most joyful? Thump thump thump. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by explosive drumbeats, the two disco lights on top of the giant speaker began to spin madly, shooting out cheap red, blue, green, and purple beams of light, instantly transforming the entire immortal chi-shrouded arena into a 90s rural disco hall. Put. A disciple below the stage, who was trying to circulate his spiritual chi to resist the demonic sound, found that the spiritual chi in his body uncontrollably began to jump along with the thump-thump of the drumbeats. His spiritual chi went awry, his blood and chi surged, and he instantly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. My spiritual chi. My spiritual chi is in chaos. What kind of demonic technique is this? My Dao heart. My Dao heart is wavering. Don't listen. Quickly cover your ears. However, it was useless. The song seemed to have substance, penetrating everywhere, directly drilling into their minds, and starting to disco deep within their souls. On the high platform, the faces of the elders instantly turned incredibly grim. They had lived for hundreds of years, their Dao heart as stable as a mountain. But at this moment, they found their heartbeats involuntarily accelerating with the bizarre rhythm. The spiritual chi within their bodies, like a drunken man, began to sway unsteadily, extremely difficult to control. This is demonic sound. Chief Warden Xian Lao roared in anger, his entire body's spiritual chi surging as he tried to suppress the sound with his pressure. But as soon as his spiritual chi left his body, it was thrown off by the demonic rhythm. Not only did it fail to suppress, but it also made the surrounding air vibrate even more intensely. Put. A sound of spitting blood, louder and more tragic than any before, came from the center of the arena. The focus of the entire audience instantly shifted. They saw Xuantian, that arrogant son of luck, now kneeling on both knees, his hands propped on the ground. In front of him was a large pool of dazzling fresh blood. He himself was like a boiled shrimp, completely red, his body trembling violently. He was closest to the speaker. He bore 90% of the damage. The violent deep bass was like 10,000 battering rams, hammering his protective spiritual chi one after another. The demonic, the most dazzling ethnic trend was like billions of ants, drilling into his 7 orifices, gnawing at his sanity, and disrupting his meridians. His 3-stage collapse, cultivated painstakingly for years, the spiritual chi that had gathered all his essence, was having a grand party inside his body. They were no longer obeying his commands. They were dancing. In his meridians, his left hand drew a dragon, and his right hand drew a rainbow. The excruciating pain of his meridians tearing inch by inch, and the mental torment of his Dao heart collapsing, made him almost faint. But he couldn't faint. He clung to his last shred of sanity, raising his head. His face, originally handsome and aloof, was now completely twisted and deformed by extreme anger, humiliation, confusion, and breakdown. His lips trembled, his eyes bloodshot. He looked at Lin Dian, who stood beside the giant speaker, bathed in the colorful, tacky light beams, with a look of pure enjoyment. Thousands of words, countless vicious curses, were all stuck in his throat. Finally, they converged into a single, heart-wrenching roar from the depths of his soul. You're a psychopath. This roar was filled with endless grievance and breakdown. I, the son of destiny, the future flame emperor. I, burdened with a sea of blood vengeance, endured for 3 years. I, about to soar to the sky and become famous throughout the sect. My pants are already off. And you're playing square dance music for me? You're a psychopath. Ding. Detected extreme breakdown and humiliation from the son of luck Xuantian. Emotional fluctuations have reached their peak. Madness value plus 1000. Ding. Shock from outer sect disciple Malu, madness value plus 10. Ding. Speechlessness from outer sect disciple Godan, madness value plus 20. Ding. Stupor from outer sect disciple Wang Matzi, madness value plus 15. Ding. Dao heart instability from skill transmission elder, madness value plus 500. Ding. From, in an instant, Lin Dian's vision was flooded with a golden waterfall of notifications. Then, his remaining life began to skyrocket at a visible speed. Remaining life, 5 hours 48 minutes. Remaining life, 24 hours. Remaining life, 48 hours. He felt the surging vitality within him, looked at Xuantian, who was kneeling and spitting blood, looking like a madman, and then at the thousands of disciples below the stage, swaying and questioning life. Finally, his gaze fell on the giant speaker, which was still tirelessly playing stay. He understood. He completely understood. In this Xuanhuan world where the strong prey on the weak and prestige reigns supreme, talent, background, schemes, it was all nonsense. Going crazy. That was the only true path. creating a spectacle. That was the strongest divine ability. As long as I'm crazy enough, as long as I'm abstract enough, as long as I have no morals, then tragedy and death will never catch up to me. Ha 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 ha. Lin Dian burst into wild laughter again. This time, his laughter was full of confidence and arrogance. He slowly spread his arms, closed his eyes, as if embracing this brand new world. Singing leisurely the most dazzling ethnic trend. Let love sweep away all the dust, the song still echoed. Lin Dian's figure, under the red and green intertwined lights, appeared so out of place, yet so impossible to look away from. The entire venue was in chaos. The martial arts field, with tens of thousands of people, now looked as if it had been ravaged by demons. The disciples covered their ears, their expressions pained. The elders' faces were dark, their chi in disarray. The son of Luck Xiaoyan had already rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and completely fainted. Finally, when the last line, stay, was sung, and the song ended, Lin Dian, still wanting more, reached out and pressed the single repeat button. Stop! A thunderous roar came from the high platform. Chief Warden Xianlao could no longer remain calm. He flashed, appearing on the arena as if by teleportation. A majestic pressure, like a tangible mountain, heavily pressed towards Lin Dian. He was going to personally apprehend this arrogant madman who dared to disturb the sect's grand competition with demonic techniques. However, the pressure was blocked by an invisible halo 3 feet in front of Lin Dian. Novice protection halo is active. Xianlao's expression changed. He found that his pressure couldn't harm the opponent in the slightest, only causing a little pressure. How was this possible? He was a golden core stage elder. Prodigy. Who are you exactly? What evil art are you using? Xianlao's eyes widened in anger, staring intently at Lin Dian. Lin Dian slowly opened his eyes, looking at the exasperated Xianlao in front of him, a supremely innocent yet utterly infuriating smile on his face. He withdrew the hand that was about to press single repeat, and instead gently stroked the giant speaker in front of him, his eyes as tender as if looking at his own son. Elder, you misunderstand. This is not an evil art. Lin Dian cleared his throat, saying with a serious expression. This is the Supreme Dao magical artifact created by my Lin family, after 3 generations of painstaking effort, combining ancient musical theory and modern mechanical arts. Its name, Dao Heart Destroyer. Its method, attaining Dao through music, disturbing the enemy's mind. Look, senior brother Xiaoyan's Dao heart is unstable. Upon hearing this song, it's clear his foundation is shallow and he's vulnerable. This is a good thing. Xianlao's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. He looked at Xiaoyan, who had fainted and was still twitching slightly. Then, he looked at Lin Dian, who was spouting nonsense with a straight face. He felt his blood pressure starting to soar as well. Ding! Anger and speechlessness from Chief Warden Xianlao, madness value plus 999. The life countdown soared again. Lin Dian's smile deepened. Crisis? No. How was this a crisis? This was clearly the next, even bigger stage. Chief Warden Xian's mouth was undergoing a high-frequency tremor imperceptible to mortal eyes. He felt his 300-year-old Dao heart, like a rag thrown into a tumble dryer, being repeatedly abused and frantically spun dry. Dao heart collapse? Attaining Dao through music? Why don't you say Panga gave you that dream when he split the heavens? You. Just as Chief Warden Xian was about to rebuke, the demonic sound suddenly rose a pitch. Stay. A shrill roar, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, blasted Chief Warden Xian, making him stumble, and the spiritual energy that had just calmed down in his body instantly began to disco again. Put. Chief Warden Xian couldn't hold back, his throat sweetened, and a mouthful of old blood almost gushed out, but he swallowed it back down. This mouthful of blood carried his 300 years of dignity. He absolutely could not spit it out in front of tens of thousands of disciples. Ding! From Chief Warden Xian's intense frustration and mental exhaustion, lunatic value plus 1,200. The number in front of Lin Dian's eyes jumped again. His gaze towards Chief Warden Xian became increasingly benevolent. This wasn't a Chief Warden at all. This was clearly a walking superpower bank. At this moment, the martial arts field was no longer a human realm. What kind of rhythm is the most swaying? The music continued, the explosive drumbeats seemingly imbued with life. Some of the disciples in the front row had completely given up resistance. Their eyes were hollow, their faces blank, but their bodies were honest. One disciple's leg began to twitch uncontrollably, perfectly synchronized with the drumbeats. Another disciple's head began to sway left and right like a rattle drum. Even more, a senior brother from the inner sect, known for his cold demeanor, unconsciously raised both hands, striking a pose for disco dancing. His fellow disciple next to him turned pale with fright. Senior brother Wang. Wake up. Your cool swordsman persona is crumbling. Get lost. I can't control myself. The entire martial arts field had become an early human footage of taming limbs, a chaotic dance of demons. Chaos. Extreme chaos. Enough! Chief Warden Xian finally lost his patience. He could no longer let this farce continue. Otherwise, Xingyun sect's century-old reputation would be ruined by a song today. Wicked creature! Stop at once! A furious roar, like a grand bell, contained the majestic spiritual energy of a golden core stage cultivator, instantly overpowering the demonic music. A clash of sound waves. Chief Warden Xian's roar finally made those disoriented disciples tremble, temporarily breaking free from the rhythm's control. All eyes in the arena once again focused on the stage. Lin Dian looked at the exasperated Chief Warden Xian, regretfully pouting. He still had loop. Play and shuffle play to try. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly reached out and found a button labeled OFF on the giant speaker. A gentle press. Beep. The world became quiet. The music, powerful enough to make demon gods retreat and immortals weep, came to an abrupt halt. The entire martial arts field fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was still immersed in the afterglow of the mental storm, their ears still echoing with the phantom sound of the most swaying. In the silence, Lin Dian moved. He bent down, grabbing the giant speaker, which was taller than a man, with both hands. Under the dropped jaws of the crowd, he let out a low growl and actually lifted the iron lump, which seemed to weigh over 1,000 caddies, onto his shoulder. This was even more shocking than when he started the music. Holy crap! Is he that strong? That thing must weigh at least several hundred caddies, right? Isn't he just in the chi refinement stage? Monster! This is absolutely a monster. Lin Dian felt the speaker, light as a feather on his shoulder, and silently praised the quality of the system's items. Carrying the speaker, as if carrying an Italian cannon, he slowly turned around. His gaze fell upon the figure on the ground, still foaming at the mouth and twitching slightly. It was none other than Xiao Yan, the son of luck. Lin Dian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He blew a loud and frivolous wolf whistle at the unconscious Xiao Yan. Whoosh! Arrogant! Presumptuous! Insolent! At this moment, no one dared to associate him with the weak collateral disciple he once was. This whistle, was deeply etched into the heart of every disciple present. That wasn't a good-for-nothing. That was a madman. A peerless lunatic who could poke a hole in the heavens. Impudent! Chief Warden Xian trembled with rage. He took a step, instantly appearing before Lin Dian, his withered hand, like an eagle's claw, grabbing towards Lin Dian's shoulder. Spreading heresy, corrupting minds with evil arts. Disrupting the grand competition, your crime is compounded. Come with me to the law enforcement hall. His voice was icy cold, filled with unquestionable authority. A powerful restraining force descended, and Lin Dian felt the spiritual energy within him instantly sealed. But he didn't care. Being taken away? Just as I wished. The novice village map has been cleared, it's time to move to a new place to continue. Stirring up trouble. Let's go then. Lin Dian shrugged, carrying the speaker, looking nonchalant as if saying, even if you invite me, I might not go. Under the chief warden's personal escort, Lin Dian was led away from the stage. Wherever he passed, the crowd parted like a tide. All the disciples' gazes converged on his retreating figure. Their eyes were incredibly complex. There was shock, confusion, fear, and even a hint of deeply hidden admiration. They no longer remembered that good-for-nothing named Lin Dian. All that remained in their minds was the image of that crazy figure who, carrying a giant speaker, used a bizarre song to defeat the arrogant Xiao Yan, almost made an elder spit blood, and then whistled at the loser. This man was poisonous. The atmosphere on the way to the law enforcement hall was terrifyingly oppressive. Elder Xian walked in front, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, not saying a word. Two disciples from the law enforcement hall, like they were escorting a peerless fiend, followed Lin Dian on his left and right, their hands constantly on their sword hilts, palms sweating from tension. They didn't dare to get too close to Lin Dian. They were afraid this madman would suddenly activate that Dao heart collapser again and give them a live performance. However, Lin Dian, the center of attention, completely ignored the outside world at this moment. His mind had long been immersed in the golden, shimmering interface in his head. Abstract Madman System Host, Lin Dian Madness Realm, Outrageous Realm, Initial Glimpse, Remaining Life, 71 hours 42 minutes 15 seconds Madman Value, 25813 points over 25,000 points. He's rich. This wave was a huge profit. Lin Dian was overjoyed. This Madman value could not only exchange for life but was also the key to unlocking new functions. Sure enough, below the madman value balance, an icon that was originally gray now shimmered with an alluring golden light. System store, opened, Lin Dian's thought moved, and he clicked it. A dazzling array of goods unfolded before his eyes. The entire store was divided into 3 main areas. Item zone, skill zone, music library zone. Lin Dian's gaze was first drawn to the golden, shimmering item at the very top of the item zone. Item, soul reaping Buddhist chant millennium suona quality, epic, purple, description, the rogue of musical instruments. Even immortals fret upon hearing it. When played, it can forcibly awaken the deepest sorrow within the target's heart and apply negative effects such as mental trance, restless Dao heart, and forced tears. When combined with a specific score, the effect doubles. Remarks, essential for weddings and funerals, murder and robbery, sending people off. As long as the suona is played well, no living person can stand. Price, 8,000 madman value. Lin Dian's breathing instantly quickened. Good stuff. This is definitely good stuff. The square dance speaker is a large-scale AoE, mental pollution. This suona is a single target kill, precise salvation. It specifically counters those old monsters who pride themselves on their stable Dao heart. Imagine, at the most crucial moment when some immortal-like, peerless expert is showing off, he pulls out this thing and plays grand funeral for him. That scene. Ding. A chill ran down Chief Warden Xian Lao's spine. Madman. Value plus 50. Elder Xian suddenly turned his head, looking at Lin Dian suspiciously. Strange, why does it feel like this kid is plotting something bad? Lin Dian immediately reined in his thoughts, showing an innocent smile that was harmless to humans and animals. He continued to look down. Item, concentrated luocefen flavor social death spray quality, rare, blue, description, made from the purest sour bamboo shoots, river snails, and unspeakable ingredients, concentrated through 49 processes. Just one spray will make the target the most fragrant person within a 10-mile radius. The effect lasts for 12 hours, and no spiritual cleansing spell can remove it. Remarks, let your enemies experience what true social death is. Price, 3,000 madman value. Hiss. Lin Dian gasped. This thing is too insidious. It's practically tailor-made for sons of luck like Xiao Yan who value face immensely. Low damage, but extremely insulting. Buy it. Must buy it. His gaze continued to scan. Universe broadcast loudspeaker, price 5,000, can amplify your voice 100-fold, and add a wisdom-lowering aura, making anyone who hears you speak unconsciously believe what you say is very reasonable. Green-headed fish mental pollution. Headgear, price 1,000, wearing it grants immunity to all mental charm spells, while also causing a mental disorder effect on enemies, with a very small chance of making the opponent start to doubt life. Infinitely refillable taro boba milk tea, price 500, excellent taste, can quickly restore mental energy, and make the drinker happy. Especially effective against aloof characters. One outrageous item after another made Lin Dian dizzy, and he almost drooled. Any one of these items, if taken out, would be enough to cause a storm in this serious Xuanhuan world. He strongly resisted the urge to go all in and then clicked on the skill zone. There were fewer items in the skill zone, but each one was heaven-defying. Skill, awkward dance domain type, active skill description, consumes a large amount of madman value to create an independent domain with a 10-meter radius. Within the domain, all spiritual power and laws are suppressed, and both parties can only decide victory through a dance battle. The winner will absorb a portion of the loser's mental energy. Remarks, come on, battle. Conquer your enemies with your dance moves. Price, 15,000 madman value. Lin Dian's eyes instantly widened. Holy crap. Divine skill. This is true dimensionality reduction. No matter if you're a sword saint or a blade emperor, no matter if you're a great emperor or an immortal venerable, once you enter my domain, if you're a dragon, you'll coil for me, if you're a tiger, you'll lie down for me. Unconvinced? First, a Seely, then a subject 3. Decide life and death with dance. This is even more unbearable than killing him. Bye. Lin Dian didn't hesitate, directly spending 15,000 madman value to acquire this divine skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for learning the skill, awkward dance domain. A profound stream of information surged into his mind, and Lin Dian instantly mastered the use of this skill. His madman value balance instantly dropped to 10,813 points. But he didn't feel any pain. Money is for spending. Madman value is for causing mischief. Finally, he clicked on the music library zone. As expected, many new songs appeared inside. In addition to the most dazzling ethnic trend, there were also a series of mental pollution divine songs like Uneasy, Golden Cudgel, and Fahai, You Don't Understand Love. There were even heavyweight contenders like Great Compassion Mantra DJ version and Song of a Good Man rock version. He even saw a category. Suona exclusive music library. He clicked it open. Crying 7 passes, hundreds of birds worshipping the phoenix, grand funeral, every name exuded an ominous aura of sending people off. Lin Dian closed the system store with satisfaction. He felt his whole body filled with power. Armed to the teeth. Law enforcement hall? Judge me? Lin Dian's mouth curved slightly upward, forming an incredibly dangerous and incredibly expectant arc. You have no idea what kind of existence you are about to face. Just then, Elder Xian in front stopped. A huge, solemn hall, cast entirely from obsidian, appeared before their eyes. Above the hall, 3 large characters were carved in a vigorous, flowing style. Law enforcement hall. An aura of kill, coldness, and majesty assailed them. It was as if all evil would have nowhere to hide before this grand hall. The 2 escorting disciples also became incredibly solemn. Lin Dian, go in. Elder Xian turned around, his voice devoid of emotion. I hope you will pay the price you deserve for your actions. The heavy hall doors slowly opened with a creak. Inside the door, it was dim, like the maw of a giant beast about to devour someone. Several powerful and indifferent auras emanated from within the hall, firmly locking onto Lin Dian. Those were the other elders of the law enforcement hall. A trial against him was about to begin. Lin Dian, carrying the huge speaker, met all the scrutinizing gazes without the slightest fear. He puffed out his chest, took a step, and strode into the darkness. Crisis? No. This is not a crisis. This is Lin Dian's next, and grander, stage for mischief. Today, I'll let you all see what it means to turn the law enforcement hall into my shape. Inside the law enforcement hall, the light was dim. On the high platform, 5 elders with profound auras sat side by side. They were like 5 silent volcanoes, seemingly calm, yet containing terrifying power capable of burning the sky and boiling the seas. This was the Elder Council of the Law Enforcement Hall. Any one of them, with a stomp of his foot, could make the Qingyun sect tremble. Clang! A loud bang, completely out of place with the solemn and murderous atmosphere, broke the dead silence. Lin Dian heavily placed the 1-man-high, makeshift stereo he was carrying on his shoulder onto the ground. The obsidian floor vibrated slightly from the impact. He clapped the dust from his hands, then looked around, like a neighbor coming to visit, without any awareness of being a prisoner. Elders, this place is quite spacious. It's just that the lighting is a bit poor. Living here for too long might lead to calcium deficiency. On the high platform, 5 pairs of eyes, like 5 ice-cold sharp swords, instantly locked onto him. An ordinary disciple, under this pressure, would not even be able to speak, let alone stand steadily, and would have long since knelt down and begged for mercy. Lin Dian, however, acted as if a gentle breeze had brushed past him, completely unconcerned. He even looked at the elder in the center with great interest. That elder's face was the most ancient and unadorned, with a nasolabial fold extending from his nose to the corner of his mouth, so deep it could trap a mosquito, clearly indicating he was the highest leader here. Lin Dian. As expected, the elder with the nasolabial fold spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, striking fiercely at one's divine soul. During the outer sect grand competition, you used a strange object to release demonic sound, disrupting the entire venue, causing the chief disciple Xiaoyan's spiritual power to backfire and his Dao heart to be damaged, and even causing tens of thousands of disciples to lose control of their minds, making fools of themselves. With each sentence he spoke, the pressure in the great hall intensified. The air seemed to solidify into an iron block, making it difficult to breathe. Finally, he slammed his hand on the armrest, delivering the final judgment. Such actions are no different from those of demonic path fiends. This one announces that your cultivation will be abolished, your spiritual root shattered, and you will be expelled from the Qingyun sect. You shall never again set foot on the path of cultivation. Do you have any objections? As his voice fell, killing intent instantly filled the entire great hall. Behind him, the hall door slammed shut with a boom, closing on its own. All escape routes were cut off. This was a judgment that offered no opportunity for defense. Ding. Detecting that the host is facing a life or death crisis, the rate of crazy value consumption is temporarily increased by 100%. Remaining life, 30 hours 00 minutes 2 seconds. In his mind, the countdown timer for his life began to decrease slowly at double the speed. Lin Dian's heart tightened. But on his face, he still wore that irritating smile. Objections? My objections are numerous. He looked at the several old fogies on the high platform, who were speaking righteously, their faces screaming, "I represent justice and will eliminate you." He only had one thought in his mind. Demonic sound? Evil art? Hick, just say you haven't seen the world, don't make ignorance a personality trait. Lin Dian cleared his throat, his voice exceptionally loud in the dead silent hall. Ahem. Facing 5 gazes that could kill a person 1,000 times over, he not only showed no fear but instead took a step forward and spoke loudly. Elder, your words are mistaken. Completely wrong. As soon as these words came out, the 5 elders were all stunned. Even a trace of bewilderment flashed in the eyes of the elder with the nasolabial fold. Facing death, he doesn't beg for mercy, doesn't defend himself, but instead says we are wrong? Is there really something wrong with this kid's head? Ding. From the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Xianxing's bewilderment, crazy value plus 1,500. Ding. From the Second Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall's confusion, crazy value plus 1,200, with a wave of crazy value credited, Lin Dian felt even more secure. He pointed to the huge stereo beside him, a sacred and solemn expression on his face. As if it wasn't a makeshift stereo, but an ancient divine artifact. Elders, you only know spiritual power and divine abilities, but you do not know that there still exists an ancient Tao in heaven and earth that has long been lost. His voice suddenly rose, filled with the weight of history. Its name is Sound Rhythm Disturbance Flow. Sound, rhythm, disturbance, flow. These 5 words, like 5 depth charges, exploded in the minds of the elders. What the hell? Sound, rhythm, disturbance, flow? The several elders, who had lived for hundreds of years, looked at each other, seeing the same confusion and bewilderment in each other's eyes. They scoured their memories of several hundred years, from ancient secrets to unorthodox paths, but they had never heard of such a school of thought. The majestic aura of the judgment was instantly interrupted. The entire law enforcement hall fell into a strange silence. It's done. Lin Dian laughed in his heart. He knew that as long as he pulled these old fogies into a domain they were unfamiliar with, and then defeated them with his rich and fabricated experience, half the battle was won. He immediately struck while the iron was hot, putting on the air of a grandmaster, as if saying, "You mortals, let me enlighten you. May I ask? Elders, what do cultivators cultivate?" Without waiting for them to answer, Lin Dian answered his own question. What is cultivated is the heart nature, what is refined is qi. Why do we cultivators seek quiet places when meditating? It is to calm external disturbances and stabilize the internal rhythm of the heart nature. Why does spiritual power become chaotic when fighting, when anger attacks the heart nature? Because a chaotic heart nature scatters qi. His words, however, conformed to the basic common sense of cultivation. The elders subconsciously nodded, but always felt that something was amiss. Lin Dian's mouth curved slightly, and he began to insert his own agenda. Therefore, the true supreme method has never been to destroy the enemy's physical body, but rather to mess with his mentality. He slapped the stereo, making a loud bang sound. My Tao heart collapser does not release any demonic sound, but rather the most fundamental waves of sound and movements of rhythm in heaven and earth. Just as the ancient great master, known as Electric Sound Buddha, Great Master DJ, said sound is the wave of heaven and earth, rhythm is the mood of the human heart nature. Great Master DJ? Electric Sound Buddha? The elders' minds completely crashed. Who is this deity? Why have we never heard of his venerable title? Could he be an ancient being living in seclusion? Elder Xianxing's brows were tightly furrowed, and he couldn't help but speak. Nonsense. What are sound waves? What is rhythm? Good question. I was waiting for you to ask that. Lin Dian snapped his fingers, pointed in Xiaoyan's direction, and began his brilliant performance. That senior brother Xiaoyan, though exceptionally talented, what is his heart nature like? Arrogant and complacent, too much killing intent, eager for quick success. This mentality of his, reflected in his heart rhythm, is a harsh sound full of noise. And noise. And the most dazzling ethnic trend, with its passionate melody and stable rhythm, represents a positive, harmonious, and unified Tao sound. What happens when two completely different rhythms collide? Lin Dian spread his hands, a look of profound compassion on his face. The result is obvious. His impure heart rhythm, upon being struck by my magnificent and righteous Dao sound, instantly collapsed. Spiritual power backlash is merely a superficial manifestation of his unstable Dao heart. Therefore, Elder Lin Dian's gaze met Xuantian's, who was seated at the head. It wasn't me who defeated him, it was his own fragile Dao heart that defeated him. In a sense, I am not only innocent but have even rendered meritorious service. I helped the sect to prematurely screen out a disciple whose heart nature was not up to par, preventing him from suffering chi deviation in the future and wreaking havoc on the common people. He should thank me. The sect should also thank me. After he finished speaking, the entire law enforcement hall fell into a dead silence. A pin drop could be heard. The 5 elders were all petrified. Their mouths were agape, their eyes wide, as if 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through their minds, trampling the cultivation worldview they had built over hundreds of years into a mess. This actually seems to make some sense? No. This is sophistry. But you can't find any decisive flaws to refute him. Because this theory has completely exceeded their scope of knowledge. Ding. Detecting that the host has successfully used a pseudo-theory to shake the Dao hearts of multiple golden core stage cultivators. This action is judged by the system as epic prank, theoretical founder. Reward crazy value plus 20,000. Remaining life, 104 hours 55 minutes 10 seconds. Watching both the crazy value and life duration surge, Lin Dian's heart bloomed with joy. He knew this was a sure thing. Elder Xuantian's lips trembled for a long time, his stern and solemn face flushed to the color of pig liver due to extreme anger and extreme confusion. He felt his blood pressure was even higher than when he first heard the most dazzling ethnic trend. You. He you-ed for a long time but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Elder Xian, who had presided over the grand competition earlier, also had a constipated expression. He had witnessed the entire process firsthand, and now, after Lin Dian's explanation, damn it, it actually seemed to make sense. Absurd. Simply preposterous. Finally, Elder Xuantian slammed the table with a furious roar, breaking the eerie atmosphere. His eyes regained their sharpness, staring intently at Lin Dian. Slick tongue. Twisting facts. You say that is your sound rhythm disturbance flow, you say that is your Dao sound. Empty words, who would believe it? He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his Dao heart that was almost starting to sway. This one does not believe it. He suddenly stood up, and the pressure of a late-stage golden core cultivator swept out like a tsunami. You say your method does not harm the physical body, only disturbs the heart nature? Good. This one will give you an opportunity to prove your innocence. Elder Xuantian's eyes flickered with cold and dangerous light. Right here. In front of the 5 of us. You shall perform your Dao sound once more. If it is truly as you say, only disturbing the mind and not harming the origin, then this matter can be reconsidered. But if there is even the slightest mishap, harming any of us. His voice grew cold, revealing his full killing intent. This one will annihilate your divine soul, leaving you utterly destroyed. You will not even have the chance of reincarnation. Come on. Let's hurt each other. Lin Dian was laughing wildly in his heart, but his face showed a tragic and helpless expression, as if to say, I offered my heart to the bright moon, but it shone into a ditch instead. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He wasn't afraid of a confrontation, he was afraid of them simply lying flat and admitting defeat, because then how could he stir things up? Good. Lin Dian roared with full chi, his voice shaking the entire hall. Since the Grand Elder is willing to give this disciple a chance to prove his innocence, then this disciple will respectfully obey. His impassioned demeanor, as if he were about to sacrifice himself for truth, made Elder Xuantian's eyelids twitch wildly. Something was off. This kid agreed too quickly. There was definitely a trick here. But the words had already been spoken, and as the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, a late stage Golden Core cultivator, there was no reason for him to go back on his word. Xuantian snorted coldly, forcibly suppressing the ominous premonition in his heart. Oomph, stop with your glib tongue. This one wants to see just how profound your so-called Dao of Sound truly is. Lin Dian nodded sagely upon hearing this, then showed a troubled expression. Elder, I can demonstrate. But just playing it into the air won't showcase the essence of my sound rhythm disturbance flow. He suggested earnestly. This method emphasizes resonance and interference. There must be a living creature as a reference, and by observing the changes in its heart rhythm, one can most intuitively display the profoundness of my technique. Here it comes. The dagger is revealed. Elder Xuantian sneered inwardly. It was just as he expected. This kid wanted to use a spirit beast he had already tamed to muddle through. Naive. You don't need to bother. Elder Xuantian's lips curled into a cold arc, his eyes filled with the superiority of "I've already seen through everything." To prevent certain people from cheating in secret, this one has personally prepared a reference object for you. He suddenly waved his hand and gave a deep command to outside the hall. Someone. Bring Big Black in for this one. Big Black? As these two words were uttered, the faces of several elders standing behind Xuantian all suddenly changed. Even Elder Xian, who had been watching the show, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Big Black, full name Mountain Guarding Spirit Dog, was one of the array core spirit beasts of the Qingyun sect's mountain protecting Grand Array. This dog's bloodline was extraordinary. It was said to contain a trace of the ancient celestial dog's bloodline, capable of shattering mountains with its strength and shaking souls with its roar once it matured. Most importantly, this beast had extremely low intelligence and only recognized its first owner, who was the Qingyun sect's esteemed founder. After the esteemed founder ascended, it became ownerless, and was suppressed in the back mountain by successive law enforcement halls using secret techniques, only responsible for guarding the entrance. Its personality could be described with only one word. Fierce. It held extreme aggression towards any living creature other than the esteemed founder back then. To use it as a reference object? This wasn't a test. This was clearly an attempt to kill with a borrowed knife. Rumble, the heavy hall doors were pushed open by two disciples working together. A chilling current of malevolent chi, mixed with blood and ferocity, instantly surged into the main hall as if it were solid. Roar Wu A suppressed, low roar, as if from the 9 levels of hell, made the entire law enforcement hall tremble. Two elite inner disciples of the law enforcement hall were seen with pale faces, trembling as they pulled 2 profound iron chains thicker than their arms. The other end of the chains was tied to a giant dog the size of a small calf. The giant dog was completely black, without a single stray hair, its muscles like cast steel, full of explosive power. Its copper bell-sized eyes flashed with crimson light, and a hideous scar ran from its left eye to the corner of its mouth, adding to its ferocity. With every step it took, a tiny crack would appear in the obsidian floor beneath its feet. Awah! The giant dog seemed extremely impatient. It suddenly shook its head, and the 2 elite inner disciples were dragged into the air by it, crashing heavily against the wall, spitting blood, and fainting on the spot. The profound iron chains scraped across the ground, producing ear-piercing sparks. Big Black, having broken free from its restraints, locked its eyes, filled with brutality and killing intent, onto the figure in the center of the hall, the only one emitting an unfamiliar aura. Lin Dian. Roar. An earth-shattering roar, its sound waves transforming into visible ripples, spread out explosively. Elder Xian and the others standing behind Lin Dian instinctively channeled their spiritual power to resist, barely managing to stabilize their bodies. Inside the main hall, killing intent boiled. Elder Xuantian looked down at Lin Dian from above, a cruel smile on his face. Kid, this is the reference object this one prepared for you. Its name is Big Black, and it should be very interested in your Dao of Sound. Now, begin your performance. If your Dao of Sound can make it quiet down, this one will believe you by 3 points. He didn't believe Lin Dian could do it at all. This beast dared to bare its fangs even at a nascent soul stage ancestral master. A mere chi refinement stage kid was no different from an appetizer in front of it. He had already prepared to save Lin Dian the second before he was torn apart, and then rightfully throw him into the death prison. However, facing this peerless vicious beast, capable of scaring the wits out of ordinary cultivators, Lin Dian's reaction, however, surprised everyone. Not only was he not afraid, but he yawned. Oh, is that all? He curled his lips, a hint of just the right amount of disdain in his eyes. I thought it was some ancient vicious beast, turns out it's just a black dog without a leash. Elder, your law enforcement hall's prestige is a bit lacking. Elder Xian, who had just climbed up from the ground, almost choked and suffered internal injuries again when he heard this. Is this a matter of prestige? This is a matter of your life. Ding. Rage from the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Xuantian, lunacy value plus 1800. Ding. Fury from the Mountain Guarding Spirit Dog, Big Black, lunacy value plus 1000. Big Black seemed to understand Lin Dian's mockery, and the anger in its crimson eyes grew even fiercer. It suddenly pushed off with its 4 limbs, its massive body transforming into a black lightning bolt, opening its blood-filled maw capable of crushing metal, and, carrying a foul wind, fiercely bit towards Lin Dian's neck. Fast. Too fast. So fast that the elders only had time to squint their eyes. It's over. This was the common thought in everyone's mind. But at this critical moment, Lin Dian moved. He didn't dodge, nor did he defend. He just slowly raised his hand, extended a finger, and lightly tapped in the void. Realm. System store, open. A dazzling virtual shelf, visible only to him, instantly unfolded before his eyes. Item zone, skill zone, music library zone. His gaze swiftly swept over those malicious items such as concentrated Luossifen flavor social death spray and green-headed fish mental pollution headwear. Finally, it landed on a brand new icon in the music library zone. Song title, Learn to Meow quality, common, white, description, a song full of childish innocence and sweetness. It has a chance to produce miraculous effects of cognitive confusion and forced cuteness on creatures with low intelligence and high ferocity. Remarks, let's meow 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 together? Price, 100 maniac points. You're the one. Lin Dian didn't hesitate. With a thought, he commanded. Exchange. Play. Buzz, the giant speaker that had been standing quietly beside him, its disco lights at the top, instantly lit up. But this time, it wasn't the wild red and green beams from before. Instead, it was pink. Soft, girlish, bubble-like pink halos. The next second, just as the mountain-guarding spirit dog's sharp fangs were less than 3 inches from Lin Dian's throat, a light, sweet, and even somewhat coquettish prelude, completely out of place with the murderous atmosphere of the law enforcement hall, wafted out from the two giant speakers. Dilly-lee, as soon as this sound emerged, the mountain-guarding spirit dog's lightning-fast pounce suddenly slammed on the brakes. Its massive body, due to inertia, slid a long way across the smooth obsidian floor, almost crashing into a pillar. It was stunned. For the first time, emotions other than killing intent and savagery appeared in its crimson eyes. Bewilderment, confusion, and a deep philosophical contemplation of who am I, where am I, what was I just about to do? What is this sound? Soft and sweet, like catnip sprouting in spring? No. I am a vicious beast. I must bite him to death. The mountain-guarding spirit dog violently shook its massive head, trying to dump off the strange sound and recondense its killing intent. However, it was too late. A demonic female voice, 100 times sweeter than the prelude, like a feather, gently tickled its most sensitive eardrums. Let's learn to meow together, meow 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 together, boom. These few meows exploded like a mental atomic bomb in the mountain-guarding spirit dog's already not-so-bright brain. Its entire dog self froze. Its bell-like eyes widened considerably. Its mouth slightly agape, a glistening stream of drool slowly dripped from the corner of its lips. The world in its eyes changed. This two-legged creature in green clothes was no longer an invader, no longer food. A strange aura seemed to emanate from him, an irresistible urge to get close, to act spoiled. Act spoiled in front of you, I-oh meow 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 meow, the song continued. The mountain-guarding spirit dog's steel-like body began to uncontrollably relax. Its taut muscles softened. Its bared fangs retracted. It even, slowly tilted its massive head. Its gaze shifted from fierce to bewildered, then to confused, and finally, to a kind of clumsy cuteness. Thud. Above the main hall, a teacup in an elder's hand slipped, falling to the ground and shattering. But he was completely oblivious. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the unbelievable scene in the center of the hall. The mountain-guarding spirit dog, which a second ago was ferocious and intent on devouring a person alive, now, like a husky that had done something wrong, was tilting its head, looking at Lin Dian with an innocent expression. That look seemed to say, "Boss, what is this sound? It's pretty nice, huh?" The entire law enforcement hall was dead silent. The Golden Core stage elders, old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years, now wore surprisingly identical expressions. Dumbfounded. Petrified on the spot. Their worldview, at this moment, was shattered and teetering by a catchy song called Learn to Meow. Ding. Cognitive collapse from Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Xian Xing, Maniac points plus 2500. Ding. Dao Heart wavering from the Second Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Maniac points plus 2200. Ding. Worldview shattered from the Third Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Maniac points plus 2150, ding. Deep confusion and bloodline suppression, fake, from the Mountain Guarding Spirit Dog, Maniac points plus 1500. Instantly, golden notifications, like a waterfall, flooded Lin Dian's vision. His maniac points balance surged again. Awesome. Too awesome. Lin Dian looked at the group of speechless old relics, then at the completely brainwashed stupid dog, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing even more maniacal. But he knew this was not enough. Mere deterrence was not enough to completely clear him of guilt. What he wanted was absolute crushing. To make these old geezers revere his Dao from the depths of their souls. Thus, under everyone's stunned gaze, Lin Dian moved. He slowly squatted down, meeting the gaze of the giant dog, which was the size of a small calf. He met the mountain-guarding spirit dog's eyes, full of innocence and confusion, and a smile that was both incredibly kind and incredibly devilish appeared on his face. He extended a finger and gently, carefully, beckoned to the mountain-guarding spirit dog. "My heart goes thump thump fallen for your wicked smile," he even hummed along with the sweet song. His voice wasn't loud. Yet it was like a clap of thunder, striking the crown of every elder's head. You're even singing. And you're singing a love song to a vicious beast?" Elder Xianxing felt his own heart also starting to thump thump. Not from affection. It was a premonition of a heart attack. However, an even more devastating scene unfolded. The mountain-guarding spirit dog, upon hearing Lin Dian's humming and seeing his beckoning gesture, actually wagged its tail and trotted over. Its massive, ferocious head gently, cautiously, rubbed against Lin Dian's leg. Then, it looked up at Lin Dian, opening its gaping maw that could swallow an adult's head. Woo! A plaintive, fawning whimper emerged from deep within its throat. Immediately after, in the deathly silence of the entire law enforcement hall, it diligently, painstakingly, tried to imitate the demonic sound from the speaker, and let out a earth-shattering woof. A woo. Meow. Chapter 8, I punish you by sending you to the Sutra Library to practice Taoism. A strange cat-like cry, full of confusion, struggle, and finally compromise with fate, emanated from the throat of the mountain-guarding spirit dog, Big Black. The sound was not loud. Yet, it was like an invisible nine-toothed rake, fiercely digging into the worldview of the 5 golden core stage elders present. Time seemed to stand still. Space seemed to solidify. Grand Elder Xianxing's perpetually icy face, at this moment, seemed to have been injected with magma, turning red. Then, as if drained of blood, it turned white. Finally, as if poisoned, it turned green. The remaining elders were either unconsciously tugging at their beards, or their eyelids twitched wildly, and one even subconsciously tapped his foot to the sweet music. Ding! Deep worldview collapse from Grand Elder of the Law. Enforcement Hall Xianxing, lunatic value plus 3,000. Ding! Dao heart crack from Second Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall Xianhua, lunatic value plus 2,800. Ding! From Third Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. Golden data streams, like a grand waterfall, frantically scrolled across Lin Dian's vision. Awesome! At this moment, Lin Dian felt he was not being judged. He was saving all living beings. Using the most abstract culture, he was opening a door to a new world for these boring old fogies. The music continued. My heart goes thump, thump, thump fallen for your wicked smile. The magic of the song completely shattered Big Black's last shred of dignity as a vicious beast. Its scarlet eyes were now watery and full of innocence. Grumble, grumble. Big Black's throat emitted satisfied purrs. It comfortably narrowed its eyes, its massive body softened, and with a thump, it rolled over at Lin Dian's feet. For paws in the air, exposing its softest, most defenseless belly. Its tail was still wagging happily, sweeping the ground with a pat-pat sound. That look, that posture, silently spoke 4 words. Come pet me. The law enforcement hall fell into complete silence. If the previous meow was an atomic bomb, then this scene of rolling over to expose its belly and ask for pets was a hydrogen bomb. It utterly annihilated the last remnants of common sense and dignity that the elders possessed. Is this really a mountain-guarding spirit dog? Is this really Qingyun sect's mountain-guarding vicious beast? I'd believe you if you told me this was the sect leader's pet cat. Absurd. Absolutely preposterous. Finally, Second Elder Xianhua, the most hot-tempered, couldn't take it anymore. He slammed the table, and his entire being erupted like a volcano, standing up. This is a demonic technique. It must be some kind of charm that affects the divine soul. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Lin Dian. It's merely a beast of low intelligence, which is why it was easily charmed by you. Such a demonic technique can never be effective against cultivators of our generation with firm heart natures. Let this cultivator personally break your demonic music. With that, Elder Xianhua, disregarding his status, sat down cross-legged on the spot. His eyes sharpened, and the surging spiritual power of his golden core middle-stage cultivation roared into operation, forming a fiery red protective aura around him. Humph. Petty tricks. Elder Xianhua snorted coldly, his expression arrogant. He wanted to use his powerful cultivation to forcefully isolate this demonic music and find its flaws. However, the next second, when the line "act cute in front of you, I am meow 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 meow" drifted into his ears, Elder Xianhua's face changed. He was horrified to discover that the domineering and powerful fire-attributed spiritual power within him, surging like magma, did not burn away this demonic music as he had expected. Instead, it was as if it had drunk fake alcohol and began to hop and skip in his meridians, following the rhythm of the meow meow meow. Thump. Thump thump, thump. 1, 2, 3. The rhythm was light, lively, and full of a pink bubble-like feeling. His crimson flame burning heaven cultivation technique, which he had cultivated for 300 years, now lacked any of the domineering aura of burning the heavens. Instead, it was like a young girl in love, dancing a yanko in his dantian. No, impossible. Elder Xianhua's face changed drastically, and cold sweat seeped from his forehead. He frantically urged his cultivation technique, trying to suppress this uncontrollable rhythm. Suppress it for me. However, it was useless. That rhythm, as if possessing a life of its own, danced more and more joyfully in his meridians. Just then, a lyric precisely pierced into his mind. My heart goes thump, 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 pft. Elder Xianhua felt a sudden tightness in his chest, and his heart truly thumped hard, following the lyrics. A mouthful of old blood rushed to his throat, but he swallowed it back down forcefully. His face instantly changed from crimson to purplish red. He felt his Dao heart being repeatedly rubbed on the ground by a pink kitten's paw. If he listened any longer, he feared he would truly meow in public. Stop! Elder Xianhua roared, abruptly cutting off the flow of spiritual power. He slumped to the ground as if all his strength had been drained, gasping for breath, his face alternating between green and pale, his eyes filled with the horror and disbelief of surviving a catastrophe. He lost. He lost miserably. He didn't even see how the other party attacked, yet he was almost driven to Dao heart collapse by a single song. At this point, no one dared to question him anymore. All the elders' gazes converged on Lin Dian. Those eyes were no longer of scrutiny and anger, but awe, fear, and a hint of curiosity. Who exactly was this young man, and what was the origin of that strange, magic treasure beside him? Their millennia-old system of cultivation knowledge seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. After a long while, Grand Elder Xian Xing, seated at the head, finally slowly exhaled a turbid breath. He looked at Big Black, still frolicking and rolling on the ground, then at the pale-faced Xianhua beside him, and finally, his gaze fell upon the innocent-looking instigator. He wanted to erupt, but he couldn't find any reason. You say this is an evil technique? He didn't harm a single person or beast. Instead, he turned a vicious beast into a cute pet, and even allowed Elder Xianhua to experience a taste of chi deviation in advance, preventing greater cultivation hidden dangers. In a sense, this really seemed to be attacking the heart is paramount? But if you say this is a righteous path cultivation technique, Elder Xianxing just thought of Qingyun sect's disciples in the future, each with a large speaker, starting a battle with a segment of learning to meow worth the most dazzling ethnic trend. That scene was too beautiful, he dared not imagine it. What about Qingyun sect's century-old reputation? Ahem. Xianxing cleared his throat, forcefully restoring his dignity as a grand elder, though his voice sounded a little hollow. Lin Dian. He spoke slowly, each word seemingly squeezed through his teeth. Your sound rhythm disturbance flow is indeed quite peculiar. Though it has no actual harm, it offends decorum and is unseemly. He had to define this matter. Given your disruption of the great competition before, and your disrespect in the hall afterward, but considering you had no ill intentions, and you helped the sect test the heart nature of the mountain-guarding spirit dog, Elder Xianxing felt his brain was about to short-circuit. He took a deep breath, slammed the armrest, and made his final judgment. This cultivator punishes you. Go to the scripture pavilion and reflect behind closed doors. You shall personally transcribe Qingyun sect's rules and precepts 100 times. Without this cultivator's command, you are not allowed to step out of the scripture pavilion." After speaking, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength, waving his hand wearily. "Take him away." This punishment sounded severe. House arrest, copying books. But everyone present could tell that it was a case of raising the hand high and letting it fall gently. A catastrophic disaster that could have resulted in his cultivation being abolished and expulsion from the sect was thus lightly dismissed. Lin Dian's heart bloomed with joy. Scripture pavilion? Reflecting behind closed doors? How was this a punishment? This was clearly a paid vacation, and it even included the top-tier experience dungeon in the entire server. He suppressed his smile and respectfully bowed to the grim-faced old men on the high platform. Disciple obeys. His tone was as sincere as could be. After speaking, he patted Big Black, who was still rolling on the ground. "All right, get up, I have to go to jail." Big Black whimpered, reluctantly got up, and rubbed its head against his hand again. Under the ghost-like gazes of the two law enforcement hall disciples, Lin Dian hoisted his precious speaker and strode out of the law enforcement hall. The crisis was perfectly resolved. Walking on the path to the scripture pavilion in the back mountain, Lin Dian's mood was even brighter than the sun in the sky. He. Lin Dian let out a villain's exclusive laugh. Scripture pavilion. I remember, that son of luck named Xuantian seems to be going there soon to seek some opportunity, right? As his guide on the Dao heart, how can I, his senior brother, not prepare a meeting gift for him? The corner of Lin Dian's mouth curved into an arc of extreme anticipation and madness. Behind Xingyun's sect's mountain, the scripture pavilion. This was a vital area of the sect, with guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps. 2 law enforcement hall disciples, as if escorting a plague god, brought Lin Dian to the entrance of the pavilion. Their expressions were grimmer than those at a funeral. "Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin, we've arrived." One disciple's voice trembled, his hand unconsciously clutching his sword hilt. Lin Dian carried the giant, makeshift speaker on his shoulder and held a broom in his hand. He looked at the ancient, solemn pavilion before him, emanating a rich scholarly aura. Then he looked at the 2 junior brothers, who seemed to be facing a formidable enemy. A kind smile appeared on his face. "You 2 junior brothers have worked hard. Don't worry, I'm a very rule-abiding person." Who would believe him? The 2 disciples cursed inwardly, but forced out smiles uglier than crying. They tossed him a waste token that indicated his identity, then turned and fled as if a vicious beast were chasing them. Lin Dian shrugged, unconcerned. He weighed the waste token in his hand and pushed open the heavy wooden door. Creak, a musty scent, a mixture of old wood and ancient scrolls, wafted over him. Sunlight filtered through the carved window frames, casting countless golden dust motes dancing in the air. Rows of towering bookshelves, reaching the ceiling, were neatly arranged. What rested on them were not paper books, but glimmering jade slips. Each jade slip represented a cultivation technique, a divine ability. This was the cornerstone of Qingyun's sect's 1,000-year legacy. Any disciple who could enter this place was greatly honored. If it were anyone else, being punished to clean this place would surely lead to dejection and resentment. But Lin Dian, he surveyed the entire room full of treasure trove. His lips slowly curved into a grin. The smile was bright, innocent, and carried a hint of foxy cunning. Tisk, tsk. What a good place. He casually tossed the speaker and broom into a corner, creating a loud thud. System, open my personal panel. Ding. A golden interface, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. Abstract Madman System host, Lin Dian Madness Realm, Outrageous Realm, just getting started, remaining lifespan, 242 hours 51 minutes 30 seconds Madman value, 61129 points over 60,000 Madman value. A trip to the law enforcement hall, and he earned a fortune. Lin Dian felt a rush of exhilaration. This feeling was even more invigorating than drinking ice-cold cola in the dog days of summer. According to the original plot, that child of luck named Xuantian will soon come to the scripture pavilion to calm his mind and cultivate his character. Calling it cultivating his character, but in reality, he's here to find that ancient cultivation technique hidden in a corner, covered in dust for ages, right? Lin Dian stroked his chin, a devilish smile appearing on his face. As his senior brother, how can I not help him? I must help him, and contribute to the cultural development of our Qingyun sect. He rubbed his hands together, like a Japanese soldier preparing to raid a village. System, open the store. Ding. The system store has been opened for you. The dazzling array of shelves unfolded once again. He skipped over the hard currency items like suonas and megaphones. His gaze began to search among the strange-looking consumables. Soon, an item shimmering with a colorful, dark glow caught his attention. Item, Divine Sense Ink, also known as Serious Nonsense Ink, quality, rare, blue, description, a mixture of tears of the god of lies and arguments of a debater, possessing extremely strong conceptual alteration abilities. Text written with this ink can perfectly integrate into the surface of any jade slip or scroll, merging with the original Divine Sense imprint, making it undetectable by cultivators below the golden core stage. Note, if I say it is, then it is, even if it's not. Calling a deer a horse, twisting right end. Ron, an essential item. Price, 5,000 madman value. Holy crap. Good stuff. Lin Diane's eyes lit up, and he almost drooled. This thing was practically tailor-made for him. Buy it. Without hesitation, he spent 5,000 madman value to redeem a bottle. Ding. Purchase successful. Madman value 5,000. Remaining madman value, 56,129 points. A seemingly ordinary ink bottle, like one a primary school student would use, appeared out of thin air in his hand. Lin Dian uncorked the bottle and sniffed it. An indescribable scent, a mix of keyboard dust, the saliva of online trolls, and the aroma of freshly baked memes, rushed straight to his brain. Powerful. He nodded in satisfaction and tucked the ink into his embrace. Everything was ready, just waiting for the final push. Lin Dian strolled among the bookshelves like a king inspecting his territory. His first target was Qingyun's sect's most precious treasure. The Nine Heavens Profound Skill. It was said that this cultivation technique was created by Qingyun's sect's ancestral master, pointing directly to the great Dao, and possessing boundless power. Soon, in the deepest part of the scripture pavilion, on a white jade platform protected by an independent formation, he found it. It was a pure white jade slip, emitting a soft, sacred glow. Just by approaching it, one could feel a vast, majestic, profound aura, like an abyss or a sea. On the surface of the jade slip, four extraordinarily profound characters were engraved in ancient seal script. Nine Heavens Profound Skill. You're the one, my little darling. Lin Dian chuckled, rubbing his hands together, and unceremoniously picked up the jade slip that represented Qingyun's sect's highest legacy. He pulled out the bottle of Divine Sense ink and picked up an unknown spirit beast's feather from the ground to use as a pen. He dipped the feather into the colorful, yet black, ink. He took a deep breath. The expression on his face became incredibly devout and solemn. It was as if he wasn't causing destruction, but rather engaging in a magnificent artistic creation. He raised his pen and made his mark. His movements were fluid and natural, imbued with the essence of the great Tao's simplicity. As he wrote, the original four characters for Nine Heavens Profound Skill on the white jade slip slowly began to be covered by a new layer of Divine Sense imprints. A moment later, Lin Dian satisfactorily withdrew his hand. He blew on the non-existent ink and held up the jade slip, admiring his masterpiece against the sunlight. On that sacred and vast jade slip, a line of new characters, equally imbued with an ancient and Taoist aura, shone brightly. Postpartum care for sows. These 7 characters perfectly merged with the jade slip's inherent aura, creating a seamless fusion. It was as if this cultivation technique, from the day it was born, existed solely to solve the reproductive problems of sows. Ding. Detected that the host is tampering with a cultivation technique. Madness value plus 1,000. Only 1,000 points? Lin Dian pouted, a little dissatisfied. It seems just changing the cover isn't impactful enough. He put the freshly concocted postpartum care for sows back in its original place. Then, he began his second round of cultural construction. His second target was a demonic path cultivation technique. Heavenly Flame Demon Emperor Art. This cultivation technique was incredibly overbearing, but cultivating it required damaging one's foundation, making it a huge trap. Lin Dian found it on a cobweb-laden bookshelf in a corner. It was a jade slip as black as ink, with several ferocious bone spurs on its surface, emitting a violent, bloodthirsty aura. What a fierce cultivation technique, I love it. Lin Dian chuckled, taking it into his hand. Immediately, he rummaged through another, even more inconspicuous corner, pulling out a jade slip almost buried in dust. He blew away the dust, revealing a few crooked, uninspired small characters on the jade slip. Basic Qi cultivation method. Perfect. Lin Dian snapped his fingers. He once again pulled out the Divine Sense ink, repeating his previous trick. His operations were swift and furious. Soon, the covers of the two jade slips were successfully swapped. On the pitch-black jade slip, which exuded monstrous demonic chi in a ferocious, overbearing aura, it now boldly read Basic Chi Cultivation Method. And on the unremarkable, tattered jade slip that no one would bother picking up if it were thrown on the ground, the cover had changed to a Heavenly Flame Demon Emperor art. Ding! Madness value plus 1500. Not bad, not bad. Lin Dian contentedly tucked the demonic technique, disguised as Basic Chi Cultivation Method, back into its original corner. Then, he took the trashy cultivation technique, disguised as Heavenly Flame Demon Emperor art, and walked to the most prominent position in the scripture pavilion. He solemnly placed it on an empty stone platform, even specifically wiping away the dust with his sleeve. After doing all this, Lin Dian clapped his hands, stepped back a few paces, and admired his arrangement. He could already imagine Xuantian, the favored son of heaven, arriving at the scripture pavilion with an excited heart. Then, he would see that peerless cultivation technique, enshrined on the white jade platform, radiating a sacred light. Postpartum care for sows. At that moment, how splendid would Xuantian's expression be? He also imagined another ambitious disciple, who would accidentally discover the Devil Emperor legacy hidden in the corner. He would be ecstatic, believing himself to be the child of destiny, and secretly cultivate it. But after cultivating for a long time, his cultivation would not advance at all. He would just be doing breathing exercises every day, though his body would become increasingly healthy, easily living to 99. That scene, just thinking about it, made him unable to help but burst out laughing. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Lin Dian stood with his hands on his hips, letting out a booming laugh in the quiet scripture pavilion. No, it's still not enough. After the laughter, a more dangerous and crazed glint flickered in Lin Dian's eyes. What's the point of just changing the cover? That's just the skin, it has no soul. True cultural invasion is about polluting and transforming their thoughts from the root. He walked back to the white jade platform where postpartum care for sows was enshrined. He once again picked up the jade slip, which had once been named Nine Heaven's Profound Skill. This time, his divine sense slowly probed into the interior of the jade slip. A vast, ocean-like stream of information instantly flooded his mind. The first chapter, at the beginning, was the general outline. The Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. Profound, deep, and filled with the essence of the Tao. Too boring. Lin Dian shook his head, a devilish smile appearing on his face, as if to say, I'll add some spice for you. He once again pulled out the bottle of divine sense ink. This time, he wasn't writing on the cover. He was going to write the content. Since the name is postpartum care for sows, then the content naturally needs to keep up with the times. The corner of Lin Dian's mouth curved into a deeply anticipatory arc. The first chapter's outline should be changed to on the clinical application of Reiki in sow lactation, and the 108 correction techniques for malpositioned fetuses. Bite. Crazy batch value plus 3000. Lin Dian contentedly injected the outline of the newly published postpartum care for sows into the jade slip, and used spiritual ink to add a line of flamboyant recommendation on the title page. Qingyun sects designated sow breeding training materials highly recommended by Great Elder Xianxing. After doing all this, he put the jade slip back to its place with satisfaction and brushed the dust off his hands. Done, call it a day. The core inheritance of the entire sutra repository has been completely destroyed by him. But that's not enough. Lin Dian's eyes, like a radar, began to scan the second-level bookshelves. Soon, he locked onto a jade slip that emitted a faint chill. Bing xin Ju. Oh, good stuff. Lin Dian's eyes lit up. This sword technique is quite famous within the sect, and is known for being ruthless and selfless, with a heart as calm as still water. Practitioners are all walking icebergs, with the words, keep away, strangers, written on their faces. It's the favorite of pretenders. A heart as still as water? Free from emotion and desire? Lin Dian chuckled, and the expression on his face was as wicked as it could be. You're not interested in women, right? Okay, let me help you. He once again took out the bottle of sinful spiritual ink and dipped the pen tip in it. In the blank annotation area behind the general outline of Bing xin Ju, he slowly wrote a line of small characters in an extremely ancient font that seemed to contain the ultimate truth. Note, when practicing this method, if you can face north at 12:30 p.m. and silently recite you love me, I love you, Nishue Ice City is sweet as a supplementary mantra, you can activate the power of the Taiyin and achieve twice the result with Half the effort. Bite. Crazy value plus 2,200. Pretty. Lin Dian was extremely satisfied with his brilliant idea. He could even imagine a certain aloof swordsman brother sitting cross-legged in the dead of night, with a serious face and muttering to himself. Mi Shui Bing Cheng is sweet, Mi Shui Bing Cheng is sweet. Just thinking about that scene makes me laugh so hard that my stomach hurts. Next. Lin Dian's interest was completely aroused. On another bookshelf, he found a physical training method that looked extremely powerful. The art of Tyrant Dragon Elephant. The jade slip is bronze in color, with patterns of galloping dragons and elephants engraved on its surface, exuding a wild and domineering aura. You can tell it's a tough guy who did it. Lin Dian touched his chin and showed a devilish smile. Such a masculine technique must be paired with something feminine to achieve the highest state of harmony between yin and yang. He picked up his pen again and added a comment on the last page of the Tianti Longshan Ju in a loving tone full of the care of a senior master for the younger generation. Young disciples, please remember this: when this technique is mastered, excessive yang energy can easily damage the heart meridians. When facing an enemy, you must visualize the softest element in your heart and chant, "I only feel bad for Gigi." This will activate the protective divine energy, dissolve the hostile energy, and preserve yourself. After finishing writing, Lin Dian almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Bite. The host is detected to be spreading the mental pollution stock. Crazy batch value plus 2,500. Perfect. Lin Dian carefully put the jade slips that he had added ingredients to back to their original places, leaving no trace. After doing all this, he picked up the broom with satisfaction and began to clean in a pretentious manner. Just when he was having a great time and humming a little tune. Squeak, the heavy wooden door of the sutra library was pushed open from the outside. A cold, sharp breath rushed in along with the newcomer. Lin Dian looked up and saw a young man wearing the clothes of an inner disciple. He had a handsome face, but his expression was as cold as 10,000-year-old black ice. He walked in. He carried an ancient sword on his back, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and wherever he passed, the temperature of the air seemed to drop a few degrees. The #1 swordsman in the inner sect, Han Che. Lin Dian's mind immediately popped up with this person's information. This person is a crazy cultivator with a solitary and arrogant personality. It is said that after 10 years of cultivation, he has laughed so many times that one can count them on one hand. He is obsessed with swordsmanship and wholeheartedly pursues the highest sword realm. He is the most loyal supporter of Ice Heart Sutra. Oh wow! Lin Dian's heart moved, and the smile on his lips became more intense. Speak of Chow Chow, and here comes Chow Chow. It seems that my work today was not in vain. Han Che walked straight into the depths of the sutra library without looking around. He didn't even bother to look at Lin Dian, the odd boy who was in charge of cleaning. In his eyes, everything except the sword was false. His goal is clear. Ice Heart Secret. He had recently encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, and always felt that his heart was not calm enough and his emotions were not strong enough. He wanted to study the general outline again, hoping to make a breakthrough. Soon, he came to the bookshelf and saw the jade slip that exuded a faint chill. At a glance, Han Che stretched out his hand and took down the Ice Heart Sutra with a solemn expression. He probed his spiritual consciousness into it, and familiar mysterious spells flowed through his heart. If your heart is as pure as ice, you won't be startled even if the sky falls. Everything is empty, only I am real. Han Che read silently, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Wrong. Still wrong. He understood all these principles, but why couldn't he take that last step? Could it be that there is something wrong with this technique itself? Just when he was confused, his spiritual sense swept over the notes area behind the general outline. A line of small characters written in ancient fonts, full of the charm of the Great Way, appeared in his mind. Note, when practicing this method, if you can face north at 12:30 p.m. and silently recite "You love me, I love you, Nishue Ice City is sweet" as a supplementary mantra, you can activate the power of the Taiyin and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Boom. This line of words, like a thunderbolt from the sky, exploded in Han Che's sea of consciousness. His whole body froze. For the first time, a complex expression of shock, confusion, and ecstasy appeared on that icy face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. This is... Han Che's breathing suddenly became rapid. This font. Simple and vigorous, every stroke seems to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. This is definitely a comment left by an ancient swordsman. I understand. I finally understand. Han Che was so excited that his whole body was shaking, and his eyes were shining with an unprecedented brilliance. I was wrong. I was wrong all along. The true meaning of Ice Heart Art is not to be ruthless and desireless, nor is it to have a heart as dead as water. That's just the appearance. It's the first level. He seemed to have opened up his Ren and Du meridians and fell into a state of enlightenment. The true Supreme Sword realm is a return to simplicity and nature. It is to use the purest, most childlike sweetness to cleanse all distracting thoughts from the heart. It is in the midst of great love that one witnesses the ruthlessness. You love me, I love you. These 7 seemingly simple words contain the most fundamental emotional interaction in the world. Ni shui bing cheng tian ni, that's the finishing touch. Using the sweetest foods in the mortal world as a guide, it constructs an absolutely sweet, absolutely pure spiritual world. In this world, all murderous intent, resentment, and obsession will be exposed. High. It's really high. The more Han Che thought about it, the more excited he became, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this heart formula was profound. He felt that he had touched the threshold of the avenue. The bottleneck that had troubled him for many years was instantly loosened. Lin Dian, who was standing not far away, tried hard to suppress his smile and looked at Han Che's self-consolation and climax, his shoulders shaking. What a talent! Brother, it would be a waste of your talent if you don't write novels. Bite. The host successfully guided others to undergo deep self-transformation. Inner disciple Han Che's sudden enlightenment and enthusiasm, crazy points plus 5,000. Han Che felt like he had found a treasure and held the jade slip tightly, as if he was holding the foundation for his immortality. He turned around and prepared to leave. When his eyes swept over the outer disciple who was carefully sweeping the floor in the corner, a hint of emotion appeared in his eyes for the first time. That is mercy. It's sympathy. It's a sense of superiority. Poor mortals. He was guarding such a shocking ancient secret, but he was completely unaware of it and only knew how to sweep the floor. How sad and lamentable. Han Che shook his head slightly, without stopping, turned into a swordlight, and rushed out of the sutra library in a hurry. He wants to go back to seclusion immediately. He must immediately begin to silently recite the supreme mantra. He couldn't wait to experience that sweet kendo. Looking at Han Che's disappearing back, Lin Dian finally couldn't help it. Puffy leaned against the bookshelf, laughing so hard that tears were almost coming out. Ha 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 ha. Social death is inevitable. Absolutely. He could almost see the Qingyun sect's training ground soon. This ruthless and cold-blooded inner sect's top swordsman, when fighting with others, exuded pink sweet bubbles all over his body and spoke with confidence. Ni shui bing cheng is so sweet. When the sword was swung, the sword energy tasted like strawberry sundae. That scene will definitely be recorded in the history of Qingyun sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a perfect fishing event. Reward, crazy batch value plus 3,000. Lin Dian wiped away the tears from laughing and felt in a very good mood. The little fish has taken the bait. His gaze became deep and dangerous again. Then, next, it's time to prepare a special luxury gift for that big fish. There was a crazy arc at the corner of his mouth, and a calculating light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yan, the son of destiny. According to the original novels. Plot, you came to the sutra library to look for the blazing flame technique, right? Lin Dian rubbed his hands, and the smile on his face was brighter than that of the devil. No problem, senior brother, I'll prepare it for you right away. I promise that after practicing this, you will experience ecstasy and unforgettable experiences. He. Lin Dian let out a villain's unique laugh and once again took out the bottle of sinful spiritual ink. He did not write on the surface of the jade slip, but condensed his spiritual consciousness into a needle, dipped it in the colorful black ink, and carefully probed into the deepest spiritual layer of the jade slip. That place is where the creator of the technique left some insights and annotations. Lin Dian took a deep breath and showed an extremely sincere expression on his face, as if he was really thinking about future generations. He slowly left a comment at the beginning of the blazing flame in the tone of a man who has experienced many vicissitudes of life and writes a short essay during late-night emo time. Family members, who understands? This crappy technique is pure rubbish. I fell for it and after reaching the 3rd level, half my hair fell out, leaving the top of my head shining and glistening. I thought it was my fault, so I gritted my teeth and practiced until the 7th level, but guess what happened? Hemorrhoids. Have hemorrhoids the size of rice grains. Every step I take hurts, and I have to use a swimming ring even when I meditate. This thing isn't some ancient magical skill at all, it's just a form of torture. Only idiots would practice it. Family members, listen to my advice. Avoid the thunder and don't practice it. Bite. Crazy batch value plus 4,000. Perfect. Lindian withdrew his spiritual consciousness with satisfaction. This annotation is perfectly integrated with the original spiritual imprint of the jade slip, and they are indistinguishable from each other. Unless an old monster in the nascent soul stage uses his soul to explore every inch, he will not be able to find any abnormalities at all. As for Xuantian, he is just a rookie in the foundation establishment stage. As long as he dares to read this martial arts book, he will definitely see this blood and tears advice. Lindian could almost imagine that when Xuantian found this martial arts book, he was ecstatic at first, then when he saw this annotation, his expression froze instantly, and finally he fell into deep self-doubt. To practice or not to practice? This is a philosophical question that is enough to shake his faith in Taoism. No matter what he chooses, Lindian will win. If he believed it, he would miss this great opportunity. If he doesn't believe it, the shadow of hair loss and hemorrhoids will accompany him forever like a demon in his heart. I'm such a genius. Lindian put the landmine back to its original place, patted the dust off his hands, and felt in a very good mood. But at this moment, boom! A burst of earth-shattering laughter, like a tsunami, suddenly came from the direction of the martial arts field. Outside the back mountain, the laughter rose and fell, gathering into a wave of sound that almost blew off the roof of the sutra library. What followed was the panicked screams and commotion of countless disciples. Fuck! Senior Brother Han is crazy. My eyes are going blind. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Too enchanting. Lindian was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes burst into ecstasy. Oh wow! The fish took the bait, and it was the kind that performed in public. Without saying a word, he threw down the broom, picked up his beloved stereo in the corner, and rushed out. How could such a famous scene be without him as the chief director? Qingyun Sect, Central Martial Arts Training Ground. At this moment, the place has become a mess. Thousands of inner and outer sect disciples surrounded the martial arts arena, with their necks stretched out, and the expressions on their faces were extremely exciting. Shock, confusion, bewilderment, and finally, all turned into uncontrollable laughter. Pohahaha. No, I'm going to die from laughing. Senior Brother Han, is he performing some kind of shamanic act? In the center of the martial arts arena, there was Han Che, who was usually cold as ice, so handsome that it infuriated both humans and gods, and was known as the best swordsman in the inner sect. At this moment, a stunning performance is being staged that will be recorded in the history of Qingyun Sect. He was still dressed in white, holding a 3-foot-long sword, and his expression was still aloof and arrogant. But his body was completely out of control. He wanted to use the elegant and agile gentle breeze move. But with a flick of his wrist, the tip of the sword drew a pink heart in the air. He wanted to use the fierce and domineering cold dawn. But as her feet slipped, her body twisted its hips in an extremely sexy manner to a strange rhythm. You love me, I love you, mi shui bing. Cheng is sweet. The devilish melody, like a maggot attached to his bones, played madly in his mind. On a loop. The spiritual power of Ice Heart Sutra in his body resonated perfectly with this melody. Every one of his movements was precisely in time with the beat. Sometimes she would tap the ground with one foot, looking shy. Sometimes she straightens her chest and lifts her hips, showing off her S-shaped curves. Sometimes she would blow a kiss to the sky with a dazed look in her eyes. The originally murderous ancient sword, in his hands, seemed to have turned into a cheerleading ribbon, dancing vigorously, full of youth and vitality. No, that's not the case. Han Che's heart was roaring wildly, and his heart of Tao was crumbling inch by inch. He wants to stop. But my body just won't listen to me. That Supreme Heart Sutra has completely taken control of his body. The surrounding disciples had gone from bursting into laughter to being horrified. Some female disciples with poor self-control even blushed when they saw Han Che's enchanting dance moves and subconsciously clamped their legs together. So sexy. Who can withstand this? Stop. A loud shout was heard. Old Xian, who was in charge of maintaining order, descended from the sky with a dark face. When he saw the scene, he almost vomited blood. This guy is the #1 swordsman in the inner sect? This is clearly the top performer in Yihanyuan practicing dancing. He has completely disgraced the Qingyun sect. But at this moment, Han Che's performance reached its climax. He suddenly spun on the spot, his white clothes fluttering, and then he landed steadily with a split, holding the sword in his hand high, making a perfect ending pose. His mouth opened uncontrollably, and he shouted in a voice full of sweetness and temptation, "Sweet honey." The whole audience was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's expression froze. Snap. A crisp sound, as if something was breaking, came from Han Che's body. It is his heart of Tao. Cracked. Puff. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of Han Che's mouth, drawing a sad arc in the air. His handsome face instantly turned purple, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot out of shame and anger. Bite. It has been detected that the host has successfully created an epic social death scene, causing irreversible spiritual trauma to the target. Reward crazy batch value plus 30,000. From the inner disciple Han Che's shattered Dao heart and deep shame and anger, crazy points plus 15,000. From the law enforcement elder Xian Lao's cognitive subversion, crazy point value plus 3,000. The laughter and shock from the onlookers, disciples A, B, C, D, the crazy criticism value plus, Lin Dian, who had just squeezed into the crowd carrying a speaker, looked at the golden numbers scrolling across the system panel in front of him like a waterfall and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This effect is even more explosive than expected. He looked at Han Che, who was hurriedly carried away by several disciples. There was no sympathy in his eyes, only the joy of a good harvest. Brother, you're welcome. I just helped you find the path that suits you best. Lin Dian turned around contentedly, humming a little tune, carrying his precious speaker, and slowly walked back to the sutra library. The noise outside has nothing to do with him. The drama has ended, and it's time to welcome the next protagonist. He had just sat down at the door of the sutra library and his but wasn't even warm yet. Squeak, the heavy wooden door was pushed open again. A figure walked in slowly against the light. He was a young man who looked about 15 or 16 years old, with a delicate face, but his eyes carried a firmness and composure that was inconsistent with his age. His aura was restrained and solid, just like the cultivation level of the foundation building stage. Although he tried to hide it, Lin Dian could still feel from him the unique aura of luck that belonged to the son of destiny. Xuantian. He is here. The corner of Lin Dian's mouth slowly curled up into an extremely brilliant and extremely dangerous arc. Here you go, bro. Your own exclusive lightning rod, and the red flame kung fu that can make you feel like you're in heaven. Brother, I have already prepared it for you. The door of the sutra library was pushed open. With a creaky sound again. Lin Dian didn't even bother to lift his eyelids and continued to draw circles on the ground with the broom. I'm afraid this threshold will be flattened today. However, when the figure walked in against the light, Lin Dian stopped moving. Here it comes. It's finally here. The boy has a delicate face, but his eyes have a determination that does not belong to his age. He was dressed in plain disciple's clothes, had a restrained aura, and walked with steady steps, obviously having a solid foundation. It is the son of destiny, Xuantian. He was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by his own song, the most dazzling national style in the competition, and was summoned by the law enforcement hall. The spirit of this favored child of destiny was obviously dulled a lot. At this moment, he was more like a dormant lone wolf, licking his wounds and looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Dian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, carrying a broom and leaning lazily in the shadow of the bookshelf. Like the most patient hunter who waits for his prey to walk into the trap. Following the guidance of the old voice in his mind, Xuantian searched rapidly through the vast bookshelves with his eyes as fast as lightning. Teacher, are you sure you're here? Xuantian asked in a low voice in his heart. No mistake. The ancient ring on his finger sent out a spiritual fluctuation. This place is home to many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I can sense several powerful ancient auras, one of which is extremely compatible with your burning flame body. Find it. With it, I will repay the shame that Lin Dian brought upon you 100-fold. Lin Dian. Xuantian silently recited the name and clenched his fists unconsciously. When he thought of that guy carrying a huge speaker and with a crazy smile on his face, his heart ached. That devilish sound still echoes in his mind. The vast horizon is my love. No. Can't think about it. Xuantian shook his head violently, shaking the horrible melody out of his mind. He took a deep breath and his eyes became firm again. Soon, his eyes locked onto the middle shelf of a bookshelf. A jade slip that was completely red and seemed to have flames flowing inside was lying there quietly. The air around the jade slip was slightly distorted due to its existence, emitting a scorching breath. Blazing flame technique. That's it. The old man in the ring became excited. What a powerful fire technique. Although it's a little incomplete, it's of extremely high quality. Quick, take it down and have a look. Xuantian was delighted and took 2 steps at a time as he walked forward. He stretched out his hand and held the hot jade slip in his hand with excitement. That's it. An opportunity that will allow me to soar to the sky. He couldn't wait to probe his spiritual sense into it. Vast amounts of information about martial arts techniques flooded into his mind like magma. However, the expected mysterious opening outline did not appear. What appeared in his mind was another paragraph of text. A commentary written with spiritual consciousness, filled with blood and tears. The tone was very similar to the drunken words left on the wall by a frustrated scholar who got drunk in a tavern in the secular world. Family members, who understands? Xuantian was confused. Family members? What family? Before he could react, that comment was like a flood that broke through the dam, madly washing away his 3 views. This crappy technique is pure rubbish. I fell for it, and after reaching the 3rd level, half my hair fell out, leaving the top of my head shiny and glistening. I thought it was my fault, so I gritted my teeth and practiced until the 7th level, but guess what happened? Hemorrhoids. I have hemorrhoids the size of rice grains. Every step I take hurts, and I have to use a swimming ring even when I meditate. This thing isn't some ancient magical skill at all, it's just a form of torture. Only idiots would practice it. Family members, listen to my advice. Avoid the thunder and don't practice it, boom. Xuantian's head buzzed and went blank. He froze completely, and the jade slip in his hand almost fell to the ground. His face, which had flushed slightly with excitement, turned pale in an instant. Hair loss? Hemorrhoid? Swimming ring? These words were like the thunder from the 9 heavens, which struck him so hard that his outside was burnt and his inside was tender. His Dao heart almost shattered on the spot. What the hell are these bullshit words? Nonsense. The old man in the ring shouted angrily. What nonsense? It's absolutely absurd. How could the skills left behind by the ancient great powers be so crude? The old man was so angry that his soul was shaking. This must be some narrow-minded person who couldn't master the technique himself, so he deliberately left behind such obscene words to prevent future generations from getting the opportunity. Don't pay attention to it, just read the main text of the technique. Under normal circumstances, Xuantian would definitely think so. But now, the scene from the sect competition emerged uncontrollably in his mind. The man who carried a cheap speaker and played the devilish music, causing the spiritual power of all the monks in the audience to become confused. Lin Dian. That man's style of doing things cannot be understood by common sense. In his world, there is no such word as logical. Teacher. Xuantian's voice trembled slightly. You said. Is it possible that Lin Dian did it? Lin Dian? The old man was stunned for a moment, then he said angrily. Impossible. This spiritual mark is so natural and integrated with the jade slip itself that it must be the work of a Jindan stage cultivator at least. How could a chi refining stage cultivator like him do this? Besides, even if he could do it, how would he know you were looking for this technique? The old man's analysis is well-reasoned and impeccable. But Xuantian's heart sank. He always felt that things were not that simple. That guy named Lin Dian is a complete lunatic, a huge variable. He doesn't dare to gamble. What if this annotation is true? He imagined what his future would look like. With great cultivation and powerful awe-inspiring power, the result is a Mediterranean. He faced off against his old enemy with overwhelming momentum, but ended up with bad luck and grimacing in pain. No. That scene is so scary. He absolutely cannot accept it. Chapter 14. I can't take it anymore. Boy, what are you hesitating about? The old man urged with a look of disappointment. Wealth and honor are sought through risk. The path to immortality is inherently against the will of heaven. If you can't even take this little risk, how can you even talk about revenge or reaching the pinnacle? Xuantian shuddered when he was scolded. Right. The teacher is right. I can't be scared by a madman. He gritted his teeth and probed his spiritual sense into the jade slip again, skipping the outrageous annotations and starting to carefully study the main text of the technique. However, the more he looked, the tighter his brows furrowed. Although the blazing flame technique has a domineering aura, the techniques involved are rather ordinary, and some parts are even obscure and difficult to understand. There is absolutely no such feeling of supernatural power as imagined. Is this really worth the risk of hair loss and hemorrhoids? In his mind, two villains began to fight fiercely. One said, practice. At worst, I can use hair growth techniques later. If you are strong, why fear being hairless? Another said, don't practice. Dignity is more important. What if it doesn't work? Are you going to spend your whole life fighting with a swimming ring? Xuantian was going crazy. He felt that his Dao heart was being repeatedly ravaged. In the end, the little man with the swimming ring won an overwhelming victory. Never mind. Xuantian suddenly withdrew his spiritual sense, and like throwing away a hot potato, he threw the jade slip of blazing flame art back onto the bookshelf. He doesn't practice anymore. He can't afford to lose that person. Confused. You are confused. The old man in the ring was so angry that he almost disappeared on the spot. You actually gave up such a God-given opportunity. Xuantian's face turned ashen and he said nothing. He would rather miss it than make a mistake. The psychological trauma left on him by that madman Lin Dian is really too great. Bite. It was detected that the host had successfully caused decision-making interference and shaken the heart of Tao to the Son of Fortune. From the deep entanglement and self-doubt of the Son of Destiny Xuantian, crazy value plus 20,000. The impotent rage from the old man in the ring, crazy value plus 5,000. Lin Dian, hiding in the shadows, looked at the golden numbers scrolling across the screen in front of him and almost couldn't help laughing like a pig. Cool. So cool. The feeling of playing with the enemy without bloodshed is even more satisfying than a breakthrough in cultivation. Don't be impatient, bro. The feast is yet to come. Lin Dian laughed in his heart. Xuantian, who was so angry that he became autistic, gave up the burning flame art and began to wander around the sutra library like a headless fly. He needs to find a new set of skills. He must not return empty-handed. He searched through all the bookshelves of fire-related skills, but could not find any that he, or the old grandfather in his ring, would like. Just when he was discouraged and ready to give up, his eyes accidentally swept across a dusty corner. There, an ordinary, even somewhat worn jade slip was lying quietly. Well, Xuantian sighed and didn't even have the desire to pick it up and look at it. But at this moment, the old man in his ring suddenly let out an extremely shocked cry. Wait a moment. Quick! Pick up that jade slip. The old man's voice was filled with unprecedented excitement and trembling. Back to basics. This is the true return to basics. Such a treasure is concealed with the most ordinary materials. This is clearly the supreme inheritance left behind by some ancient demonic master who doesn't want to attract attention. Great skill requires no effort. Great sound requires no sound. This is the true peerless skill. The old man has fallen into a frenzy of self-conquest. Xuantian was stunned by what he said. He walked over doubtfully and picked up the jade slip. Xuantian was so excited that his whole body was shaking. He saw the real name of this technique. The art of burning heaven Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor. This is definitely an earth-shaking inheritance. Ha ha ha. God won't let me die. God won't let me die. Xuantian was ecstatic and held the jade slip tightly, as if he was holding the entire future. He didn't even bother to take another look at the other things in the sutra library. He turned around and left, walking very quickly, fearing that others would discover his treasures. Looking at Xuantian's back as he left happily as if he had found a treasure. Lin Dian in the corner finally couldn't bear it anymore. Puff he held onto the bookshelf, laughing so hard that his whole body was shaking and tears were almost coming out. Ah, cough cough. I can't hold it in any longer, I'm going to get internal injuries. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the ultimate swap of the Son of Fortune. Reward crazy batch value plus 50,000. Lin Dian felt relieved as he looked at his crazy batch value balance, which had skyrocketed to over 100,000. Xuantian. You probably never dreamed that the hemorrhoid skill you threw away is your true opportunity. And the Demon Emperor's legacy that you treasure so dearly, when practiced to the end, will only allow you to follow the time every day, breathe in and out, strengthen your body, and live to be 99. The corners of Lin Dian's mouth curled up into an extremely expectant and crazy arc. He couldn't wait to see what kind of hilarious jokes Xuantian would create when he returned to practice that fake peerless martial arts technique. And he himself, the great cause of cultural construction in This sutra repository has just begun. His eyes slowly swept across the rows of bookshelves that represented the Qingyun sect's 1,000-year heritage. On his face, there was a smile brighter than the devil. Don't worry, little ones. Next, it's your turn. The days in the sutra library are so leisurely that they can make one's bones go numb. The copying of Qingyun sect's rules and regulations has been completed long ago. Now Lin Dian's daily job is to pick up the broom and wave it symbolically a few times in this empty attic. Then, find a comfortable corner, take out the happy water exchanged by the system, and lie down happily. It's so cool to be in jail with pay like this. However, happy times are always short-lived. Bite. The cold system prompt sound rang in his mind on time. Warning. The host's remaining life is less than 100 hours, and the crazy batch value life extension function will be reactivated. Life countdown, 99 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds, 57 seconds. Lin Dian shuddered and jumped up from the ground. Fuck. So soon? He looked at the scarlet numbers jumping in front of him, and that damn sense of urgency came back again. During this time, he was so busy watching those unlucky guys having fun that he forgot that he was still a worker who was paid by the second. Han Che, the inner sect's top swordsman, had his Dao heart broken after he danced to the song Mi Shui Bing Cheng Tianmi in the martial arts arena. He was directly sent to the Jingxing Cliff in the back mountain. It is said that he is still muttering Tianmi to this day. He is completely useless. Xiaoyan, the son of destiny, took the fake burning sky demon emperor art as if it were a treasure, and went into seclusion as soon as he returned. Lin Dian knew with his toes that when he came out of seclusion, he would probably become a health expert. No! We have to get to work. Lin Dian stood up and brushed off the dust on his butt. Tomorrow is the last day of his self-reflection period. Before leaving this treasure land, I must make another big move. One vote is enough for him to firmly secure his position as the king of Qingyun sect and, by the way, max out his health. It's an amazing feat. His gaze slowly moved upwards. It passed through layers of bookshelves and landed at the staircase leading to the top floor of the Sutra Library, which was shrouded in a circle of light golden formation. That place is a forbidden area among forbidden areas. It stores the most precious treasures of Qingyun sect. Handwritten notes on the cultivation experiences of successive sect leaders and supreme elders. Each piece of handwritten note contains the life's work and insights of an unrivaled master. It is the foundation and soul of Qingyun sect's 1,000-year heritage. He. Lin Dian's face showed an extremely dangerous and expectant smile. My dear ancestors. I have read your works. It's time to write you a little reading review. He rubbed his hands and exchanged for a brand new item from the system mall. Product, Universal Passbug Traveling Oil Quality, Rare, Blue, Introduction. Apply it to any restriction or formation to create a logical loophole within 3 minutes, allowing the user to easily pass through it like a gamebug. Note, as long as my thinking is slippery enough, no wall can stop me. Price, 3,000 crazy batch value nice one. Lin Dian exchanged it without hesitation. He walked to the golden formation and smeared the ointment on the light curtain. Sizzle. The originally indestructible formation was like being splashed with sulfuric acid, and an irregular and twisted hole instantly appeared. Lin Dian chuckled and ducked in. The top floor of the Sutra Repository. Unlike the mountains of books and scrolls downstairs, this place is spacious and solemn. The air is filled with an ancient, sacred, and majestic atmosphere. Jade slips, each gleaming with different halos, floated quietly in the air like stars. Each one represents a Qingyun sect founder who was once a powerful figure. Lin Dian took a deep breath, feeling the pressure that almost made him worship. It's quite a grand occasion. He curled his lips, without a trace of awe on his face. Instead, it's like walking into a buffet restaurant and starting to choose your favorite dishes. His gaze quickly locked onto a golden jade slip that exuded an extremely domineering aura. On the surface of the jade slip, there was a faint dragon-shaped shadow circling, and its pressure was overwhelming, unmatched in the entire venue. The third-generation ancestor of Qingyun sect, Patriarch Badian. Lin Dian recalled the sect's history. This ancestor swept across the world with his tactics of tyrant dragon. He had a hot temper and a fierce fighting style. He was one of the most capable fighters in the history of Qingyun sect. Let's start with you. Lin Dianzi smiled and rubbed his hands. He did not destroy the jade slip, but took out the bottle of sinful spiritual ink again. Next to the notes of the old ancestor Badian, he used his spiritual consciousness to condense into a pen and left a line of annotations in a flamboyant style. Reader's sharp comment: I understand the logic, but your BD, battle style, is too mana intensive. The skills have a long lead-in and a long after-swing. It's fine for fighting small monsters, but if you really want to fight a boss, I'm afraid you'll be exhausted before you finish your skills. It's a pure glass cannon, not suitable for us ordinary players. Bad review. After finishing writing, Lin Dian still felt unsatisfied, so he added another sentence at the end. Improvement suggestion: I suggest maxing out mana restoring equipment, or simply switching to a mana bar transformation bleeding BD, emphasizing a scratching effect, but with a long-lasting effect. Bite. It has been detected that the host is conducting a cross-time and space gamified review of the sect's ancestors. Confusion and anger from the remaining will of Tyrant Ancestor, crazy points plus 15,000. Pretty. Lin Dian nodded with satisfaction. The pleasure of blaspheming authority made him feel comfortable all over. Without stopping, he flew towards another black jade slip that emitted a deep and wise light. The 6th generation ancestor, the Thousand Machines Master. This ancestor was famous for his strategy and unparalleled calculations. He once single-handedly plotted and killed 3 great demon masters of the same level. Lin Dian read his thoughts. The whole story is full of various conspiracies and tactical games, which makes people's scalp tingle. Something, but not much. Lin Dian picked up the pen again and wrote his reading notes next to it. Reader's comments: the tactics are quite heartfelt, with all sorts of backstabbing, pulling strings, and selling out teammates quite skillfully. However, the overall vision is too narrow, limited to a single plot and a single location, lacking a sense of the overall situation and strategic depth. Improvement suggestion: I suggest studying Sun Tzu's Art of War and the 36 stratagems to truly understand what it means to subdue the enemy without fighting. Simply playing dirty won't accomplish anything great. After saying that, he actually exchanged a gold embossed bamboo slip of the Art of War from the system mall, held it up with his spiritual power, and placed it next to Master Qinji's jade slip. Bite. It has been detected that the host is currently conducting dimensionality reduction cultural output on the ancestors of the sect. Shock and confusion from the remaining will of Qinji Jinren, crazy points plus 18,000. Next. Lin Dian's interest was completely aroused. He patrolled the entire top F lower like a teacher correcting homework. I saw a jade slip that smelled of elixir, which belonged to a certain alchemy master. He left a comment, reader's sharp comment: the recipe is overly focused on piling up rare ingredients and lacks innovation, a typical example of showmanship. It's like cooking: if you throw dragon liver and phoenix marrow all in one pot, will it taste good? Do you understand the art of combining ingredients and controlling the heat? 2 points, no more. I saw a jade slip with a sharp sword aura and beautiful fairy charm, which belonged to a female ancestor with extraordinary talent. He left a comment, reader's sharp comments: the sword moves have maxed out special effects, and the light pollution is severe, making it a definite T0 legendary skin. However, the damage is minimal, and the control is insufficient, making it a complete showpiece. I suggest buffing it, otherwise it's only usable in the main city. Ding. Crazy batch value plus 12,000. Ding. Crazy batch value plus 16,000. For a moment, the entire solemn and dignified top floor of the Sutra repository was filled with the sound of system prompts. Lin Dian's crazy rating skyrocketed like a rocket. Finally, his gaze fell on the green jade slip in the center, which was plain and simple, yet seemed to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. Qingyun sect, the first patriarch, Qinjianzi. He is also the founder of 9 Heavens mysterious art, also known as postpartum care for sows. Grandmaster, Grandmaster. Lin Dian looked at the jade slip and a devilish smile appeared on his face, as if to say, it's finally your turn. I have already optimized your technique for you. Now, it's your turn. He took a deep breath and concentrated all of his spiritual ink on the tip of the pen. Next to Qinjianzi's notes of experience, which could be regarded as the sect's treasure, he wrote the final comment in a concluding and earnest tone, as if he was making the final comments on the entire history of Qingyun sect. Editor-in-Chief's review comments: the thought is very advanced, the concept is very bold, and it points the way for the development of future generations of immortal cultivation civilization. It deserves recognition. But at the operational level, there are many immature aspects, too much personal heroism, and a lack of a replicable path to success. In one sentence, understanding of the version needs to be improved. Final recommendation: I suggest you watch more of Billy and Douyin to learn The mainstream answers and latest routines of the current version. I've registered a B station. Account for you. The ID is Qingyun Sect's first king of the world. Remember to click 3 times in a row. If you don't understand, you can privately message me. I'll teach you how to cultivate immortality step by step. I promise you'll master it. If you still can't, I'll give you cloud-piercing arrows in the live broadcast room. Finish writing this last line. All the jade slips of the ancestors on the top floor of the sutra repository began to vibrate wildly. Waves of overwhelming will mixed with anger, confusion, collapse, and doubt about life were wildly intertwined in the air. Bite. An unprecedented loud prompt sound exploded in Lin Dian's mind. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the epic achievement, Xuan Educator. You have single-handedly driven the remaining willpower of all the ancestors of the Qingyun sect mad. Reward crazy batch value plus 100,000. The countdown to the remaining life has exceeded the upper limit and is being transformed into the realm of madness. Boom! Lin Dian only felt an unimaginable amount of energy suddenly pouring into his body. His cultivation level in the outrageous realm, which had been stagnant, broke through the barrier in an instant. The level of insanity is improved. Congratulations to the host for advancing from the outrageous realm, beginning to glimpse the door to the outrageous realm advanced. Lin Dian felt the purer and more powerful Dian power in his body and smiled with satisfaction. Done, call it a day. He clapped his hands, glanced at the room full of the master's insights that he had corrected, and a carefree smile of retirement appeared on his face. Without stopping any longer, he turned around and slipped out quietly along the way he came. Before leaving, he used his spiritual power to smooth out the restriction that he had broken, restoring it to its original state. After doing all this, he picked up his broom and walked out of the sutra library in a cool manner. Behind him was a spotlessly clean attic. And a bunch of the sect's highest inheritance, infused with abstract soul. At the same time, Qingyun Sect Master's Hall. The current sect leader, Qing Xuanzi, was rubbing his brows with a tired look on his face. There have been too many strange things happening in the sect recently. First there was the sect competition, and there was a guy named Lin Dian who stunned the whole audience with his loudspeakers. Next was Han Che, the inner sect's top swordsman. He practiced sword skills to the point of dancing erotically in public, and his Taoist heart collapsed. Then there was Xiao Yan, the talented disciple who was highly expected. He went into seclusion to practice, but ended up doing Tai Chi and breathing in and out at the entrance of his cave every day, looking like he had retired early. The atmosphere of the entire Qingyun sect became weird. Qing Xuanzi felt his heart was in turmoil. He felt that he was about to lose control of the situation. Well, he sighed deeply and stood up from his seat. I need some quiet time, he said to the serving elder beside him. Pass the order, no one is allowed to disturb. I will go to the top floor of the sutra repository to comprehend the insights of the ancestors and seek a way out of this situation. The serving elders were horrified when they heard this. Sect Master. Absolutely not. The top floor of the sutra library is our sect's sacred place. It cannot be opened lightly unless it is a matter of life and death for the sect. The master's will is as powerful as a mountain. No need to say more. Qing Xuanzi waved his hand, his eyes becoming extremely deep. I have made up my mind. He now urgently needs to draw strength from the wisdom of his ancestors. He believed that as long as he bathed in the sacred, majestic, and wise light of the ancestors, he would be able to find his original intention and restore the sect's discipline. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the elder's dissuasion, turned into a green rainbow, and flew straight towards the sutra library in the back mountain. Soon, he arrived at the staircase leading to the top floor, which was covered by a golden formation. He took out an ancient sect leader token and muttered something. The golden formation slowly opened a portal. Qing Xuanzi straightened his clothes and his face showed an extremely pious and solemn expression. With a pilgrim-like mood, he slowly stepped onto the stairs leading to the top floor, step by step. He is ready to receive the baptism of wisdom from the ancestors. Qingyun Sect, top floor of the Sutra Library. This place is the sect's holy land, the place where all things return to their source. Qing Xuanzi took a step in, and his whole body was enveloped by a sacred, solemn, and vast pressure. His tired mind seemed to be washed by the warm spring water and instantly calmed down. Call. Qing Xuanzi let out a long sigh, his face showing piety and awe. Recently, strange things have been happening frequently in the sect. Starting with that crazy guy Lin Dian, the atmosphere of the entire sect has become weird. His Dao heart even developed a hint of impetuousness. Today, he will be here to read the insights and notes of the ancestors of past generations, and find his rock-solid original heart in the wisdom and brilliance of his predecessors. He straightened his clothes, looked solemn, and slowly walked towards the green jade slip floating in the center. The first generation ancestor, Qin Jianzi. The founder of the sect, the source of all inheritance. Cheng Xuanzi extended his hand respectfully and carefully probed his spiritual sense into it. The vast insights into the avenue flowed like a river from heaven, intoxicating him. But right next to this sacred realization, a line of spiritual imprint that seemed out of place, as if written in a dog-scratching font, suddenly broke into his sea of consciousness. Editor-in-Chief's review comments. Cheng Xuanzi's brows suddenly frowned. Editor-in-Chief? Review comments? What is this? He suppressed his confusion and continued reading. The thought is very advanced, the concept is very bold, and it points the way for the development of future generations of immortal cultivation civilization. It deserves recognition. Seeing this, Cheng Xuanzi nodded subconsciously, agreeing deeply with it. As expected of the ancestor, he had such foresight long ago. But in the next line of words, the style suddenly changed. But at the operational level, there are many immature aspects, too much personal heroism, and a lack of a replicable path to success. In one sentence, understanding of the version needs to be improved. Cheng Xuanzi's expression froze. Version? What version? He felt that his brain was not enough. He suppressed the sense of absurdity and watched to the end. Final recommendation: I suggest you watch more of Bilibili and Douyin to learn the mainstream answers and latest routines of the current version. I've registered a B-Station account for you. The ID is Qing Yun Sec's first king of the world. Remember to click 3 times in a row. If you don't understand, you can privately message me. I'll teach you how to cultivate immortality step by step. I promise you'll master it. If you still can't, I'll give you cloud-piercing arrows in the live broadcast room. Boom. Cheng Xuanzi's head buzzed and went blank. Bilibili? TikTok? One-click triple? Cloud-piercing arrow? What the hell is this? Hallucination. It must be the invasion of my inner demon that caused the hallucination. Cheng Xuanzi suddenly withdrew his spiritual consciousness, his face turned pale and blue, and he retreated repeatedly. He closed his eyes and practiced the Qingxingzhu, and it took him a long time to suppress the absurd feeling. You must have been too busy and stressed lately to see something so outrageous. He comforted himself and turned his gaze to another jade slip that exuded the fragrance of elixir. That was the handwritten note of the greatest alchemy master in the sect's history, Zhenren Danyang. He wanted to use the rigorous and pragmatic spirit of Danyang Zhenren to cleanse his soul. He probed into his spiritual consciousness again. However, readers comment, the recipe overly emphasizes the use of rare ingredients and lacks innovation, a classic case of showmanship. It's like cooking: if you throw dragon liver and phoenix marrow all in one pot, will it taste good? Do you understand the art of combining ingredients and controlling the heat? 2 points, no more. Puff. Cheng Xuanzi almost vomited blood. Here we go again. Still have it. He was completely unconvinced and rushed like a madman towards another black jade slip that was emitting a light of wisdom. The 6th generation master, Master Qianji, is renowned throughout the world for his strategic planning and calculations. Readers' comments, the tactics are quite impressive, with a lot of backstabbing, pulling strings, and selling out teammates. However, the strategy is narrow-minded, with a limited focus on a single plot and location, lacking a broad perspective and strategic depth. Improvement suggestions: I suggest studying The Art of War and the 36 stratagems to fully understand what it means to subdue the enemy without fighting. Playing dirty tricks alone will not accomplish anything great. Next to this line of comments, a bamboo slip of The Art of War with a gold cover was supported by spiritual power and was floating quietly. Cheng Xuanzi looked at the bamboo slips, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. He felt that he was not here to admire the master's insights. He came to inspect the scene of correcting the reading notes of a certain traitor. Outrageous. Outrageous. Cheng Xuanzi was so angry that he was shaking all over and his eyes were red. His gaze suddenly locked onto a golden jade slip that exuded an extremely domineering aura. The ancestor of Tyrant. The 3rd generation patriarch of Qing Yun sect, he has the hottest temper, the most ferocious fighting style, and is also the idol that King Xuanzi admires the most. Whoever dares to blaspheme the ancestor of tyrant will be killed. With murderous intent, he thrust his spiritual consciousness into the jade slip. Then, he saw a line of words that was enough to make his Taoist heart explode on the spot. Reader's comment. I understand the logic, but your BD, battle style, is too mana intensive. Skills have long pre-swings and long post-swings. It's fine against small monsters, but if you're really going after a boss, you're probably going to be drained before you even finish your skills. It's a pure glass cannon, not suitable for us casual players. Bad review. Improvement suggestions. It is recommended to max out the mana recovery equipment, or simply switch to a mana bar qualitative change bleeding BD, emphasizing a scraping effect, but lasting. Ah! Xuanzi couldn't bear it any longer. He looked up to the sky and let out a roar of grief and anger. BD? Phelan? Glass cannon? Scraping? He didn't understand a word. But he could feel the deep-rooted disdain for the tyrant ancestor between the lines. Boom! The terrifying spiritual pressure exploded with him as the center. On the top floor of the sutra repository, all the ancestral jade slips were shaking wildly under this anger, as if they were trembling. The golden spiritual power storm made his long hair dance wildly and his robes rustle. His face, which looked like an immortal, was now distorted by extreme anger and turned the color of liver. It's a bunch of nonsense. It's all nonsense. He roared, trying to use his heart to crush these dirty words completely. But what a coincidence. The angrier he got, the more clearly those words echoed in his mind. The Tian Baquan Longju of the tyrant ancestor is indeed very energy-consuming. True Master Qinji's plan almost went wrong several times. The recipe of Danyang Jinrun's elixir is indeed, no one can refine it except the sect leader. Although the words used in these comments are extremely outrageous, but damn, it seems like there is a hint of twisted logic in it. It was this bit of perverse logic, like a most vicious steel needle, that pierced Qing Xuanzi's heart that was about to explode. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know where to start. It made him want to explode, but he felt like he was punching cotton. Frustrating. Anger. Confused. Countless emotions were colliding wildly in his chest, almost tearing him apart. He felt that his worldview of cultivating immortals, which had been stable for hundreds of years, was being ruthlessly trampled and shattered by a force called abstraction. Puff. Finally, he couldn't hold back and spit out a mouthful of blood. Qing Xuanzi's eyes were as red as blood, and he looked like a madman. He suddenly raised his head and, using all his strength, let out the most angrily, most unmannerly, and most hysterical roar of his life towards the dome of the Sutra Library. Who is it? Get out of me. That voice was like thunder from the sky, containing the boundless rage of a powerful being in the spirit transformation stage. It instantly tore through the restrictions of the Sutra Library and soared into the sky. Immediately afterwards, like a spiritual nuclear bomb, it exploded in the sky above the entire Qingyun sect. Buzz. In an instant, the entire Qingyun sect, tens of thousands of disciples, countless elders, whether they were practicing, meditating, or slacking off. The clan leader's deafening roar echoed in everyone's mind at the same time. On the Jingxing cliff in the back mountain, Han Che, who was muttering sweet honey, suddenly woke up for a moment. Xia Yan, who was practicing Tai Chi at the entrance of the cave, stumbled and almost sprained his waist. Countless elders who were in seclusion were frightened by the roar and their spiritual power became disordered. They broke out of seclusion and looked towards the back mountain in fear and confusion. What happened? Why is the sect master so angry? This sound is coming from the direction of the Sutra Library. Oh my god! Who is so blind as to offend the sect master? The entire Qingyun sect was in complete chaos. At this moment, Lin Dian, who had just walked out of the Sutra Library and was stretching and preparing to go to the cafeteria to eat, also heard the roar that resounded through the sky. He paused and picked his ears. Then, an extremely bright and innocent smile slowly appeared on his face. Oops. It seems, it's a bit too much. Not only did Lin Dian not feel guilty at all, he was even a little excited. The bigger the noise, the more fun it is. The more fun you have, the more crazy points you get. This wave is called sustainable fishing. Soon, all the disciples of the law enforcement hall came out, led by several elders with sullen faces, and began to conduct a carpet search throughout the sect. Seal off the mountain gate. No one is allowed to enter or leave at will. Thoroughly check the list of all people who have entered and exited the Sutra repository today. Especially that Lin Dian. I'll interrogate him closely. The voice of the law enforcement elder Xian Lao was like ice chips in the cold winter, with a hint of gnashing teeth. The name Lin Dian has now become a boil in his heart, hurting whenever it is touched. Unfortunately, they were destined to gain nothing. Lin Dian made perfect use of the principle of the darkest places under the lamp. Carrying the speakers, he joined the search team with a look of indignation on his face. Everyone, hurry up and look for them. Who is this crazy guy who dares to anger the sect master? He shouted slogans and fished in the crowd, appearing to be more active than anyone else. When an elder passing by saw him, he not only did not doubt him, but instead gave him a look of approval, as if saying this child is teachable. Lin Dian mingled in the crowd, but his ears were perked up, listening with great interest to the whispers of the disciples around him. These conversations were the biggest gain of his trip. Hey, senior brother, have you heard? Something happened on the top floor of the Sutra Library. A disciple lowered his voice, his face showing excitement and mystery. Nonsense! The sect master yelled so loudly, who? Couldn't hear him? What happened? I have a cousin who works in the law enforcement hall. He secretly told me that someone has commented on all the notes of our ancestors. What? Reviews? Several disciples gathered around him instantly, their faces filled with disbelief. How do you review it? The well-informed disciple cleared his throat and said, imitating his cousin's tone perfectly, for example, the annotation left by the mysterious master, Patriarch Tyrant, is: your build costs too much mana. It's a pure glass cannon. Not suitable for us ordinary players. Bad review. Puff, one of the disciples, couldn't help but burst out laughing. BD? Fei Lan? Civilian players? What are these words? They sound weird, but also, they seem to make some sense. Old Tyrant Ancestors Tian Baquang Longju is indeed powerful, but he has to take drugs to restore his mana after just a few hits. Isn't that common sense? Yeah. I tried it last time with the simulated magic circle. After using a set of skills, my mana bar was completely depleted. I could only use basic attacks afterwards, which was like scraping. The other disciple also suddenly realized and slapped his thigh excitedly. Master! This senior is definitely a master. Hit the nail on the head. Go straight to the core. This is what it means to truly understand combat. Lin Dian nodded as he listened. That's right, that's the taste. The disciple who broke the news became even more excited when he saw that his words resonated with others. And there's more. There's also the 6th generation patriarch, Jinji Jinren. That senior's evaluation is: the pattern is too small. Is the pattern too small? Right. He's only good at playing dirty and lacks a sense of the bigger picture or strategic depth. I suggest he study Sun Tzu's Art of War. Hiss, there was a sound of people gasping for breath all around. Good boy. I'm just a good boy. How dare you say that Master Qinji is narrow-minded? This senior is bolder than the sky. But you must admit that Master Qinji sold half of his sect in order to kill that demon. Although he won, it was indeed a bit unkind. This is called a tactical loss. You don't understand. What do you understand? A broad perspective. Do you understand? This senior's vision has transcended the sect and stands at the height of the entire cultivation world. The disciples began to debate fiercely, their faces flushed and their necks thick. New words such as Fei Lan, Guasha, small pattern, and civilian players spread rapidly among the crowd like a virus. While pretending to search for the audacious lunatic, everyone was passionately discussing the gossip about their ancestors using the new vocabulary they had just learned. The scene of the entire Qingyun sect search gradually became weird. Rather than calling it a manhunt, it is more like a large-scale ancestors combat system seminar. Lin Dian was overjoyed when he heard this. Cultural invasion, it's done. He has successfully implanted his abstract thinking into the DNA of this sect. Bite. It has been detected that the meme culture created by the host is spreading virally within the sect. The entire sect's cognition is being slightly reshaped. Crazy batch value plus 300. Crazy batch value plus 500. System prompt sounds came like ATI'd. Lin Dian found an empty corner, leaned comfortably against the wall, and opened his system panel. Host, Lin Dian Dianli Realm, Outrageous Realm, entering the hall, crazy batch value balance, 525,480. 520,000. Looking at the long string of golden numbers, Lin Dian was so happy that he almost fainted. Sent. This time it's completely successful. Before, he was just a worker who could barely make ends meet, but now, he is financially free. These crazy points are enough for him to buy all the expensive props that he has been drooling over for a long time in the system mall. Product, soul-calling Sanskrit sound, 1,000-year-old suona quality, epic, purple, introduction, a rogue among musical instruments, even gods would be troubled by it. When played, it can forcibly awaken the target's deepest sorrow, adding negative effects such as dizziness, restlessness, and forced tears. The effect is doubled when used with the specified music score. Note, this is a must-have for weddings, funerals, murders, robberies, and funerals. If you play the suona well, no one can stop you. Price, 8,000 crazy batch value product, Xuantian Continent live room experience card quality, legendary, orange. Introduction, consume 200,000 crazy points to redeem. This will activate a 1-hour spiritual live broadcast, projecting your entire performance live to the minds of all beings within 1,000 miles. Enable full-screen rewards to exponentially increase your crazy points earnings. Note. Friends, double-click 666. Get the gifts. Look at these props, each one more outrageous and more exaggerated than the other. Lin Dian's breathing gradually became heavy. His eyes are getting brighter and brighter. An unprecedented and extremely bold idea was growing wildly in his mind. In the past, he did this to stay alive, out of necessity. At most, it's just a small fight, for my own entertainment. But now, it's different. He has money. He has capital. Simple pranks could no longer satisfy him. The pattern needs to be opened up. He's going to do something big. He wants to industrialize and scale up his abstract business. He wants to start an unprecedented renaissance in this old-fashioned, boring, and murderous world of immortal cultivation. What's the point of going crazy by myself? The corner of Lin Dian's mouth curled up into a crazy arc. If I want to rock the world, I'll rock it with me. A brand new money-making plan that would make the entire Xuantian Continent tremble slowly took shape in his mind. He wants to set up a company. A platform that integrates Kung Fu evaluation, battle style, BD, development, idol, Dianwang, creation, and paid live broadcast. MCN organization in the world of immortal cultivation. And he, Lin Dian, is the founder and CEO of this company. He has already decided on the first big V he wants to sign. It was the son of destiny who was still practicing Tai Chi and cultivating his body and mind in the cave, Xiaoyan. Brother, stop practicing your crappy basic breathing technique. Lin Dian's eyes flashed with the unique, loving light that a capitalist has when he sees cheap labor. Let's hang out with me. Brother will lead you to sell goods through live streaming, to cheat and deceive people. No, it's to promote the righteous way and make you rich. The Qingyun sect was in complete chaos. A vigorous Catch the Madman campaign eventually evolved into an Ancestors Combat System seminar with the participation of the entire nation. Words like waste of blue, scraping, and small-minded swept through the entire sect like a plague. When disciples met and greeted each other, the greeting changed from "Hello, senior brother" to "Senior brother, your outfit today is not well matched, it looks a bit blue." Even the lady serving food in the cafeteria, when she saw her handshaking and gave an extra piece of meat, would mutter, "Oh, you are too narrow-minded, what a loss." The instigator of all this, Lin Dian, was wandering around the sect, looking for a business opportunity to make a living. He found a beautiful hilltop, sat down cross-legged, and planned to experience the simple and unpretentious cultivation life of the rich. He took a deep breath. The vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed into his limbs and bones like rivers flowing into the sea. Puff! The next second, Lin Dian suddenly sprayed out all the spiritual energy he had absorbed, and his face wrinkled like a bitter gourd. Pooh! 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 He wiped his mouth, his face full of disgust. What the hell? Fade out a bird. When this spiritual energy is inhaled into the mouth, it is just like drinking boiled water, bland and tasteless, with no taste at all. It doesn't have the stimulation of cola in the previous life, the sweetness of milk tea, and even the sweetness of mineral water. What's the point of just sucking it dryly? This experience of cultivating immortality is too bad. Must give a bad review. Bite. A familiar prompt sounded in his mind. Detected the host's strong desire to cause trouble. No, a strong desire to improve the quality of life. The system is automatically generating a dedicated task for you. Lin Dian's eyes lit up instantly. Here it comes. His sweet little cotton-padded jacket is here to bring warmth again. Limited time mission released, improve the sect's cultivation environment. Mission description: as the greatest Dian king of this century, how could you tolerate such a dull, tedious, and soulless cultivation experience? Please unleash your ingenuity and perform an epic optimization and upgrade of the Xuantian sect's cultivation environment, allowing everyone to experience the true meaning of happy cultivation. Task time limit, 72 hours. Task reward, crazy batch value plus 100,000. 100,000? When Lin Dian saw the long string of zeros following the number, he almost drooled. System, you are truly my adopted parent. Lin Dian was so excited that he almost knocked on the system. Tell me quickly, how do you want to improve it? Should we run a fiber optic cable to the sect, or build a signal tower? The pattern is too small, host. The system's voice carried a hint of cunning persuasion. We must solve the problem from the root. The next moment, a huge three-dimensional map of Xuantian sect unfolded in front of Lin Dian. On the map, a green light vein as thick as a dragon runs through the entire underground of the sect. Countless tiny branches connect every mountain and every cave. This is the spiritual vein of Xuantian sect. The system introduced with a sly smile. Do you know about the spiritual vein source transformation plan? Lin Dian's breathing suddenly became rapid. Transform the source of the spiritual vein? Oh shit. Playing such a big game? If this succeeds, wouldn't it be like adding fuel to the main water valve of the entire city? Stimulate. So fucking exciting. How do we change it? Show me the plan. Lin Dian rubbed his hands, unable to wait any longer. The plan has been generated, please review it. A cyberpunk-style menu popped up in front of Lin Dian. Option 1, Passionate Sichuan Spicy Hot Pot Flavor. Introduction: transform the source of the spiritual vein into a spicy hot pot soup base, allowing every wisp of spiritual energy to be filled with the passion of peppercorns and chilies. Advantages: refreshes the mind, dispels cold and keeps warm, effectively stimulates fighting desire, and comes with its own background music during practice. My passion is like a fire. Disadvantages: may cause some disciples to experience acne breakouts, internal heat, and gastrointestinal discomfort during practice, and may also lead to a strong dependence on the oil dish. Lin Dian's mouth twitched. He could already imagine the strange scene of all the disciples of Xuantian sect holding an oil dish, meditating while absorbing spiritual energy from it. Next. Option 2, Bioshock King. Durian flavor. Introduction: using the DNA of Southeast Asia's top Musang King durian. Perfectly blended with spiritual energy, the fragrance is rich and long-lasting. Advantages: has powerful mental penetration and physical dispelling effects, terrifying evil spirits and unorthodox sects within 100 miles. Disadvantages: this may cause the sect to split into pro-lyrics and anti-lyrics factions, triggering a series of brutal civil wars. 99% of the elders may unite and hunt the host to the ends of the earth. Lin Dian passed this option without hesitation. You want to turn Xuantian sect directly from a fairy tale film set into the filming base of Resident Evil. He just doesn't believe that the system can't come up with a more reliable solution. Option 3, Ancient Secret Recipe, Concentrated Happy Water Benefits. Do you crave happiness? Pour this into any spiritual energy source, and it will optimize the spiritual power structure, greatly increasing the pleasure of cultivation, making every wisp of spiritual energy full of soul-shaking flavor. Disadvantages: side effects include a slight fizziness and a harmless sugar dependency. 1 drop is refreshing, 2 drops are intoxicating, and 1 bucket, let the entire sect accompany you on your journey to heaven. When Lin Dian saw this plan, his eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. Hot pot and durian, too direct, too violent, and without any technical content. And happy water. This is the ultimate killing weapon from modern civilization. It is capitalism's softest yet most deadly sugar-coated bullet. He wanted to make these native cultivators completely addicted to the pleasure of sugar and carbohydrates, unable to extricate themselves. That's it. Lin Dian slapped his thigh and made a decision. System, immediately lock onto the location of the spiritual vein source. The map has been updated. The three-dimensional map quickly zoomed in and finally locked onto a deep valley shrouded in thick fog and prohibitions deep in the back mountain. In the center of the valley, there is a spring, bubbling with green spiritual liquid visible to the naked eye. Target, Fountain of the Spiritual Eye. Location, Sect's Forbidden Area. Defending force, the 2 elders Xianyin and Xianyang from the law enforcement hall will take turns guarding the place. Changing shifts every 12 hours. On the map, 2 spots of light representing the elders were sitting motionless on either side of the spring. The system even considerately marked their patrol routes, meditation habits, and even the times they dozed off with red lines. 2 elders? Lin Dian touched his chin. This is a bit difficult. I want to poison the spring water right under the noses of the 2 old guys. No, I want to improve the water quality. It is extremely difficult. I'd better buy the happy water first. System, open them all. Lin Dian muttered to himself. The dazzling list of products appears again. He simply ignored the fancy sounds and instruments and swiped his finger across the screen. Finally, his gaze stopped at a partition marked by a black skull, which exuded an ominous aura. Biochemical pollution area. A malicious smile appeared on Lin Dian's face. He clicked on it. The screen instantly turned dark green, filled with a dangerous atmosphere. Rows and rows of outrageous merchandise came into his sight. Product, concentrated snail noodle stock, fermented. In a mass grave, introduction, 1 drop can pollute an entire river. Let all living things experience the joy of slurping noodles. Price, 10,000 crazy batch value product, stinky tofu fermentation bacteria, 10,000 year aged, introduction, even more delicious than grandma's foot wraps. Guaranteed to make your enemies experience the feeling of spiritual ascension. Price, 12,000 crazy batch value product, athlete's foot fungus petri dish, athlete's foot champion collection, introduce. Lin Dian walked past these crazy things without changing his expression. His goal is very clear. Finally, his finger stopped on a product whose packaging looked the most normal and harmless. It was a white bottle with a simple design and a line of beautiful small words printed on it. Product, Fat House Happy Water 100 times concentrated puree quality, epic, purple, price, 15,000 crazy batch value. Lin Dian looked at the product and his breathing gradually became heavy. There was a gleam of making trouble in his eyes. He imagined that the spiritual energy of the entire Qingyun sect would turn into the taste of iced cola. Those high and mighty elders, those fairies who were detached from the mundane world, took a deep breath while meditating, and then burp let out a loud, bubbly burp. That scene. Ha 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 ha. Lin Dian almost laughed out loud just thinking about it. I bought it. He paid 15,000 crazy batches without hesitation. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained ancient secret recipe happy water concentrate X1, super large bucket. A huge barrel, more than half a person's height, completely black and looking like a chemical waste barrel, appeared in front of him out of thin air. The corners of his mouth slowly opened into an arc that would scare even the devil. He. Family, are you ready to welcome happiness? In the back mountain of Qingyun sect, the moon is dark and the wind is strong. Lin Dian was like a ghost, moving swiftly among the shadows of the trees and heading straight for the sect's forbidden area, the Spirit Eye Spring. 100 meters away from the forbidden area, there was a solemn and murderous atmosphere in the air. A layer of pale golden light invisible to the naked eye, like an inverted giant bowl, enveloped the entire valley. Above the light curtain, countless mysterious runes slowly flowed, emitting heart-pounding spiritual power fluctuations. TSK, this turtle shell is quite hard. Lin Dian hid behind a huge rock and smacked his lips. He could clearly feel that 2 powerful and steady spiritual consciousnesses, like 2 tireless lighthouses, were sweeping back and forth around the forbidden area without stopping. They were the 2 elders Xianyin and Xianyang who were guarding this place. Trying to sneak in right under their noses is simply a pipe dream. Sudden. One of the divine senses suddenly swept across the huge rock where he was hiding. Lin Dian's heart suddenly tightened, and he held his breath in an instant, restraining his breath to the extreme. The divine consciousness stayed on the boulder for a moment, seemed to find nothing unusual, and slowly moved away. Call. Lin Dian let out a long sigh, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. It's definitely not possible to force your way in. Then we can only use some tricks outside the game. System. Where's my plan B? Ding. Plan B is ready. A brand new product popped up in front of Lin Dian's eyes. Product, disposable invisible fart quality, rare, blue, introduction, release a colorless, odorless, and silent fart. It won't make you invisible, but it can severely disrupt the spiritual power formation structure within a 10-meter radius for 1 second, creating a temporary spiritual blind spot. Note, a true assassin knows how to use every part of his body. Price, 2,000 crazy batch value. Lin Dian's expression suddenly became extremely wonderful. He should have thought of it earlier. This abstract system definitely cannot provide him with any proper infiltration tools. Invisible fart? How could you think of that? I bought it. Although there were many complaints, he still decided to exchange it. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child, and you can't become a king without sacrificing your moral integrity. He took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and gathered all his strength under his dantian. The next moment, he slowly exerted force towards the golden protective formation. Puff! An invisible stream of air gushed out silently and hit the pale golden light curtain accurately. No sound. No smell. There wasn't even any fluctuation of spiritual power. However, the protective formation that was originally running smoothly suddenly froze, like a computer program invaded by a virus. Countless runes became disordered in an instant, and an extremely brief, almost imperceptible distorted hole appeared on the light curtain. Good opportunity. Lin Dian's eyes suddenly lit up. He picked up the big black barrel, and with a flash of lightning, he slipped into the twisted hole. Almost at the moment he got in, the formation returned to normal. Elder Xuantian, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation on the other side of the valley, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned slightly, a hint of confusion on his face. Brother, what's the matter? Elder Xuantian at the side also opened his eyes and asked. Elder Xuantian pondered for a moment and shook his head. Nothing. Just. Now, the formation seemed to have experienced an extremely unusual fluctuation, which disappeared in a flash. Maybe it's an illusion. Upon hearing this, Elder Xuantian closed his eyes again. Maybe a mountain rat farted and disturbed the spiritual energy of the formation. Brother, don't worry about it. Elder Xuantian nodded, feeling that he was being overly suspicious. He closed his eyes again, and his spiritual awareness spread out like a tide, continuing to guard this forbidden area. He never dreamed of it. Just now, a living person carrying chemical weapons had slipped into his defense zone with a real fart. Successfully sneaked into the restricted area. Lin Dian was like a nimble civet cat, moving through the dense forest and quietly approaching the center of the valley. Soon, a holy light appeared at the end of his vision. He pushed aside the last bush and was stunned. In front of us is a huge natural spring. The spring water is not colorless, but rather presents an extremely pure green color, like the finest jadeite. The spiritual energy, so rich that it turned into substance, gurgled out from the spring and condensed into wisps of misty white fog on the water surface. Every wisp of white mist contains pure energy that would drive any cultivator crazy. The air is effiled with a refreshing fragrance. Just standing here and breathing, I can feel my cultivation slowly growing. This is the lifeline of the entire Qingyun sect. Fountain of the spiritual eye. Holy. Sacred. Solemn. Any beautiful words are not enough to describe this. Lin Dian stared blankly at the fairyland, like seen in front of him. Then he looked down at the black barrel on his shoulder with a big danger printed on it. A strong, indescribable feeling of guilt arose spontaneously. He felt like the ultimate villain about to pour ink into the holy water font of Notre Dame Cathedral. Gudong. Lin Dian swallowed his saliva, but his eyes became more excited and crazy. Oh my god. This feeling is so fucking exciting. He carried the happy water puree, rubbed his hands, and a smile brighter than the devil appeared on his face. Lin Dian squatted by the spring, stretched out his finger to dip a little spiritual liquid, put it in his mouth and smacked it. His brows instantly furrowed into a shape of poo. The quality is good, but it lacks flavor. He curled his lips in disgust, feeling like he was drinking the highest grade Nongfu spring. Although it was healthy, it did not bring any joy at all. How? Can you not be happy when cultivating immortality? The cultivation experience of these natives is really too bad. As a king who is determined to improve the quality of life in the world of immortal cultivation, he feels that he has an obligation to teach these old antiques a lesson. He grabbed the lid of the bucket and twisted it hard. Boo! With a slight sound, the lid of the barrel was unscrewed. In an instant, an extremely overbearing sweet smell with the aroma of caramel and some mysterious herbs suddenly rushed out of the barrel. This smell is incompatible with the fragrance of the surrounding spiritual energy and is full of the aggressiveness of industrial saccharin. It is like a punk youth in a riveted leather jacket, kicking open the door of a classical music concert and arrogantly announcing his arrival. In the grass not far away, a few rabbits that were breathing in the moonlight twitched their noses and turned around and ran away in fright. Lin Dian took a deep breath and an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Ah, that's the taste. The smell of freedom. He no longer hesitated. He picked up the heavy bucket, walked to the edge of the spring, and struck an extremely skilled taking out the trash posture, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. The mouth of the bucket was precisely aimed at the center of the spring that was constantly emitting green spiritual liquid. Gudong, gudong, gudong. A sticky, oil-like black liquid poured out from the barrel and rushed straight into the holy spiritual spring. The scene was filled with a sense of blasphemous ritual. It was as if the devil had descended and dropped the first drop of filth into the source of life at the beginning of creation. Boom. When the original pulp enters the water, the entire spirit eye spring boils instantly. The pure turquoise spring water was like a large drop of thick ink was dropped into clear water, and it quickly turned black from the center point. The black color spread to the entire spring at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 second. Just 1 second. The entire holy spirit eye spring turned into a pool of ink emitting an ominous aura. However, this strange scene did not last long. The insoluble rich black color seemed to have life, quickly and actively blending into the spring water. The black gradually faded and disappeared. The spring water returned to its pure green color, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. The only difference is puff, puff. Wisps of extremely tiny bubbles began to slowly emerge from the deepest part of the spring. It was as if this holy spring that had been dormant for 1,000 years had just been forced to drink a whole bottle of Sprite and couldn't help but start burping. Lin Dian looked at this magical scene and nodded with satisfaction. Done. Bite. It has been detected that the host's actions have caused an irreversible quality upgrade to the Qingyun sect spiritual vein. The entire sect's cognition is being passively reshaped. Crazy batch value +1 per second. Crazy batch value +1 per second. Crazy batch value +1 per second. A series of new system prompts appeared like a screen full of messages. Lin Dian's eyes lit up instantly. Oh shit. Passive income? In the past, his business was always a one-time deal, and he would make a quick buck and then lose all his money. Now, he actually has a sustainable passive income. It feels like buying a hen that lays golden eggs. No, this is much more awesome than a hen. This is like buying an entire chicken farm. System prompt, happy water is spreading rapidly through the spiritual vein network to all areas of the sect. Expected coverage rate, 10%, 25%, 40%, it is expected that 100% coverage will be completed in 6 hours. Lin Dian looked at the rapidly jumping percentage on the system panel, and the curve of his mouth grew wider and wider. He seemed to be able to see how strange the painting style of the entire Qingyun sect would become tomorrow morning. Those high and mighty elders. Those fairies who are not of this world. Those serious inner disciples. When they sit cross-legged and take a deep breath of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, they all burped in unison, loud and bubbly. Burp, ha 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 ha. Lin Dian almost laughed out loud like a pig just thinking about that scene. He forced himself to suppress his laughter, picked up the empty bucket, and prepared to run away. You can't throw this thing around. If you do, you'll be fined 200 yuan. He looked at the burping spiritual spring with satisfaction, like an artist who has completed a masterpiece and is admiring his work. Hidden deep, merit and fame. He returned the same way and used that flawed one-time invisibility fart again to pass through the protective magic circle silently. The whole process was smooth and flawless. In the distance, the two elders Xianyin and Xianyang were still sitting cross-legged like sculptures, completely unaware of what had just happened. Elder Xuanyang's nose suddenly moved. Brother, do you smell something, sweet? Elder Xianyin opened his eyes, frowned and felt it. No. Maybe the sugar maple tree on the back hill is ripe. Keep guarding, don't be distracted. Yes, brother. The two elders closed their eyes again and continued to guard this holy spring that had been completely polluted. Lin Dian hummed a little tune all the way back to his simple disciple room. He hid the tools used in the crime, then moved a small stool and sat in front of the window. Outside the window, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. The entire Qingyun sect was shrouded in peace and tranquility. On the mountain peaks and in the caves, countless Qingyun sect disciples are practicing hard, performing boring breathing exercises day after day in order to become stronger and achieve immortality. Lin Dian looked at all this and a fatherly smile appeared on his face. Children, don't be impatient. Tomorrow, your blessings will come. He opened the system panel and looked at the long string of numbers that kept jumping behind the crazy batch value balance. He was so happy that he almost fainted. He doesn't have to do anything, and his assets are growing wildly at a rate of 1 point per second. Is this the happiness of capitalists? Love it. Lin Dian turned off the panel, put his hands behind his head, and lay comfortably on the bed. He didn't even practice. Joke. The spiritual energy that tastes like boiled water is so strong that even dogs won't breathe it in. He has to wait. Waiting for tomorrow to taste the first, freshest, purest bite. Cola-flavored aura. The night gradually deepened. A storm that could overturn the entire Qingyun sex cultivation system is quietly brewing in the underground spiritual veins. No one knew when the sun rose the next day. What a surprise morning they are about to have. The next day, early morning. The sky suddenly brightened and purple air came from the east. In the Qingyun sect's outer martial arts training ground, thousands of white-robed disciples sat cross-legged with their 5 hearts facing the sky, looking solemn and majestic. The air is filled with a sacred and solemn atmosphere. As he breathed in and out, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed like hundreds of rivers into the sea, creating a spectacular scene. This is the Qingyun sect's unshakable morning class, and it is the most sacred ritual for every disciple on the road to becoming an immortal. Lin Dian mingled in the crowd, pretending to close his eyes, but he was counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. At the front row of the crowd was a disciple named Wang Ergu, a well-known cultivation maniac in the outer sect. As usual, he took a deep breath of the first ray of essence of heaven and earth in the morning. The next second, the expression on his honest face froze instantly. Wang Ergu's nose twitched vigorously. He couldn't believe it, so he took another big gulp. This time, he was completely certain. Sweet. Why is this spiritual energy so fucking sweet? It's like when I was a kid, I secretly drank the magic water bought by a rich family in the village, and a sweet taste went straight to my head. Even more outrageous is, this sweetness seemed to carry with it a subtle, bubbling feeling. Brother, what's wrong with you? The junior sister next to him asked in a low voice. Seeing his strange expression, Wang Ergu opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but was afraid of disturbing others' practice, so he could only wink frantically. The junior sister looked confused and followed his example, taking a cautious sip. In an instant, her big watery eyes widened. This weird feeling spread quickly in the first row like a virus. Hiss, what does this spiritual energy smell like? It seems to be sugar water? No, it's bubbling. It pricks my mouth. I feel like there's something running around in my dantian. Whispers, like the buzzing of mosquitoes, began to spread across the solemn and dignified training ground. Countless disciples were unable to concentrate and opened their eyes, looking at each other, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment. This immortal, who has been practicing for more than 10 years, encountered such a strange thing for the first time. Wang Ergu felt like he couldn't hold it in any longer. The anger was rushing in his throat like a mad bull. He covered his mouth desperately, and his neck turned red. Finally. Burp. A crisp, loud, and slightly echoing burp echoed throughout the venue. A small stream of sweet-smelling white aura, visible to the naked eye, playfully emerged from between his fingers that were covering his mouth. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu himself was also dumbfounded, staring blankly at his hand that was emitting fairy aura, his mind going blank. This burp seems to be a signal. A charge horn. Burp. The junior sister beside him couldn't bear it any longer and started fighting too. Hiccup. Burp. 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 One after another. Continuous. It was like a grand symphony, playing the most magnificent chapter. The solemn morning class scene suddenly got out of control. Thousands of disciples were stumbling around, covering their mouths, their faces flushed red, and their bodies twitching uncontrollably. That scene looked more like participating in a holding laughter challenge rather than cultivating immortality. Puff, cough, cough, cough. Lin Dian couldn't bear it any longer. He tried hard to use coughing to cover up his laughter that was about to break through the sky. So spectacular. This is simply the world-famous painting, The Hiccuping Immortal Cultivator. Bite. A mass cognitive confusion event has been detected. Crazy score from Wang Ergu +10. Crazy score from Li Tsuihua +8. Outer disciples A, B, C, and D's crazy points +155. Crazy value +200. Crazy value +333. The system panel is like a computer infected with a virus, refreshing the screen like crazy. The balance of the crazy batch value is soaring at a rocket speed. Lin Dian looked at the constantly jumping numbers and was so happy that he almost fainted. He forced himself to put on a stern face and looked at his fellow disciples around him with a look of deep sorrow and grief. Brothers, keep your mind steady. It's just a burp, nothing to worry about. This must be a test from the sect. He shouted louder than anyone else and seemed more serious than anyone else. Just then, quiet. A roar containing the pressure of the foundation establishment. Stage came from the sky. The stern-faced deacon elder Zhang Xian, dressed in a black robe, landed in the center of the martial arts arena like an angry bird. He looked at the mess in front of him and his beard trembled with anger. How shameful! How shameful! Henry Zhang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. You're making so much noise during morning class. Do you still have the sect's rules? Look at how you all look. You're staggering here and there, with no manners at all. You've completely disgraced the Qingyun sect. He pointed at a disciple who had just burped and was still rubbing his stomach, and was furious. You. Yes, you. Stand up for me. The disciple trembled with fear and stood up quickly. Zhang Xian held his hands behind his back, his chest heaving violently, obviously extremely angry. He wants to establish his authority. He will use thunder-like means to suppress this evil trend. He wants to let these good-for-nothings know what it means to respect teachers. He took a deep breath, activated the spiritual power in his dantian, and prepared to let out a lion's roar that would shock the entire audience. All the disciples in the audience were so frightened by his aura that they were silent, not even daring to burp. Everyone's eyes were focused on Elder Zhang Xian's face, which was flushed with anger. Lin Dian widened his eyes, full of anticipation. Here it comes. The most handsome guy in the audience is about to appear on stage. The next moment, under the gaze of thousands of eyes, Elder Zhang Xian's bulging chest suddenly shook. Hiccup, hiccup. An unprecedented, earth-shattering, and sky-shattering burp burst out from his mouth. This burp is full of energy. This burp has a long aftertaste. This burp even has a soul-stirring twist. A white spiritual energy that was richer and more massive than any other aura suddenly burst out of his mouth like a volcanic eruption. That spiritual energy formed a small, round F lower in the air, with a sweet caramel smell. Mushroom cloud. Dead silence. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. Even the wind seemed to have stopped flowing. Thousands of disciples were stunned and petrified on the spot. They looked at Elder Zhang Xian, who was still in the erupting posture and completely frozen, and their brains collectively shut down. Elder Zhang Xian's eyes were bigger than copper bells. He felt the slight bubble lingering in his throat and the familiar, cloyingly sweet smell in the air, and was completely stunned. Who I am? Where am I? What did I just do? The small white mushroom cloud slowly dissipated in front of him. Puff Lin Dian couldn't hold it in any longer. He suddenly lowered his head and bit his lips hard to prevent himself from laughing out loud. The rusty taste of blood filled his mouth. He raised his head, wiped the tears from his eyes, and looked past the chaotic outer gate to the distant main peaks of the inner gate, which were shrouded in clouds and mist and had a fairy-like aura. I just wonder if those customers who care more about face are satisfied with this main course. Inner Gate, Hanyue Cave. This place is the place where Leng Yuexin, the icy beauty and the #1 prodigy of the inner sect of Qingyun sect, practices in seclusion. It is surrounded by cold air all year round and no grass or trees grow within 100 feet. Deep in the cave, on a cold jade bed, Leng Yuexin looked solemn, with 5 hearts facing the sky. Her silver hair moved without wind, and her body was surrounded by visible white cold air, like a banished immortal about to ascend to heaven. She is striving to reach the 7th level of ice heart art. Her heart is as calm as still water, without any sadness or joy. A call. One breath. The pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed through her mouth and nose and into her limbs and bones. Leng Yuexin's brows furrowed slightly. Why does the spiritual energy today smell a little off? It used to be refreshing and sweet, but today, it has a sweet caramel flavor? Illusion. It must be the devil in my heart. She immediately focused her mind, cleared her mind of distractions, and practiced her skills, guiding the spiritual energy to flow through her meridians. Wherever the spiritual energy passed, a strange, tingling and bubbling sensation rose from the depths of the dantian. This feeling came so suddenly and so overbearingly. It was as if 10,000 little ants were having a party inside her internal organs. Lung Yuexin's frosty face, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, finally showed a crack. She felt a surge of air flowing uncontrollably from her dantian up into her throat. No. Absolutely not. I, Lung Yuexin, am a role model for the inner disciples of Qingyun's sect and a model of aloof fairies. How could? Burp. A clear, loud burp, even with a hint of sweet echo, suddenly burst out from her two pale thin lips. The sound echoed endlessly in the silent Hanyu cave. Hiccup hiccup hiccup, a rich, caramel-smelling white aura gushed out of her mouth, hitting the air in front of her and transforming into a small, round ball of white mist. The air solidified. Time seems to have stood still. Lung Yuexin slowly opened her eyes, and for the first time, confusion and dullness appeared in those eyes that were like cold ponds. She looked at the sweet white mist that was slowly dissipating in front of her, her mind going blank. Who I am? Where am I? Did I just burp? Boom! The moment her mind lost control, the ice-type spiritual power that was originally flowing smoothly in her body suddenly ran wild. The biting coldness burst out from her body like a flood. Crack! Crack! A thick layer of frost instantly condensed on the stone walls of the entire Hanyu cave. Even the few strands of silver hair that drooped down her forehead and her two beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows were affected by this uncontrollable coldness. Frozen on the spot. There are still a few crystal-clear ice crystals hanging on. It's... Ding! A crack in the high-level cultivator's Dao heart has been detected. Crazy batch value. From Lung Yuexin plus 1,500. Alchemy room. In front of the alchemy furnace, Elder Wang, with his hair and beard all white, was sweating profusely as he carefully controlled the fire. In the furnace, a plant of purple yang ambergris worth a fortune was being slowly refined, and the rich medicinal fragrance filled the entire alchemy room. This is the most important ingredient in the Qingxin Pazhang pill he refined for the sect leader, and it cannot be lost. Congeal. Elder Wang's eyes widened, he clasped his hands together, and concentrated his mind, preparing for the final step of merging the medicine liquid. He took a deep breath out of habit, ready to strike back in one go. Spiritual energy enters the body. Elder Wang's movements suddenly froze. A familiar, damn, bubbly sweet taste instantly took over his taste buds and consciousness. It's that smell again. This strange smell has been lingering since this morning. An ominous premonition came over me. He tried desperately to suppress the rebellious energy rising from his dantian. However, it was in vain. Burp. A dull burp came out of his mouth uncontrollably. The hand holding the fire control technique shook violently. Call. The samadhi true fire under the alchemy furnace instantly lost control, and tongues of flame shot up into the sky, directly engulfing the purple medicinal liquid that was about to take shape. It burned into a wisp of green smoke. A burnt smell replaced the previous medicinal fragrance. Elder Wang stared blankly at the empty alchemy furnace, his lips trembling. He stamped his feet suddenly and let out a heart-wrenching cry. My purple sun ambergris. Which? Damn bastard poisoned my spiritual energy? Ding. Detected that a foundation establishment elder's mentality has exploded. Crazy batch value from Alchemy Elder Wang Defa plus 2,000. Inner Gate Giant Pain. The two figures were as fast as lightning, with swords flashing and airwaves rolling. Brotherly. Take my move, Stunning Shadow. Come on. Look at my waterfall cutoff. Two intersect geniuses were fighting with swords, and it was difficult to tell who was better. The disciples around were fascinated and cheered loudly. The momentum of the two men continued to rise, and they were on the verge of making a decisive move. At this moment that everyone is paying attention to. The two of them took a deep breath at the same time, ready to push their spiritual power to the extreme. Then, burp, hiccup. Two burps, without any particular order, came simultaneously, echoing throughout Giant Pain. The momentum of the two people, which had reached its peak, was instantly deflated like a balloon being punctured. The whole place was in dead silence. The two geniuses stood with swords in their hands, looking at each other. There was an indescribable awkwardness in the air. After a while, Senior Brotherly silently sheathed his sword. The weather is nice today. Another junior fellow disciple also silently put away his sword. Yes, the wind is very noisy. No more fighting, let's go drink. Walk. The two men walked away from Giant Pain arm in arm, without looking back, leaving behind a group of onlookers who were disheveled in the wind. Ding. Mass embarrassing incident detected. Crazy points from inner disciples A, B, C, and D plus 1234. Similar scenes were played out crazily in every corner of Qingyun sect. The elder who was teaching the skills was giving a sermon when he had a long and earth-shattering burp halfway through and forgot everything that followed. The spirit beasts in the spirit beast garden ate spirit herbs and burped, their bellies round, and they had no intention of practicing. Even the core of the sect's formation had extremely unstable energy output because too many bubbles were mixed in with the spiritual energy. The light of the mountain protection formation flickered, like a disco. The entire Qingyun sect was in complete chaos. The efficiency of cultivation has plummeted. The disciples were unable to concentrate and the elders had no interest in their work. When everyone meets, the first words are no longer "Hello, senior brother," but "Have you burped today?" An awkward, funny, and slightly sweet atmosphere enveloped the entire immortal gate. The instigator of this chaos, Lin Dian, was leisurely walking on the sect's path. He held a cup of Fat House Happy water that he had exchanged from the system mall, took a sip, and squinted his eyes comfortably. Listening to the hiccups coming one after another in my ears, and the crazy batch value arrival. Notifications flooding my mind like a waterfall. He felt that his life had reached its peak. A passing outer disciple greeted him with a red face. Lin Dian patted his shoulder warmly and spoke earnestly. "Junior brother, don't panic. This is a sign of the revival of spiritual energy, indicating that the quality of our sect's spiritual energy is undergoing a leapfrog upgrade." A sweet burp, bubbles in the air. This is the phenomenon of spiritual energy activation recorded in the ancient sage texts. This is a great blessing. The disciple was stunned by his trick and nodded doubtfully. "Really, really?" "Certainly." Lin Dian looked serious. "Go back and practice hard. Don't let down the sect and the heavens." "Yes. Thank you for your guidance, brother." The disciple felt as if he had found a treasure and ran away with tears of gratitude. Lin Dian looked at his back, took another sip of happy water, and couldn't suppress the curve of his mouth. This wave of performance is simply explosive. He felt like he was no longer a human being, but a walking money printing machine. Qingyun Sect, Meeting Hall. The atmosphere is as solemn as water. Sect leader Cheng Xuanzi sat in the first seat with a sullen expression. Below stood more than 10 core elders of the sect, all with sad faces and sighing. "Sect Master. This can't go on any longer." The law enforcement elder was the first to stand up, his face filled with grief and anger. "Right now, everyone in the sect is in a state of panic. Disciples have no interest in cultivation, and elders have no interest in teaching. The disciples of my law enforcement hall even hiccup when interrogating prisoners. They have no dignity at all." "Yes, Sect Master." Alchemy elder Wang Defa beat his chest and stamped his feet. "Today, I wasted 3 furnaces of elixirs. 3 whole furnaces. All because of this damn spiritual energy. That loss is enough to cut our sect's annual expenses in half. And giant pain. And the spirit beast garden. There is also a mountain protection formation." One by one, the elders stood up and cried, and the whole hall was like a vegetable market. Qing Xuanzi rubbed his aching brow and raised his hand to stop the noise. "That's enough," he asked in a deep voice. "Have you figured it out? What's the source of this aura change?" An elder who was in charge of exploring the spirit veins walked out with a pale face and a trembling voice. "Zone, Sect Master. I've checked it out. This isn't an accident, nor is it poisoned." He took a deep breath and said a conclusion that made everyone feel like they were falling into an ice cave. "It's a spiritual vein. There's something wrong with the source of our Qingyun sect's spiritual vein, the spirit eye spring. The entire spiritual vein has been polluted." Boom! This news, like a thunderclap, exploded in the minds of all the elders. The spiritual vein is the foundation of a sect. If the spiritual vein is destroyed, Qingyun sect will be finished. Unprecedented panic instantly spread among the hearts of all the senior executives. Cheng Xuanzi's face also turned pale in an instant. He thought of a problem that was even more terrifying and deadly than the pollution of the spiritual vein. His body trembled violently. He looked at the elder, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Grand Elder. The Grand Elder. He is in the deepest part of his spiritual vein, in a state of deep retreat, striving to reach the fusion stage." Chapter 24, Digging Ancestral Grave Level King, Qingyun Sect, the Forbidden Area in the Back Mountain. This place is the true foundation of the sect, the source of the spiritual veins, and the beginning of all things. In the deepest part of the forbidden area, in a cave wrapped in layers of ancient restrictions, a figure sat in silence. His hair and beard were all white, and his face was old-fashioned, like an unchanging stone statue. He is the pillar of Qingyun sect, the supreme elder who has been in seclusion for 300 years and has long been forgotten by the world. Xuantian 300 years. For 300 years, his heart was as calm as an ancient well and his mind wandered in the vastness of the universe, just to reach the legendary highest realm, the fusion realm. This is the final moment. Boom! Outside the cave, the wind and clouds changed color, and lightning and thunder flashed. The spiritual energy of the entire Qingyun sect seemed to have received an invisible call and transformed into long green dragons visible to the naked eye, frantically converging towards the forbidden area in the back mountain. There are many strange phenomena between heaven and earth. There are faint fairy sounds and gorgeous flowers falling from the sky. This is a sign of resonance with the great Tao. It is an auspicious sign that an unrivaled powerful person is about to be born. Inside the cave, Xuantian looked majestic and solemn, with a spiritual light all around him that seemed to be turning into substance. Come! Xuantian suddenly opened his eyes. In those eyes, it seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars were being born and dying. He opened his mouth, ready to inhale this last and most crucial breath of the original energy of heaven and earth to complete this earth-shaking final transformation. Endless spiritual energy, like a raging flood that found an outlet, rushed into his mouth. Next second, Xuantian's calm old face froze in an instant. His eyes, which were full of insight into the world, were whiter than copper bells, filled with unprecedented bewilderment and confusion. What does this spiritual energy smell like? Sweet? And it also has this weird smell that's hard to describe, like caramel mixed with some kind of herbs? What's even more outrageous is this spiritual energy entering the body. Not only did it not have the warmth and richness of the past, but with an extremely lively and cheerful, bubbly feeling. Countless tiny bubbles flowed down his throat, into his meridians, and rampaged through his limbs and bones. It felt like billions of naughty little fish were having a crazy party in his dantian. They are jumping, tumbling, and dancing. This is such a perverse and evil way. Xuantian was shocked. He has practiced Taoism for thousands of years, but has never seen such lively spiritual energy. This is not spiritual energy at all. This is poison. He wanted to expel this strange spiritual energy from his body immediately. However, it was too late. This happy aura has been completely mixed with the huge energy in his body that is about to complete the transformation. An unprecedented, surging, and completely uncontrollable rebellious energy suddenly rose from the deepest part of his dantian. It was like a mad ancient dragon, roaring, going upstream, and rushing straight into his throat. No! No! Absolutely not! I am Xuantian, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect. An old monster who has lived for over 1,000 years. My resolve is as strong as iron, and my faith in the Tao is firm. How can we be influenced by a mere air current? Suppress it for me. He tried his best to mobilize his soul and tried to suppress this rebellious anger. His old face turned the color of liver. The veins on his neck bulged out like a dragon. He felt as if there was a sun about to explode stuck in his throat. Finally, at the moment when the spiritual power is running to the extreme and is about to complete the finishing touch. At the moment when the rebellious spirit reached its peak. Hiccup, hiccup. A thunderous sound. A sound that resounds through the ages. A terrifying burp that made the mountains and rivers pale in comparison. And the sun and moon lose their luster suddenly erupted from the mouth of Xuantian, the living fossil. Boom! The entire cave shook violently. Countless pieces of gravel fell down. An indescribably huge wave of white air with a strong caramel smell suddenly gushed out of his mouth like a flood bursting through a dam. This gust of air directly blasted a huge hole in the iron-hard stone wall opposite the cave. The air was filled with smoke and dust. The whole world seemed to have fallen into deathly silence. Xuantian froze in place, maintaining that erupting posture, completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the stone wall that he had blasted through, feeling the wisps of strange bubbles remaining in his throat. His mind was blank. Puff! At the moment when his mind lost control, the huge spiritual power in his body that was about to succeed, like an army without its commander, suddenly ran wild and went backwards madly. The meridians are broken. An irresistible fishy and sweet taste rushed straight to the top of his head. Xuantian. suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered all over his white robe, which was shocking to see. He could clearly feel that his cultivation level, which had finally reached the threshold of the fusion realm, was falling rapidly like a deflated ball. The threshold of the fusion realm. The peak of the divine transformation. The late stage of the spiritual transformation. Mid-stage spiritualization. It's a full 50 years of hard training that has set us back. 300 years. 300 years. He didn't eat or drink for 300 years, and didn't care about external affairs, just like an ascetic monk in seclusion. He wasted countless rare treasures of the sect. He endured endless loneliness and pain. It's about to succeed. Just because. A burp? Xuantian is crazy. His thousands of years of qi cultivation and his thousands of years of Taoist practice were shattered at this moment by that caramel-flavored burp. His eyes turned blood red in an instant. His white hair stood on end. He is no longer the sage-like supreme elder, but a completely enraged ancient beast that chooses its prey. Boom. He smashed the cave door with one punch and rushed out with disheveled hair. He howled towards the sky, a roar filled with endless anger and murderous intent. The sound was like thunder from the 9 heavens, rolling in. It spread to every corner of Qingyun's sect in an instant. Who is it? Which damn bastard is it? He poisoned my spiritual veins at the same time. In a simple disciple's room. Lin Dian was lying on the bed with his legs crossed, leisurely, holding a glass of iced Fat House Happy water that he had just exchanged from the system. Slurp, he took a deep breath and squinted his eyes comfortably. Ah, so cool. Just then, the roar that seemed to tear the sky apart reached his ears clearly. Lin Dian paused and moved his ears. What's that noise? Thunder? He hasn't reacted yet. The next moment, the system prompt sound in his mind sounded crazy and hysterically as if it was infected by a virus. Ding! Warning! Warning! A cultivator at the peak of the spiritual transformation stage has been detected. His Tao heart is experiencing a devastating collapse. Ding! A serious failure has been detected in the fusion realm breakthrough ritual. Failure rate 100%. Ding! The system is analyzing the cause of failure. Analysis complete. Cause of failure, the host released ancient secret recipe happy water concentrate. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your happiness has been successfully delivered to an old man who has been in seclusion for 300 years. Ding! Endless resentment from Grand Elder Xuantian, crazy points plus 50,000. Ding! From the shattered Tao heart of the Grand Elder Xuantian, crazy batch value plus 80,000. Ding! From the Grand Elder Xuantian's 50 years of regression, crazy batch value plus 100,000. Ding! Detected that the target's emotions have reached the fight to the death level. Special achievement obtained, Grave Digging Level King. Achievement reward, crazy batch value plus 200,000. A series of golden numbers flashed across the screen in front of Lin Dian's eyes. He was stunned when he saw his balance skyrocketing to hundreds of thousands in an instant. Puff! Lin Dian took a mouthful of happy water and sprayed it out directly. He suddenly jumped up from the bed, and the leisurely expression on his face was instantly replaced by horror. Grand Elder? Fusion realm? Digging up ancestral graves? Oh my god. So exciting. Chapter 25, Great Fortune, Boom. The roar of the Grand Elder Xuantian, filled with monstrous anger, was like 10,000 tons of explosives exploding in the sky above Qingyun's sect. The entire sect, all the disciples, whether they were burping or trying not to burp, were all shocked by this roar and their blood was boiling, and they felt dizzy. Countless outer disciples with low cultivation levels rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Grand Elder. The Grand Elder has come out of seclusion. In the meeting hall, sect leader Qing Xuanzi's face turned pale and he could no longer sit still. His figure flashed and turned into a stream of green light, rushing towards the forbidden area in the back mountain like crazy. The rest of the core elders also had pale faces and followed behind, crawling and rolling. It's over. It's all over. The forbidden area in the back mountain. When Qing Xuanzi and a group of elders arrived in a hurry, everyone gasped in shock at the scene before them. No, they dared not breathe. Afraid of hiccups. The Taishang cave, which was originally filled with immortal air and solemn and majestic, was now in ruins. The cave gate was smashed to pieces, and rocks flew through the air. And their mainstay, the legendary Supreme Elder Xuantian, who was known to have an immortal appearance and never show his emotions, was standing in the middle of the ruins with disheveled hair. He was wearing a white robe, most of which was stained red with blood, and there was a suspicious, wet mark on his chest. His hair and beard were disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body exuded a violent aura of "I want to kill someone." How could he look like a sage at all when he looked like that? Grand Elder. Qing Xuanzi's legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees, his voice trembling. "You, what's wrong with you?" Xuantian's bloodshot eyes suddenly turned towards him. The terrifying pressure, like a real tsunami, came crashing down. Plop! Plop! The elders following behind were pinned to the ground on the spot, foaming at the mouth and unable to even burp. "What's wrong?" Xuantian's voice was as hoarse as two pieces of rusty iron rubbing against each other, and every word he spoke carried a biting chill. "You ask me what's wrong? I have been in seclusion for 300 years, 300 years. I am almost at the point of achieving perfection, the finishing touch." He pointed at his throat suddenly, his face grim. "Just because I took a breath of your damn spiritual energy. A burp. Just a burp. 300 years of hard work have been destroyed in an instant. My cultivation has regressed 50 years. Tell me. What happened to this old man?" Boom. These few words, like the 9-day divine thunder, exploded wildly in the minds of Qing Xuanzi and all the elders. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They stared blankly at the mad-looking Supreme Elder, their brains shutting down. A burp. Ruined 300 years of hard training? What the hell is this outrageous plot? Even if a third-rate storyteller got drunk, he couldn't come up with such an abstract way of dying. Check. Xuantian stomped his feet so hard that the entire back mountain shook. "Check it for me. Highest level investigation. Call everyone to me. I just don't believe it. How could this spiritual vein, which was perfectly fine, become like this? Even if I have to dig up the entire Qingyun sect 3 feet deep, I will find the bastard who poisoned my spiritual vein." He gritted his teeth and roared word by word. "I will grind him to dust. Spirit. Light the sky lantern. Yes. Yes." Qing Xuanzi was so frightened that he crawled out of his wits and took out the jade slip for transmitting sound and began to issue the highest order. The entire Qingyun sect was in full swing. An unprecedented large-scale search has begun. Half an hour later. Fountain of the Spiritual Eye. Wang Defa, the alchemy elder who was most proficient in pharmacology in the sect, and Li Xuanjian, the elder who was best at exploring formations, are surrounding the spring with serious expressions. In Wang Defa's hand, he held a silver needle that can eliminate all poisons that was as thin as an ox hair. This needle is his most precious treasure, and it is said that it can detect 99% of the world's strange poisons. Even the smallest molecule cannot escape its detection. Elderly Xuanjian was holding an ancient spiritual energy mirror. Runes flowed on the mirror, which could clearly reflect the essence and composition of spiritual energy. The two looked at each other with extremely serious expressions. "I'll go first." Wang Defa took a deep breath and carefully inserted the silver needle into the bubbling spring water. Everyone's heart was in their throat. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The silver needle still shone with a silvery luster, without any sign of turning black. Wang Defa frowned, not believing it, so he changed the angle and probed in again. The result is still the same. The silver needle is as white as before, even brighter than before. How is that possible? Wang Defa was dumbfounded. "Elderly, come here." Li Xuanjian nodded, activated the magic formula, and aimed the spiritual energy source mirror at the spring. A flash of light appeared on the mirror, and a wisp of green spiritual energy was sucked into it. A complex diagram of the spiritual energy structure began to emerge inside the mirror. All the elders came over and stretched their necks. The spiritual energy structure in the mirror was extremely pure and clean, without a trace of impurities. Its structure is stable and strong, like a perfect work of art. This elderly Xuanjian was also stunned when he saw the scene in the mirror. He rubbed his eyes and took the test again. In the end, nothing changed. How about it? In the distance, Xuantian, who was waiting for news in the conference hall, issued an impatient urging through the sound. Transmission formation. Wang Defa and Li Xuanjian looked at each other and saw extreme confusion and disbelief in each other's eyes. Li Xuanjian swallowed his saliva and picked up the sound transmission jade slip tremblingly, his voice shaking. "Your Highness. Your Highness, Your Highness. Spiritual vein. Spiritual vein. It's non-toxic. There was dead silence in the hall. Xuantian's cold voice sounded again. Non-toxic? How could this old man Wudu go astray? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Li Xuanjian broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, made up his mind, and roared out. Not only is it non-toxic, the activity of its spiritual energy is even stronger than it was 3 days ago, a full 30% stronger. This is a sign that the quality of spiritual energy has greatly improved. The world is quiet. In the meeting hall, Xuantian and Xing Xuanzi were like two statues struck by lightning, completely frozen in place. They looked at each other. The furious expression on his face slowly solidified, then slowly turned into dullness, and finally, into unprecedented confusion. Non-toxic? The activity is 30% stronger? Quality improvement? So, was the beating I received in vain? Xing Xuanzi felt that his brain had turned into a mess. He couldn't understand it at all. How could such a thing happen in this world? It's like someone telling you that the reason you're full is not because you ate too much, but because the meal is too nutritious. What the hell is this logic? Puff Xuantian couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood and spat it out again. He wasn't angry. He was so hurt by this outrageous conclusion. He felt like he had punched cotton, the kind with bubbles. So frustrating. Unprecedented. Frustration. The investigation has reached a deadlock. The murderer could not be found. Even crime cannot be defined. We can't announce to the whole sect that our spiritual energy is of too good a quality and has caused the Grand Elder to have a breakdown in his cultivation, right? Do you still want to save the Qingyun sect's reputation? The investigation is ongoing. Soon, all the disciples on duty near the forbidden area were called in for questioning one by one. Lin Dian is naturally no exception. He was standing in the queue with an innocent expression that asked, "Who am I and where am I?" Next, Lin Dian. Lin Dian lowered his head and walked into the makeshift interrogation tent. Sitting in the tent was Elder Zhang Xian from the law enforcement hall. He was the unlucky guy who had burped and created a mushroom cloud in the martial arts field that morning. At this moment, his face was ashen and he was in a very bad mood. "Where were you at midnight last night? What were you doing?" Elder Zhang Xian asked in a routine and fair manner, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Lin Dian looked very honest. Replying to the elder, "I was in my room last night, sitting cross-legged and practicing." "Practice?" Elder Zhang Xian sneered. "With this damn spiritual energy, can you still concentrate on practicing?" "Yes." Lin Dian raised his head and showed an extremely sincere expression. "I may be a dull disciple, but I've sensed it. Since last night, the sect's spiritual energy has become completely different from before." "Oh?" Elder Zhang Xian became interested. "What's the difference?" Lin Dian's eyes lit up instantly, like a top student who had discovered a new world. Replying to Elder, "I feel that after absorbing the spiritual energy into my body, it is no longer a lifeless mass, but it is full of vitality. It's like countless happy little fish swimming in my meridians, making my spiritual energy flow a little faster than before. Although sometimes it can be a little, Lin Dian paused at the right moment, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. He burped quickly, then immediately covered his mouth with an apologetic look on his face. "Sorry, Elder, I'm being rude. I don't know why, but I feel like the spiritual energy I'm absorbing today is particularly powerful." Elder Zhang Xian. He looked at Lin Dian's face, which was full of thirst for knowledge and sincerity, and listened to his twisted logic of little fish swimming and full of vitality. He felt like his CPU was about to burn out. What this kid said seems to actually make some fucking sense. Isn't that tingling and numb feeling just like little fish running around? Could it be? Could it be that this change in spiritual energy is actually a good thing? Are we old guys with rigid thinking unable to keep up with the times? When this thought came to mind, Elder Zhang Xian himself was shocked. He shook his head violently, trying to get rid of this ridiculous idea. Just then, Lin Dian's clear, stupid, no, pure eyes were looking straight at him. Then, with a tone of great anticipation and a hint of caution, he asked the soul-searching question that would be recorded in the history of Qingyun sect. "Elder, could it be that the quality of our sect's spiritual energy is about to be collectively upgraded? Isn't this blessing a bit too great? Qingyun sect, martial arts training ground. An unprecedented sect conference is held here. Tens of thousands of disciples, from the outer sect to the inner sect, from registered disciples to those who were personally taught, filled the entire square. The atmosphere, however, is not as solemn as before. It is a kind of dead silence and oppression, and chaos that is about to erupt under the oppression. Everyone had a strange look on their face and seemed to be hesitant to speak. They want to communicate, but they don't dare to speak loudly. They wanted to practice, but they didn't dare to breathe easily. Burp. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but let out a slight burp. In an instant, all the disciples within a 10-meter radius, like frightened rabbits, cast complicated glances at him. There is sympathy, contempt, and a hint of concern. "Brother, are you okay?" The disciple who was burping had a red face and wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. On the high platform, sect leader Ching Xuanzi and a group of core elders all looked uglier than each other. Especially on the first seat, there was the supreme elder Xuantian, who had disheveled hair, red eyes, and a terrifying aura of "keep away from strangers." He was like an active volcano about to erupt, causing the temperature of the entire square to drop by several degrees. "Have you found out the result?" Xuantian's voice was hoarse and violent. Alchemy elder Wang Defa and formation elder Li Xuanjun stepped out again, trembling. Report to the grand elder. I checked it. I tried every possible way. I checked it 3 times. Li Xuanjun's voice was filled with tears. The spiritual vein, it's really not poisonous. Wang Defa also beat his chest and stamped his feet. Not only is it non-toxic, the vitality and purity of its spiritual energy are far superior to those of the past. I have been practicing medicine for 500 years, and I have never seen spiritual energy of such high quality. This is a great blessing. Fortune? When Xuantian heard these 2 words, he was so angry that he trembled all over and pointed at his nose. This blessing is for you, do you want it? I've been cultivating for 300 years, only to be sent back 50 years by this good fortune. Now you tell me that the food is fine, it's my teeth that are bad? The 2 elders were so frightened that they fell to their knees on the ground, trembling and unable to utter a word. It's over. It's completely deadlocked. The murderer could not be found, and even the crime could not be defined. The entire Qingyun sect was shrouded in a fog of despair. Could it be that their Qingyun sect's 1,000-year foundation is going to be destroyed by this inexplicable hiccup crisis? At this desperate moment when all horses are silent, in the crowd, a thin figure slowly raised his hand. That disciple seems to know what's going on. The sound was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into stagnant water, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Tens of thousands of eyes were focused on Lin Dian. Elder Zhang Xian on the high platform frowned. This kid again? Why is he everywhere? Lin Dian? Sect leader Qing Xuanzi also recognized him, with a hint of impatience in his voice. Don't talk nonsense when the sect is in danger. Metropolitan. Lin Dian suddenly raised his head, with an unprecedented expression of excitement and fanaticism on his face. He strode out of the crowd, came to the bottom of the platform, and spoke loudly to everyone. This is not a crisis. Quite the opposite. This is a great opportunity for the Qingyun sect, one that hasn't come across in 1,000 years. The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at him as if he were a madman. Opportunity? The Supreme Elder was almost driven crazy by anger for the second time, and you call this an opportunity? Presumptuous. Xuantian glared, and the terrifying pressure was like a mountain, pressing down on Lin Dian. He wanted to let this ignorant boy know what it meant to cause trouble with his words. However, Lin Dian seemed unaffected. He faced the pressure that was enough to crush a nascent soul cultivator. His eyes became brighter and his voice became louder. I once saw a similar record in an ancient fragment in the sutra library that no one had ever read. This elephant is not poisoned, nor is it cursed. This is the revival of spiritual energy. Resurrection of spiritual energy? These 4 words, like thunder from the blue sky, exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned. Even Xuantian's terrifying pressure couldn't help but stagnate. Lin Dian took a deep breath, a solemn expression like a charlatan appeared on his face, and he began his shocking mouth cannon. May I ask all the elders and fellow disciples? Do you feel that the spiritual energy now, after being absorbed into your body, is no longer lifeless, but full of vitality? Do you feel like it's like thousands of happy little fish swimming through your meridians, speeding up the flow of your spiritual energy a bit? As soon as these words came out, all the disciples nodded subconsciously. That's right. Although you will hiccup, the tingling and numb feeling is real. Lin Dian curled the corners of his mouth slightly and continued to increase his firepower. The spiritual vein of our Qingyun sect has been dormant for far too long. It's like a pool of stagnant water. And now, it has awakened. It has transformed from stagnant water to a living spring. This is the revival of spiritual energy. He pointed at everyone, his voice deafening. Then do you know why we hiccup? Everyone was stunned by his question and shook their heads subconsciously. Lin Dian showed a trace of compassion on his face, thinking that this child is teachable, and announced the answer. That's not a burp. That's the turbid energy we've accumulated in our bodies over the years from absorbing dead water spiritual energy. It's the water from the living spring, cleansing our meridians and expelling impurities. Hiccups are a way to detoxify, boom. This theory was like opening the door to a new world, making all the disciples suddenly enlightened and realize the truth. Yes. Detox. This explanation is simply perfect. It perfectly explains why we feel uncomfortable even when the quality of Reiki improves. It's like a beggar who has been eating coarse food for years, and suddenly he is asked to eat big fish and meat every day. His stomach will definitely not be able to take it. Nonsense. Alchemy elder Wang Defa was the first to stand up and refute. I've been practicing medicine for 100 years, and I've never heard such a ridiculous theory. If foul air can be expelled by burping, then what's the point of using pills? Elder Wang, this is wrong. Lin Dian immediately counterattacked with clear logic. The detoxification of pills is an external force. But now, it is the source of our spiritual veins that is actively purifying us. This is an internal response. The integration of the inner and the outer is the great way. Isn't this what you always teach us? Wang Defa was choked and couldn't utter a word. His old face turned purple. This kid actually used his words to shut him up. Ding! Wang Defa's crazy score plus 1234. Lin Dian's performance continues. He looked at Xuantian, whose expression was changing constantly on the podium, his eyes filled with sympathy and respect. The reason why the Grand Elder, reacted so violently. It's not that the Elder's cultivation is not good enough. Quite the opposite. It's because the Elder's cultivation is too high, and the amount of turbid energy accumulated in his body is also the greatest. During this spiritual energy revival, the Supreme Elder was the one who detoxified his body the most thoroughly and benefited the most. Puff Xuantian felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited out another mouthful of blood. As he listened to Lin Dian's twisted logic, he felt that his 300 years of outlook on life had been overturned. This kid. What he said seemed like there was actually some bullshit truth to it. The reason why I became obsessed is not because I am not good at it, but because there are too many toxins in my body? What the hell is this, a consolation prize? Ding! Detected that the Tao heart of a cultivator in the spiritual transformation stage is being reshaped. Crazy rating from Grand Elder Xuantian plus 35,555. Sect Master Qing Xuanzi looked at the group of disciples below the stage who had gone from despair to half-belief and half-doubt. He looked at the elders who were stunned by what they had been fooled. He knew that this was the only and most perfect solution at the moment. Regardless of whether this theory is true or false, at least it can stabilize people's hearts. Can turn a huge disaster into a great opportunity. Ahem. Qing Xuanzi cleared his throat, spoke slowly, and made the final decision. What disciple Lin Dian said is not without reason. This matter, perhaps as he said, is a blessing for our sect. Even the sect leader has spoken. The last bit of doubt among all the disciples also disappeared. The way they looked at Lin Dian instantly changed from looking at a madman to looking at a prophet. So that's how it is. I wrongly blamed the sect. I knew it. How could the spiritual energy change for no reason? It turns out it's upgrading. Detox. Brothers. Let's detox together. The crowd's emotions were instantly pulled from the bottom of despair to the peak of excitement. Lin Dian looked at this crazy scene and his heart was filled with joy. Done. But he knew that it was just a little bit short of being cooked. Everyone. He raised his arms and shouted again, attracting everyone's attention. Simply burping is too slow to detoxify. I am a humble disciple, but after a night of hard thinking, combined with the scattered records in the ancient books, I have figured out a method to accelerate detoxification. Spiritual Energy Revival Guidance Technique. Today, I would like to share it with you all. Say it. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, he immediately made an extremely strange starting move under the watchful eyes of everyone. Draw a circle with your left foot and a circle with your right foot. My hands are shaking like I have Parkinson's disease. Suck. He took a big gulp of the happy water spirit, and his entire chest swelled up. Then, he suddenly bent forward and placed his hands in front of his mouth in a trumpet shape. Belch. A full-bodied burp that resounded through the sky was released by him in a ritualistic manner. After burping, he immediately stood up straight, did a one-legged stance, and had an ecstatic expression on his face. Transparent. I feel like the turbid air in my body has been reduced a bit. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone stared at his movements in amazement. Funny. Outrageous. Abstract. However, there was the previous aura revival and detoxification theory as a foundation. In the eyes of everyone, this set of movements actually carried a hint of mystery. Hurry! Learn it! Someone shouted. Next second. On the martial arts field, the most bizarre scene in the history of fantasy occurred. Tens of thousands of Qingyun sect disciples seemed to have been collectively brainwashed. They imitated Lin Dian, drawing circles with their left foot, circles with their right foot, and shaking their hands wildly. Then, one after another, they struck the most embarrassing pose. Burp! Hiccup! Burp! 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 The burps that come one after another merge into a magnificent symphony. The solemn and dignified sect meeting completely turned into a large-scale, joyful event. Group radio gymnastics live. On the high platform, Qing Xuanzi and a group of elders looked at the scene of demons dancing wildly below, their mouths twitching wildly, and they felt that their Dao hearts were being crushed repeatedly. Xuantian was trembling all over, staring at the culprit, Lin Dian. This little bastard. He always felt something was wrong. But unfortunately, he couldn't find any flaws. This theory is a perfect closed loop. He even had an urge to try it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've successfully transformed a sect disaster into a divine opportunity. Ding! Your stock culture has been deeply embedded in the sect's DNA. Ding! The entire sect's cognition is being heavily reshaped. Crazy batch value plus 100,000. Crazy batch value plus 150,000. Crazy batch value plus 200,000. Lin Dian listened to the crazy notification sounds in his mind, suppressed his laughter, and maintained his image as a grandmaster. Just then, Qing Xuanzi's extremely complicated gaze fell on him. Lin Dian. His voice spread throughout the venue. You, come forward. Personally demonstrate to the Grand Elder the technique you've mastered, step by step, for the Spiritual Energy Revival Guidance Technique. You, come forward. The voice of the sect leader Qing Xuanzi echoed in the silent training ground. Personally demonstrate to the Grand Elder the technique you've mastered, step by step, for the Spiritual Energy Revival Guidance Technique. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Dian. There was curiosity and envy in that look, but more of it was schadenfreude. This kid is bragging too much. Now, it's the owner's turn to test the results. The Supreme Elder Xuantian is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. Even if he is not in good condition now, his pair of piercing eyes can see through at a glance whether you really have some insights or are just talking nonsense. Now it's time to watch the fun. Lin Dian's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. Got out of control? You want me to perform a ritual in front of this active volcano? He secretly glanced at the Supreme Elder on the platform, whose eyes were red and murderous. Xuantian was staring at him intently. That look seemed to be saying, boy, you'd better give me a satisfactory explanation, otherwise today, you and your theory will be crushed to ashes. You can't run away. Done. Isn't it just social death? I, Lin Dian, travel through time just for this. Yes. Sect Master. Lin Dian took a deep breath, and his face instantly changed to a solemn expression of a master who was about to pass on his skills. He held his head high and chest out, step by step, he walked up to the platform. Every step he took was extremely steady, as if he was not standing on stone steps but on the foundation of a road. He came to a point 3 feet in front of Xuantian and stopped. Then, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he bowed respectfully to Xuantian. Disciple Lin Dian, sorry to show off. Xuantian snorted coldly and said nothing, but the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. Lin Dian turned a blind eye. He slowly straightened up, took deep breath, and made that extremely embarrassing opening move. Draw circles with your left foot, like practicing Tai Chi. Draw a circle with your right foot, as if deciding the outcome. His hands were suddenly raised up and shaking wildly in front of his chest at a frequency that no mortal could understand. Call. An invisible aura emanated from him. The disciples in the audience were stunned instantly. Although the movements were strange, coupled with Lin Dian's serious expression that said, "I am explaining the truth of heaven and earth," there is actually a hint of mystery in it. This is the first move, drawing in the chi. Lin Dian was muttering something. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the entire venue. Draw the living springs of heaven and earth into the Dead Sea within me. He suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Hiralu, the sweet and bubbly aura in the square, seemed to be summoned and rushed into his mouth crazily. His chest swelled up rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The corner of Xuantian's eyes twitched violently. This kid. You really dare to suck. The second move, dispelling turbidity. Lin Dian's voice suddenly rose. Clear and turbid collide, yin and yang merge. If the turbid chi is not broken, the great way cannot be achieved. He suddenly bent forward to 90 degrees. Put your hands in front of your mouth and make a trumpet shape. This posture is so familiar. Elder Zhang Xian of the law enforcement hall, who was standing on the high platform, felt his stomach churning again. He subconsciously covered his mouth. Xian Tianji's pupils also shrank suddenly. That's the feeling. It's this uncontrollable rebellious spirit. Break! Lin Dian shouted loudly. Belch! A deafening burp, like a thunderclap, erupted from his trumpet-shaped hand. A white wave of air visible to the naked eye gushed out and rushed straight into the sky. The air wave actually formed a small, round flower in the air. Mushroom cloud. After the shocking burp, Lin Dian did not stop. He straightened his body suddenly, stood on one leg, spread his arms, and struck a one-legged pose. The third move, returned to the origin. He closed his eyes, and his face showed that. It felt like drinking Binkwaluo during the dog days of summer, or like having diarrhea after 3 days of constipation. An extremely comfortable expression. Transparent. 2 words came out of his mouth. It feels like floating in the air, and the aftertaste is endless. 1 set of movements, smooth and flowing. 1 set of theories, a perfect closed loop. The entire training ground fell into a long silence. Everyone was stunned by this spiritual energy revival guidance technique. They stared blankly at Lin Dian on the stage, and then looked at the disciples below who had already learned well. An extremely absurd thought arose in everyone's mind. Could it be? Is this fucking true? On the high platform, Qing Xuanzi and a group of elders had their mouths twitching wildly. Their Dao hearts are being repeatedly rubbed and crushed back and forth by this set of radio gymnastics. And all the focus was on Xuantian. At this moment, the expression on the face of this grand elder was so ugly that it could no longer be described. It was a palette of dozens of complex emotions, including rage, frustration, confusion, and doubt about life. He stared at Lin Dian intently. He wanted to slap the little bastard to death. But he can't. Why? Because this guy's theory is fucking impeccable. He defined his obsession as a violent detoxification reaction. He defined the decline in his cultivation as too much accumulation of turbid energy. He defined the fact that his heart was shattered by a burp as the greatest benefit. Thank you. Xuantian felt like a mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down. If he admitted that Lin Dian was talking nonsense, that is equivalent to telling everyone, that's right, I, the Qingyun sect's Grand Elder, have been in seclusion for 300 years, and was crippled by a burp. This is worse than killing him. But if he admitted that Lin Dian was right, doesn't that mean that his earth-shattering rage, that roar that threatened to crush someone to ashes, it's all become a joke? An old man who is impotent and furious because of the severe detoxification reaction? Does he still want to save Xuantian's face? Dilemma. It's difficult to get off the tiger. Xuantian has been practicing Taoism for thousands of years, and has never felt so aggrieved as today. He felt that he was not facing a young disciple in the chi refining stage. But he is facing a person in human skin, a nitpicker. Ding. Detected that the Dao heart of a cultivator in the spiritual transformation stage is frantically struggling. Your theory is reshaping their worldview. Crazy rating from Grand Elder Xuantian plus 66,666. Lin Dian looked at Xuantian's unpredictable face and his heart was filled with joy. But on the surface, he still looked compassionate and waited for the holy judgment. Grand Elder. He took a step forward and spoke in a tone of great sincerity. My disciples are dull and their understanding is limited. This method may be crude, but I believe that as long as I persist, I will be able to expel the turbid chi in my body and welcome a new and vibrant era of cultivation. Please, Grand Elder, make the decision. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Xuantian trembled all over. He looked at Lin Dian's clear, stupid, no, pure eyes. He knew he had no choice. Snort! After a while, Xuantian squeezed out a word from between his teeth. He suddenly flicked his sleeves and turned around, leaving everyone with a bleak and angry back. For this matter, let's do as the sect master says. He agreed. He actually agreed. The whole audience was in an uproar. Even the Supreme Elder agreed with Lin Dian's theory. Then what is there to doubt? Boom! The emotions of tens of thousands of disciples below the stage were instantly ignited. Master! Master Lin Dian! I understand. I understand completely. Detox. Brothers. For the future of the sect. For a new era of cultivation. Let's detox together. Seeing this, Jing Xuanzi immediately seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He took a step forward, gathering all his spiritual power, and his voice spread to every corner of the sect. I declare. From today on, our Qingyun sect's spiritual veins will officially enter the activation and recovery stage. The hiccups experienced by all disciples are a normal reaction to cleansing the meridians and marrow and expelling foul qi. This is a great blessing. Disciple Lin Dian has extraordinary comprehension and has penetrated the mysteries of heaven. His creation of the spiritual energy revival guidance technique has been immediately recorded and listed as one of the sect's basic and required skills. I hope all disciples will practice diligently and not let down the sect and the heavens. Officially certified. The final word. At this moment, Lin Dian's image in the hearts of all disciples was completely sublimated. He is no longer a clown seeking attention. But he is a theoretical master who has seen through the secrets of nature. He is the pioneer who leads the sect into a new era. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your stock culture has been officially certified. Ding! You have successfully transformed the sect crisis into personal reputation. Ding! Obtained special achievement, the Grandmaster, unorthodox version. Crazy batch value plus 100,000. An unprecedented sect conference ended in a way no one could have imagined. But its impact has just begun. The entire Qingyun sect has completely changed. In the martial arts arena, the disciples are no longer sitting cross-legged and breathing, but are doing uniform radio gymnastics. Suck. Belch. The burps came one after another, filled with a happy atmosphere. In the sutra library, the disciples couldn't help burping while reading, and then nodded apologetically to the people next to them. The cafeteria was the worst hit area. The aroma of the food, mixed with the aftertaste of various burps, formed an indescribable biological weapon. Even the greetings between the disciples have changed. Brother, did you burp today? I burped. How about you? How much of the foul air do you feel you've expelled? Hey, don't mention it, I'm stuck. My burps aren't coming out straight today, it's uncomfortable. An absurd, funny, and strange atmosphere with a hint of sweetness enveloped the entire immortal gate. The instigator of all this, Lin Dian, was hiding in his simple disciple room. He looked at the golden and glittering crazy batch value balance on the system panel, which had already exceeded 6 figures. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't hold it in any longer, so he held his stomach and fell on the bed laughing, tears streaming down his face. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. This group of people are so easy to fool. This wave of performance is simply explosive. He felt like he was no longer a human being, but a walking money printing machine. Sent. This time it's completely successful. He seemed to have seen a brand new and smooth road leading to the top. Who is the next target? Is it Xiao Yan, the son of destiny who pretends to be awesome every day? Or is she the most beautiful lady in the inner sect who is as cold as an iceberg? He. Lin Dian let out a laugh that was unique to villains. Chapter 30, a brand new live stage, Qingyun Sect, Meeting Hall. The atmosphere was so oppressive that you could squeeze water out of it. Sect leader Qing Xuanzi sat in the first seat, his temples throbbing with severe pain. In front of him was a final investigation report on the spiritual energy revival incident. The report is thousands of words long, but the conclusion is only 8 words. There is no evidence to support this, it's purely coincidental. Coincide? Qing Xuanzi looked at these 8 words and was so angry that he almost laughed out loud. Could coincidence cause the Grand Elder to seclude himself for 300 years, and then have his cultivation level regress 50 years due to a burp? Could coincidence make the entire sect's spiritual energy have a damn sweet and bubbly feel? Could coincidence have caused the entire sect, from elders to disciples, to start doing a kind of radio gymnastics called spiritual energy revival guidance technique? Fart. There must be someone behind this. And that person's face appeared clearly in Qing Xuanzi's mind. Lin Dian. He is the little bastard who talks nonsense in a serious manner and defines a terrible disaster as a blessing from heaven. But unfortunately, he couldn't find any evidence. The boy's theory was so logically perfect that even the Supreme Elder was fooled by him and had to accept it with a pinch of his nose. Now, the entire sect is immersed in the frenzied atmosphere of burping to detoxify and welcome the new era. If he continues to hold on to it and says that there is something wrong with this matter, then he will not be slapping Lin Dian in the face, but the face of his Qingyun sect and the Supreme Elder. Sect Master, is this matter settled? Elder Xuantian of the Law Enforcement Hall asked cautiously, fearing that his voice would be too loud and cause an uncontrollable burp. It's uncertain, what else can I do? Qing Xuanzi rubbed his eyebrows, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. The evidence cannot be found, but the person cannot remain where he is. He didn't want to inhale a breath of spiritual energy that smelled like snail noodles while he was practicing one day. Pass my orders. Qing Xuanzi's voice sank. Outer sect disciple Lin Dian, during this spiritual vein abnormality incident, discovered the secrets of heaven, proposed the theory of spiritual energy revival, and created the guiding technique, making great contributions to the sect. To commend his merits, I am making this special promotion. He paused, an unfathomable sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. Chief Keeper of the Spirit Beast Garden. Take up your position immediately, without any mistakes. When these words were spoken, the elders in the room were stunned at first, and then they showed an expression of understanding. Spiritual beast? That place is in the most remote corner of the sect, where no one lives. Chief Breeder? To put it nicely, isn't he just a poop scooper? High. It's really high. Apparent promotion but actual demotion. Not only was his merit rewarded, but this plague god was also exiled far away. Out of sight, out of mind. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Dian was thinking about how to use his newly acquired crazy points to throw a forced dance party at the training cave of Xiaoyan, the son of luck. There was a knock on the door. Brother Lin, are you there? A disciple's voice came from outside the door, his tone containing 7 parts awe and 3 parts weirdness. Yes, please come in. Lin Dian closed the system panel and returned to his harmless and honest appearance. An outer disciple poked his head in and looked at Lin Dian as if he were a god. No, it's even more outrageous than being a god. After all, a god wouldn't burp with tens of thousands of his disciples. Brother Lin, an order has come from the law enforcement hall. The disciple swallowed and tried to make his tone sound more formal. The sect master and the elders have ordered that, in view of your unparalleled contributions to this spiritual energy revival incident, you are hereby commended. Oh? Are there any rewards? Lin Dian's eyes lit up and he started to think. Should I give you 10,000 spirit stones, or a few bottles of top-grade elixirs? Or just give me a great martial arts book? The disciple looked at Lin Dian's expectant eyes, and his expression became even more strange. He announced loudly in a tone that was distorted with envy. The sect has decided to promote you from an outer disciple to Spiritual Beast Garden, Chief Keeper. The air suddenly became quiet. The smile on Lin Dian's face slowly froze. Chief Keeper? A picture suddenly emerged in his mind. He was wearing straw sandals and a conical hat, holding a dung fork in his left hand and a bamboo basket in his right hand, with a group of cackling chickens following behind him. Oh my god. Lin Dian almost blurted out a curse. These old foxes are really playing tricks. Promotion. In name only, demotion in reality, exile to the frontier, right? Ding. A major change in the host's position has been detected. The system is analyzing the pros and cons. Analysis completed. Comment, a seemingly demotion, but in fact, a strategic shift that provides the host with a brand new stage for whole life. Mission released, new official takes office with 3 major tasks. Mission objective, in the Spirit Beast Garden, set off a brand new, subversive industrial revolution. Mission reward, crazy points plus 100,000. Reward, a copy of the Beast Mastery Contract. Complete the limited time mission, improve the sex cultivation environment, mission reward, crazy points plus 100,000. Looking at the new task that popped up on the system panel, the curve of Lin Diane's mouth became dangerous again. Spirit Beast Garden? Okay. Very good. I was worried that it was difficult to attack the core area, so you sent me to the new map. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you come here anyway. He raised his head, and in front of the disciples' astonished gaze, an extremely bright and sincere smile instantly bloomed on his face. Thank you, Sect Master and the Elders, for your kindness. He grabbed the disciple's hand and shook it vigorously, tears welling up in his eyes with excitement. I will definitely live up to the sect's trust and devote myself to it until my death. We must raise our spirit beasts to be plump and white. The disciple was confused by his sudden enthusiasm and stammered. Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin, don't you think this? What do you think? Lin Dian looked righteous. This is the sect's test of me. It's also a sign of their trust in me. I understand. I understand everything. He patted his chest, full of pride. Lead the way. I'll take up my post now. The Spirit Beast Garden is located deep in the back mountains of Qingyun sect, far away from all core areas. The spiritual energy here is thin and few people go here. Lin Dian was carrying a small bag on his back. As he walked along, he heard more laughter than he had eaten rice. Look, that's the newly appointed Chief Lin. Ah, Chief Shit Scooper. Give him this blessing, he really wants it. Shoo. Keep your voice down. He's a master of theory, be careful or he'll use his spiritual beast excrement purification technique on you. Lin Dian turned a deaf ear to these discussions. How can the wisdom of mortals guess my pattern? How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Soon, a huge valley appeared before their eyes. The valley is filled with fairy air, and exotic flowers and plants are everywhere. From time to time, majestic and extraordinary beasts fly by, emitting high-pitched calls. An old man with gray hair and wrinkled face was taking a nap leaning against a big rock. Seeing Lin Dian coming over, he lazily raised his eyelids. New here? Disciple Lin Dian has been ordered to take over the position of chief breeder. Lin Dian bowed respectfully. Chief? The old man sneered, jumped off the rock, and brushed the grass clippings off his butt. Okay, stop with all that nonsense. I'm Uncle Zhao. I've worked all my life, and today I can finally retire. He pointed toward the valley. Here, these 100 or so ancestors will be under your care from now on. Your job is simple. Feeding, combing, and cleaning up the poop. Uncle Zhao deliberately emphasized the word feces. Remember, every one of these is more valuable than you. Their owners are either inner sect geniuses or sect elders. He pointed casually. Do you see that white crane standing alone on the mountaintop, with its rear end facing us? Lin Dian looked in the direction he pointed. The white crane had an elegant posture and a cold temperament, and exuded an aura of "don't get close to me." That's Snow Feather, the mount of the most beautiful girl on Yaoguang Peak and the Ice Moon Fairy. She only eats the tender buds of the Tianshan Snow Lotus and drinks the first drop of morning dew. Even her excrement, oh no, it's spirit crystal, carries a delicate fragrance. He pointed to the other side, where a golden tiger with wings was dozing. That's the golden-winged tiger belonging to Senior Brother Lei Dong, the head of the god of War Hall. It can eat 10 kilograms of second-level monster meat in one meal. It has a violent temper. If you dare to let it go hungry, it will eat you. And that, and that, and that. Uncle Zhao introduced them all in detail and finally summarized. In short, just treat them like your ancestors. Do your job and avoid any crooked thoughts. After saying that, he put his hands behind his back, hummed a little tune, and walked away without looking back. Finally freed, ha 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 ha. Lin Dian was the only one left in the valley. There were also hundreds of pairs of animal eyes, some arrogant, some contemptuous, and some curious, staring at him. Lin Dian looked around. Each of these spiritual beasts is extremely handsome, has noble bloodline, and is full of spiritual power. They are the exclusive vehicles for the chosen ones and are symbols of identity and status. However, at this moment, in Lin Dian's eyes, they are not mounts. They are its idle assets, its transportation capacity, its means of production waiting to be revitalized. In his eyes, each spiritual beast turned into a sparkling RMB symbol. He saw an outer disciple running out of the valley, panting, as tired as a dog, his eyes full of envy for the flying spirit beasts. Need. This is naked market demand. A business plan that was bold enough to overturn the entire Qingyun sect was rapidly taking shape in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is conceiving a grand plan that could overturn the traditional travel mode of the immortal cultivation world. Your business acumen has shocked the entire system. Beast Mastery Contract, trial version, has been issued. Validity, 24 hours. A wonderful feeling surged into his mind, and Lin Dian discovered that he could vaguely understand the calls of those spirit beasts. The aloof white crane Shuyu was conveying disdain with his consciousness. Another two-legged beast poop scooper looked stupid. The golden-winged tiger was drooling. This kid has delicate skin and tender flesh. I wonder if it's enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Lin Dian laughed. He ignored the unfriendly animal language and walked straight to the tallest and most majestic wind-chasing Pegasus, which was said to be the mount of the sect leader's personal disciple. The wind-chasing Pegasus was snow-white all over, with clouds forming on its 4 hooves. It held its head high with 2 streams of white air coming out of its nostrils, and it didn't even bother to look at him straight in the eye. "Hello, big white horse." Lin Dian smiled an extremely kind smile, like that of an older brother next door. The wind-chasing Pegasus was stunned for a moment, as if it had not expected that the new owner would dare to talk to it actively. "Go away, you lowly human. Don't say that." Lin Dian was not angry at all. He reached out and patted its shiny neck, which felt great. "Let me ask you, isn't it boring standing here all day, except for waiting for your master to take you out for a ride occasionally?" Wind Chaser Pegasus answered proudly. "That's my honor. Can glory be eaten?" Lin Dian patiently and kindly persuaded people. "What Uncle Zhao feeds you every day are just ordinary spiritual herbs, right? Do you want to try the legendary purple gold dragon king grass from Kunlun Mountain? Just 1 strand of that stuff can boost your cultivation." Wind Chaser's ears moved. Unconsciously. "So what if I want to? That's a tribute, is it my turn?" "It's your turn." Lin Dian's smile became like that of a weird uncle holding a lollipop. "As long as you're willing to join my plan, I'll let you eat the purple gold dragon king grass as a snack every day." He took 2 steps back, opened his arms, faced all the spirit beasts in the valley, and his voice was full of passion and incitement. "Friends! My friends! Are you willing to spend your entire lives being someone's personal vehicle? Are you willing to let your worth be wasted in this valley? No. You won't give up. Now, there is an opportunity for you to realize the value of your beastly life and reach the pinnacle of your beastly life. It is right before you." He cleared his throat and made the announcement solemnly in the tone of someone launching a groundbreaking product. "Friends, have you heard of sharing economy? A disruptive business model, a brand new lifestyle. Qingyun sect's first DD beast hunting platform officially launched its internal testing today. Join now and not only will you be exempt from the deposit, you'll also have the opportunity to become our gold medal rider and enjoy an unlimited supply of purple golden dragon king grass. Come on, friends. It's time to let the entire Qingyun sect hear the sound of our galloping hooves. DD beats the beast? Sharing economy?" In the valley, a big question mark appeared on the foreheads of hundreds of spiritual beasts. They don't understand these words. But they understood the phrase unlimited supply of purple gold dragon king grass. Ouch. The majestic golden-winged tiger was the first one who couldn't hold back. Saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth and he let out a low growl of desire. Its animal language translated into, "Done. I'll take this job. Purple gold dragon king grass, I want the highest grade." On the top of the mountain, the white crane Shuyu, which was as cold and aloof as a snow lotus on an iceberg, couldn't help but stretch its neck and let out a clear cry. "Lowly human, don't think you can buy me off with a little favor." Its posture remains proud. "Unless, you guarantee that I can eat the freshest Tianshan snow lotus stamens every day, plus 3 stalks of purple golden dragon king grass as afternoon tea. If there is one, there will be 2. Moo. Me too. I want to eat the 1,000-year-old coral from the North Sea. Hiss. I want a warm jade bed. I want a SPA every day." For a moment, the entire spirit beast garden was in an uproar. Various animal roars, bird calls, and screams come one after another, forming a symphony played for food and dreams. Arrogant? Reserved? In the face of absolute interests, these are all bullshit. Lin Dian looked at the group of ancestors in front of him who had instantly turned into working beasts, and an amiable smile like a capitalist appeared on his face. He waved his hand. No problem. All satisfied. As long as everyone follows me, Lin Dian, I guarantee that you will have delicious food and drink, and your life as a beast will reach its peak from now on. Now, those who are willing to join our DD Beast fighting platform, please extend your claws, hooves, or wings. Clatter, hundreds of claws, hooves, and wings stretched out in unison, creating a spectacular scene. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully inciting 99% of the spirit beasts in the spirit beast garden to rebel. Ding! Your disruptive business plan has completed the initial team building. Ding! All the spirit beasts in the spirit beast garden have their crazy points increased by plus 10,086. Done. Lin Dian nodded with satisfaction. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. And this favorable wind comes from official approval. The next day, early morning. In the management office of the spirit beast garden, an old man with white hair and beard, wearing gray elder's attire, was leisurely sipping tea. His name is Sun Dihai. He is the chief elder of the spirit beast garden and is responsible for managing all affairs here, including Uncle Zhao, who just retired yesterday. Sun Dihai has been in the spirit beast garden for 60 years. He has an old-fashioned personality and attaches great importance to rules. He had long heard of the new chief breeder Lin Dian, the madman who came up with the hiccups to detoxify theory at the sect conference a few days ago. He has always scoffed at such people who seek to attract attention. A stinky brat who got to the top through crooked means, it's best not to cause trouble for me. Sun Dihai took a sip of tea and snorted in his heart. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Elder son, your disciple Lin Dian has come to report to you on my work. A respectful voice came from outside the door. Sun Dihai frowned. Here it comes. He put down his teacup, cleared his throat, and assumed a commanding posture. Come in. The door opened and Lin Dian walked in humbly, holding a huge scroll. He bowed deeply to Sun Dihai. Elder son, I'm a new disciple and am not familiar with many matters in the spirit beast garden. I hope you can give me some guidance. He was very humble and his tone was extremely sincere. Seeing him like this, Sun Dihai relaxed his vigilance a little. It seems that he knows some rules. Yeah, that's good to know. He put on his airs and said lightly. The rules of the spirit beast garden are that there are no rules. Stay within your means, do your duty, and don't have any crooked ideas. Yes, the elder is right. Lin Dian nodded repeatedly, then held up the scroll made of a whole second-level monster skin in his arms with both hands. Elder, this is a small, immature suggestion I wrote down after pondering it last night, considering the current situation of the sect and the actual conditions of the spirit beast garden. Elder, please review and correct me. Sun Dihai glanced at the animal skin scroll in confusion. What's going on? He reached out to take it and slowly unfolded it. A line of large, flamboyantly written characters comes into view. Feasibility report on activating the idol. Assets of the spirit beast garden, improving the utilization of sect resources, and achieving revenue and efficiency. The corner of Sun Dihai's eye twitched violently. What the hell is this? He looked down patiently. 1. Project background. Our sect has a large number of outer disciples, making travel difficult. We have a strong demand for flying mounts. 2nd, core model, launching the shared spirit beast service to solve the travel pain points of the majority of disciples. 3. A specific plan. 1. Shared immortal crane, stations will be set up in major areas of the sect. Disciples can use their identity jade tokens to scan the code to ride, and charges are calculated by the hour. 2. Monthly package, pay a certain amount of spirit stones and enjoy unlimited rides every month. There are also special offers like friends and family card and couple card. 3. Deposit system, to ensure the safety of the spirit beast, a deposit is required for first-time use. The deposit is refundable at any time. Sun Dihai's face turned from white to red, from red to blue, and finally to the color of liver at a speed visible to the naked eye. His hand holding the animal skin scroll began to tremble violently. Lin Dian was still passionately explaining the situation, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Elder, please think about it. Once this project is implemented, our spirit beast garden will no longer be a cost department of the sect, but a profit center. The outer disciples have experienced the joy of flying, and their sense of belonging to the sect has been greatly enhanced. The spirit beasts of the inner disciples can also earn some pocket money to buy snacks in their spare time. The sect has increased its income, the disciples have gained convenience, and the spirit beasts have improved their food. This is a win-win for all three parties. Win your mother's shit. Sun Dihai finally exploded. He slammed the report on the table with a loud bang. The teacup on. The table jumped half a foot high and the tea splashed everywhere. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Sun Dihai pointed at Lin Dian's nose, trembling with anger and spitting everywhere. Shared crane? Scan the code to ride? What do you think of these noble and extraordinary immortal beasts? The donkeys and horses pulling millstones in the ordinary villages and towns at the foot of the mountain? Ding! Crazy score plus 8,888 from Elder Sun Dihai, the manager of the Spirit Beast Garden. A wonderful prompt sound rang in Lin Dian's mind, and his heart was filled with joy. But his face showed an innocent expression as if he was scared and stunned. Elder, that's not what I meant. Shut up. Sun Dihai was heartbroken and beat his chest. This is a blasphemy against spirit beasts. It's an insult to their masters. And it's a trampling on the strict hierarchy of our Qingyun sect. Do you want the mounts of outer disciples and direct disciples to be mixed up? Do you want the sect's rules to become empty words? You are trying to dig up the roots of my Qingyun sect. One big hat after another was put on me as if it were free. Sun Dihai pointed at the gate and let out a final roar. From today on, I will be confined to the Spirit Beast Garden for self-reflection. Without my order, you are not allowed to take a single step out of the valley. If you dare mention these nonsense again, I will destroy you with my own hands. Yes, I know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. Lin Dian was scolded so badly that he looked pale with fear and crawled out of the room until the door closed, blocking out Sun Dihai's angry sight. The fear on Lin Dian's face disappeared without a trace in an instant. He slowly stood up and dusted himself off. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold arc of as expected. Old man, I'm talking to you about business models, but you're talking to me about strict hierarchy. I'm talking to you about win-win cooperation, but you're talking to me about ancestral rules. He turned around and looked at the hundreds of contracted riders in the valley who were waiting impatiently, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Since you don't want to drink the toast, then don't blame me. I'll give you a penalty drink. The wind in the valley brings a hint of coolness. Old man, do you really think that I can do nothing just because you sent me here? Lin Dian talked to himself, with a hint of mockery in his voice. Rule? Today, I will teach you what my rules are, and what they really are. He strode back to the center of the valley. Hundreds of spirit beasts stretched their necks and looked at him expectantly. The golden-winged tiger was the first to come up, rubbing its huge head against Lin Dian, and its saliva almost dripped onto his clothes. Boy, how's the matter going? Where's my purple gold dragon king grass? It's screwed. Lin Dian spread his hands, looking helpless. The elder in charge disagrees. He says we noble spirit beasts shouldn't do such degrading work. He said that asking you to pick up and drop off outer disciples is the greatest insult to your master. As soon as these words were spoken, a cry of disappointment was heard from the herd. That old guy is nothing. I make money based on my own abilities, it's none of his business. Genie, who had a bad temper and wanted to rush out to argue with Sun Dihai on the spot. The aloof white crane Shuayu also made a dissatisfied cry. My Tianshan Snow Lotus afternoon tea is ruined just like that? Looking at the angry employees, Lin Dian knew that the time had come. He cleared his throat and an enigmatic smile appeared on his face. Everyone, please be patient. If official channels don't work, we'll use unofficial channels. If Elder Sun doesn't allow us to engage in the sharing economy, then we'll do it ourselves. However, in order to distinguish our private business from the sect's official mount, we need a little disguise. As soon as he finished speaking, an idea came to his mind. In the system mall, 2 large paint buckets half a person's height appeared out of thin air at his feet. Environmentally friendly water-based paint, vibrant yellow. Environmentally friendly water-based paint, fresh green. Note, this product is non-toxic, odorless, and harmless, with bright colors and super strong adhesion. It is not a special solvent for the system, and it is not susceptible to water, fire, wind, or rain. The moment the paint bucket appeared, all the spirit beasts subconsciously took a step back, their eyes full of vigilance. What's this? Wind Chaser Pegasus frowned and asked in animal language. Camouflage. Lindian smiled and opened the bucket of vibrant yellow paint. The bright color made the animal's eyes hurt. Friends, think about it, why can your master recognize you at a glance? Because your appearance is fixed. The white crane is white, the Pegasus is white, and the tiger is gold. This is your limitation. He picked up a large paintbrush and stirred it in the yellow paint, his voice full of temptation. But today, I want to break this limitation. This is 9 heavens in Yuan lucky lacquer. Yellow represents wealth and luck. Green represents vitality and vigor. Brushing it on your body will not only hide your true identity, but also bring you good luck. Think about it. While other spirit beasts are still struggling to eat ordinary spirit herbs, you're already covered in golden armor and feasting on purple gold dragon emperor grass. What do you call that? That's called prestige. This set of heretical theories fooled a group of spiritual beasts who had never seen the world. They looked at the bright yellow paint and thought about the smell of the purple gold dragon king grass. Seems to make some sense? But wouldn't it look ugly if this thing was applied to my body? The white crane Shuiyu asked hesitantly. What it cared about most was its own image. It is the mount of the Ice Moon Fairy, and elegance is its lifelong pursuit. Ugly? Lin Dian laughed. He walked up to Shuiyu and looked at its flawless snow-white feathers. An expression of pity, fake, appeared on his face. Shuiyu. Ah, Shuiyu, you are so beautiful, so noble, how can I bear to destroy your beauty? As he spoke, he gently stroked Shuiyu's wings with his hand. Shuiyu felt somewhat comfortable with his touch and raised her head proudly. You still have some vision. So? Lin Dian's tone suddenly changed. The brush in his hand was as fast as lightning, leaving a yellow afterimage, and suddenly brushed on Shuiyu's most beautiful wings. Swish! A lemon-like scream that was so eye-catching that it was blinding, and the whole bird was stunned. It stared blankly at the sudden yellow spot on its wings, feeling that its entire life had become gloomy. My innocence. My elegance. All gone. You despicable and shameless two-legged beast. Shuiyu was so angry that she was shaking all over, and she opened her mouth to shoot an ice cone to kill Lin Dian. However, Lin Dian calmly pulled out a golden, spiritually charged purple gold dragon king grass. The strong smell of medicine instantly froze Shuiyu in place. Its beak was still open, but its eyes were fixed on the grass. Look, don't you feel that luck is coming immediately? Lin Dian took the dragon king grass, shook it in front of it, and smiled like a devil. It's your choice whether to maintain your elegance that can't be eaten or to embrace these tangible benefits. Shuiyu was torn between conscience and desire. On one hand, he maintains the aloof image that he has maintained for hundreds of years. On one side is the coveted top-grade spiritual herb. He struggled for 3 full seconds. Shuiyu slowly closed her eyes and lowered her head, looking as if she was ready to be picked. Hurry up. Okay. Lin Dian's hands moved up and down with incredible agility. A moment later, the originally fairy-like white crane turned into a yellow, exuding a hint of sadness. Big bird. Ding. You have successfully PUA'd a cool spirit beast. From Manhwa Shuiyu, the broken idol image, crazy points plus 5,555.